Good evening, everyone. Today is Wednesday, the 24th day of June, 2026. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Jersey City Municipal Council. We had a planned 6 p.m. start. My watch shows 6:05 p.m. I will now call the roll. Councilperson Brooks,
Present.
Councilperson Zupa, Councilperson Efros,
Present.
Councilperson Little,
Present.
Councilperson Gilmore, Councilperson Griffin,
Here.
Councilperson Lavaro,
Here.
Councilperson Singh,
I'm here.
and Council President Ridley.
Here.
We have seven council members present at 6:06 p.m. We have reached a quorum. Kindly rise for a moment of silence and please remain standing as we salute the flag.
Sophia Donath,
Kimberly Hathcock. Dorothy Johnson.
Frank Gargiulo, Father Joseph Parks, former president of St. Peter's Prep, and Congressman Frank Guarini. Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On behalf of Council President Ridley, in accordance with Chapter 231 of the New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, officially known as the Senator Byron M. Baer Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice of this meeting was provided by posting the annual notice listing the schedule of municipal council meetings for the calendar year 2026 on the bulletin board on the first floor of City Hall. In addition, the annual notice was also filed in the office of the city clerk on Tuesday, November 25th, 2025. The agenda of this meeting was disseminated to the municipal council, mayor, business administrator, corporation council, and local newspapers on Friday, June 19th, 2026 at 8:42 p.m. The agenda was concurrently posted on the city's website. Consequently, I can certify as to our complete compliance with the Sunshine Law. Before we proceed, there are some housekeeping matters that must be attended to. It is my understanding that the administration wishes to withdraw items 10.1, 10.14, 10.15, 10.16, 10.33, and 10.43. I see we have the mayor here in attendance, so I will direct the question to the mayor or the assistant business.
Confirmed. We're withdrawing all those items.
Very well. Agenda items 10.1, 14, 15, 16, and 10.43 will be withdrawn from the agenda. It is also my understanding that the council will entertain a motion to carry agenda items 4.8, 4.11, 4.13, and 4.14 to the July 15th council meeting, but we will entertain that motion once we reach that part of the council agenda. There is also one late item which the council has been asked to consider for addition to this agenda. That would be a resolution honoring Brother Basil for his outstanding contributions to music, culture, and the advancement of Jersey City's musical legacy in recognition of Black Music Month. It is listed as agenda item 10.61 and is designated as resolution 26-423. Council members, please recall that the addition of a late item requires a 6-vote majority. That said, may I entertain a motion to add agenda item 10.61.
Motion.
Motion made by Councilman Gilmore is here.
Second.
Councilman Gilmore made the motion, second by Councilman Griffin. On the motion to add agenda item 10.61, how do you vote? Councilman Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa? Not still in here. Councilperson Efros?
Aye.
Councilperson Little?
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore?
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin? Councilperson Lavaro?
Aye, and John, can you recap the withdrawals after we're done with the vote?
Yes. Councilperson Singh,
Aye.
and Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0. Agenda item 10.61 is hereby added to the agenda. At the behest of Councilperson Lavaro, I'm just going to read back into the record those items which have been withdrawn from the agenda. That would be resolutions 10.1, 10.14, 10.15, 10.16, 10.33, and 10.43. Okay. Moving back to housekeeping matters. I understand that the council wishes to defer to agenda items 10.2, 10.3, 10.5, 10.6, 10.7, 10.8, and 10.43. Is that correct, Madam President?
Correct.
Okay, very well. So in that case, may I entertain a motion to defer to those agenda items?
Motion.
Motion made by,
Second.
motion made by Gilmore, second by,
Lavaro.
on the motion to defer to agenda items 10.2, 10.3, 10.5, 10.6, 10.7, 10.8, and 10.34. How do you vote? Councilman Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa is not here. Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Aye.
And Council President Ridley. Motion passes 8-0. Council President, shall we vote on these ceremonial resolutions first and then have the council take pictures?
Yes, so we have a number of ceremonial resolutions tonight. We are going to vote on each resolution. And then once we get through all of the ceremonial resolutions, well, we'll vote on the resolution. If someone is here to speak on that resolution, you have 3 minutes to do so. One person at 3 minutes. After all of the ceremonial resolutions are complete, the council will come down at one time and take a picture with each individual recipient instead of us coming up and down, up and down. So we will take all the pictures at the end of all the ceremonial resolutions, and we will start the ceremonial resolution with the resolutions from Councilman Gilmore for Black Music Month. And then I believe Councilman Lavaro has the remainder of the ceremonial resolutions. If I'm missing any ceremonial resolutions, please let me know.
Who's going to read them into the record? Is someone going to be doing that?
No, you can read them in the record, John. Do you have them?
I do. I just,
Okay.
so which one should we start with then? Are we going in order? I was going to start
I
with,
think it's gonna be 5. Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. We can just go from,
in order?
you have all of them?
Yes, but
Yeah, we're just
all
going.
right, so I'll just do an order. Okay, so in that case, we'll begin with agenda item 10.2, which is resolution 26-364, a resolution honoring Ocean Shiin Huya. Is that correct? Okay,
No.
I do apologize for my friend's pronunciation. She has been crowned Miss New Jersey Teen USA 2025. I will read that into the record now.
So this one will go down and at the end. Everybody at the end.
Gotcha.
Whereas Ocean Kin Fua, a
I'm
sophomore at,
gonna interrupt. It's
yeah, are you-
Ocean, Cheyenne, Ayo.
okay. A sophomore at McNair Academic High School in Jersey City, New Jersey, has brought great pride and distinction to the city of Jersey City by being crowned Miss New Jersey Teen USA. And whereas, as a first-generation American of French and Chinese heritage, she exemplifies academic excellence, cultural fluency, and leadership, speaking 5 languages, including French, Chinese, Spanish, and earning a gold award in the National Latin Exam. Whereas Ocean has demonstrated a deep commitment to service and advocacy through her aspiration to become an environmental advocate, her interest in sustainable policy and international relations, and her participation in programs and initiatives that promote a more just and sustainable future. Whereas she founded GLOW, which stands for Girls Leading Our World, a confidence camp dedicated to teaching young girls self-confidence, public speaking, self-love, and leadership development, thereby empowering the next generation of young women in Jersey City and beyond. And whereas Ocean has also used art and public engagement as tools for social good, creating artwork for UN Women events, volunteering at the Encore Center to inspire creativity in seniors, and demonstrating that artistic expression can advance awareness of global issues. And whereas through her achievements in academics, public speaking, advocacy, art, and leadership, Ocean serves as an outstanding role model for the youth of Jersey City and an inspiring ambassador for the state of New Jersey. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City that the council hereby recognizes and honors Ocean Chiin Fuya on being crowned Miss New Jersey Teen USA 2025 and congratulates her on this exceptional achievement and extends its best wishes for continued success as she represents New Jersey on the national stage. With regard to agenda item 10.2, resolution 26-364, council members, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye. Congratulations.
Councilperson Zupa not here. Councilperson Efros.
Aye. Congratulations.
Councilperson Little.
Aye. Congratulations.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Congratulations, young lady. I vote aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Congratulations, especially congratulations to the parents, because parents never get that much credit. And happy Father's Day to Dad. I vote aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
So I'll say thank you, Mr. City Clerk, Deputy City Clerk. Tonight, it's my honor to recognize a remarkable young woman who calls Jersey City home. Ocean Cheyenne Fayo is Miss New Jersey Teen USA. Ocean is a sophomore at McNair Academic High School right here in our city. She's a first-generation American, proud of both her French and Chinese heritage, and as he said, speaks 5 languages. That alone tells you something about her drive. But a crown isn't what brings her here today. What impresses me is what she does with the platform. Ocean is an aspiring environmental advocate. She's an artist who's created work for UN Women events and volunteers with seniors at the Encore Center. And she founded GLOW, Girls Leading Our World, to teach other young girls confidence, public speaking, and leadership. And that's the part that's worth honoring, a teenager, which I don't know what I was doing when I was a sophomore in the high school, a teenager who instead of waiting her turn is already lifting others up. So Ocean, thank you. You represent the very best of Jersey City. You've made your hometown proud. On behalf of the entire municipality, thank you and congratulations. I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Congratulations, Ocean. Jersey City is proud of you, and I vote aye.
And Council President Ridley.
Congratulations, you have made us all proud. I vote aye.
Resolution 26-364 passes 8-0. Moving on to agenda item 10.3, resolution 26.
Time.
Yes,
Let's ask Miss New Jersey if she has any words after the vote. If she'd like to say a few words, she can do so at this time.
You go right up here, Ocean.
Thank you so much. I am so incredibly honored to be able to represent Jersey City as a city at Miss New Jersey Teen USA, and also the state of New Jersey at Miss Teen USA, which I made top 10. And I am just so honored to represent Jersey City, such a diverse community and super inspiring, coming from first generation, half French and half Chinese American. I also thank you so much to Miss Hart for her incredible guidance at McNair. And for my journey at Miss New Jersey Teen USA. I've organized GLOW, Girls Leading Our World, working alongside Girls Inc. for the past year. And last month, I organized a sustainable fashion show called Stitch Don't Ditch, raising over $3,000 for Girls Inc. workshops and for educational programs. So it is so inspiring to be able to be recognized as Miss New Jersey Teen USA. Thank you so much.
You.
We will take a photo after everybody's been honored and we'll bring you up along. Thank you, Ocean.
Okay, John.
Moving on to agenda item 10.3, Resolution 26-365, a resolution of the City Council of Jersey City honoring and celebrating the outstanding academic and engineering achievements of Team Jersey City scholars. Shall I read this into the record or?
I'm sure we'll read it into the record, yeah?
Yes.
This is sponsored by myself and Councilwoman Mamta Singh. So we're so honored to have some honoring Team Jersey City scholars for their outstanding academic and engineering achievements. And so the resolution reads, whereas 10 extraordinary students from Jersey City in grades 4 through 7 competing collectively as Team Jersey City scholars represented our community on the national stage at the 2026 International Academic Competition U.S. Nationals, Institute of Competition Sciences, and the NAQT National Middle School Championship. And whereas these rigorous academic circuits feature the most elite schools and competitive minds in the United States, requiring each student to earn their place at the national finals by placing at the top of rigorous regional qualifying competitions. And whereas Tanish Mehta, 7th grade, achieved the extraordinary honor of becoming a dual national champion, capturing first place in both the National History B and the National U.S. History B, alongside an All-Star Award as one of the highest individual scorers. And whereas the brilliant STEM engineering team of Arya Hegde, Alina Kothari, and Uma Bauer Singh won first place and best in show in the middle school division of the Build the Moon Challenge, an international engineering and design competition where their project was reviewed and praised by a panel of NASA scientists.
Whereas the core quiz bowled I team consisting of Tanisha Mehta, Arya Hagde, Rohin Vadada, Uma Bauer Singh placed 21st out of 192 elite team at the NAQT National Middle School Championship. And whereas individual team members achieved stellar national rankings across humanities, science, diplomacy, natural science, including Arya Hagde, Surya Goga, Uma Bauer Singh, Karun Bauer Singh, Rohin Vadada, Sonali Vadada, Charles NG, Elena Kothari, and Keshav Joshi. And whereas these 10 young scholars have brought immense pride, distinction, and honor to Jersey City, providing that our youth can successfully compete with the outshine the best academic institute in the nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of Jersey City does hereby officially command, congratulate, celebrate Team Jersey City scholars for their historic academic triumphs.
With regard to agenda item 10.3, Resolution 26-365, council members, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Just want to briefly say congratulations to all of the young scholars. So enlightening seeing so much of our young people take education seriously. Thank you to my council colleagues, Rolando and Singh, for bringing this to light. And I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye, congratulations.
Councilperson Navarro.
I'll just want to quickly acknowledge my aide, Lauren, for helping to bring everyone together around this. Thank you to my co-sponsor, Councilwoman Mamta Singh. So I'm proud to honor our 10 10 of our city's brightest young minds, Team Jersey City Scholars. Here's what makes them special. These students in grades 4 through 7, competing at the national level. They came home with a dual national history champion, a first place best in show, engineering win judged by NASA scientists, and a top finish against nearly 200 of the best teams in the country. Grades 4 through 7 going up against the best in the nation from Jersey City and winning. To all 10 scholars, and especially to the families and the parents and the teachers who believed in them, you've made Jersey City proud, and you've shown the whole country what Jersey City young people can do. Congratulations, and keep aiming for the moon.
And your vote, sir? Did you, well, just,
I vote aye.
Councilperson Singh?
Well, I feel when I look at them, I see Jersey City has a bright future. So congratulations, and parents, thank you for all the efforts you have been making for years. I vote aye.
And Council President Ridley?
Congratulations. We're very proud of you all. I vote aye.
Resolution 26-365 passes 9-0. Presume someone wishes to speak?
Aparna, would you like to say a few words? Thank you.
Aparna Vasudev, one of the parents.
Your name, ma'am?
Good evening, Mayor Solomon, Council President, Councilwoman Singh, Councilman Lavaro, and distinguished members of the City Council. My name is Aparna Vasudevan. I am here tonight as a parent, as a coach, and most importantly, as someone who has watched the city show up for the children in the most extraordinary way. These kids are middle and elementary school students from Jersey City. They walked into these national competitions held in Florida and Chicago. And these are some of the prestigious academic and quiz ball tournaments in the country. They were not representing any private academy. They were representing us, Jersey City. And they finished top honors in the nation amongst about 193 school teams. And I think that is really wonderful. These kids studied on weekends. They practiced on school nights. They traveled across the country. They held the city's name with pride in every single step of the way. Tonight, I want to speak on behalf of every parent and every student on this team when I say we are moved beyond words by this resolution. Thank you so much, City Council. When I told the kids about the recognition, they didn't just smile and say thank you. They asked, what can we do for Jersey City? These are 10, 12, and 13-year-old kids, and their first instinct was to give back. They want to run quiz ball clinics for younger students across the city. They want to mentor kids in the underserved schools who have never heard of these academic competitions. They want to prove that through their actions, not just their trophies, that Jersey City can build a pipeline of young scholars that this entire region looks up to. That's whom you have honored tonight, not just champions, but citizens in formation. On behalf of Tanish, Arya, Elena, Uma, Surya, Sonali, Rohin, Charles, Keshav, Karun, and every family standing behind them, thank you so much.
Ma'am, can we just get the spelling of your name for the record? You could just explain it to the court reporter. She just wants to get your name for the record. Yeah. I would also note that Councilman, oh, go. Maybe just do it. I'm sorry. If you just, oh, she's going to write it down. Okay, that works even better. I would note the arrival of Councilman Zupa at 6:22. So with that said, may I ask Councilman to get your vote on the previous resolution, Resolution 26-364, honoring Miss Teen New Jersey.
Absolutely. Vote aye. And just apologies to the public. My goddaughter is graduating middle school today. I wanted to watch it on FaceTime before entering chambers. So I apologize for being late.
Okay, moving on to the next resolution, agenda item 10.5, resolution 26-367, a resolution honoring Daria Jones for her outstanding contributions to music, education, and community empowerment in recognition of Black Music Month. Okay,
So I'll be reading it into the record.
Erica Walker will be reading this into the record, correct?
Sir. And then due to time constraints, we have to jump to Winard before the next one after Daria.
Okay, we'll read that into the record and then we'll.
We'll jump to Winard after Daria, which is 1034. A resolution honoring Daria Jones for Black Music Month 2026. Whereas Black Music Month celebrates the enduring influence and cultural significance of Black artists whose talents have inspired generations and enriched communities through music and service. Daria Jones, a proud Jersey City native and graduate of Lincoln High School, began her musical journey at Zion Baptist Church, where she developed the gifts that would launch an accomplished career in the performing arts. Recognized early as one of Hal Jackson's talented teens, Daria has built an impressive career as a singer, songwriter, actress, educator, entrepreneur, and mentor, while proudly representing Jersey City wherever her talents have taken her. As a United States Musical Arts Ambassador, Daria has performed throughout the United States and abroad, using music to promote cultural exchange and inspire audiences across the globe. Throughout her career, she has shared the stage with acclaimed artists including Lauryn Hill, Tasha Cobbs Leonard, Josh Groban, Bootsy Collins, Ben Harper, and Eddie Levert, while appearing on nationally recognized television and entertainment platforms. Her original music, including Smile, Last Dance, and Do It Again, reflects her commitment to creating uplifting and inspiring works that resonate with audiences of all ages. Beyond her artistic achievements, Daria founded Dollhouse, Deserving Opportunities for Lovely Ladies, empowering young women through mentorship, leadership development, education, and personal growth. Her dedication to lifelong learning, community service, and youth empowerment, together with her work as an educator and advocate, exemplifies the values of excellence, compassion, and leadership that strengthen Jersey City. Daria's commitment to artistic excellence continues today through her original music, including her uplifting single, Do It Again, which remains in regular rotation on WBLS and other radio stations across the nation, a testament to her enduring talent, perseverance, and ability to connect with audiences through messages of hope, faith, and inspiration. Through her artistry, mentorship, and unwavering commitment to uplifting others, Daria Jones has become a source of pride for her hometown and an inspiring example of Black excellence in music and community service. Now, therefore, be it resolved on this 24th day of June 2026, the Jersey City Municipal Council hereby honors Daria Jones in recognition of Black Music Month for her exceptional contributions to music education, mentorship, community empowerment, and for proudly representing the city of Jersey City with distinction.
So with regard to agenda item 10.5, resolution 26-367, council members, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zuffa.
Aye, congratulations and thank you very much.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye, congratulations.
Councilperson Little.
Hi, congratulations and thank you.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Yes, I just want to congratulate Daria, one of my childhood friends. It's been many years since that little house on Warner Avenue and you was bullying me. But I am so thankful to be honoring you and your contribution to music and all that you do. You're such a lovely soul. I didn't see, oh, there's Mom. Thank you, Mom, for pouring so much into her. I'll proudly vote aye.
Thank you. Councilperson Griffin.
Yes, first of all, I would like to say congratulations. Thank you for the singing lesson at the library. Councilman Gilmore was scared. Maybe we can get him to sing tonight. But congratulations and thank you very much and continue doing what you do.
Councilperson Navarro.
Ms. Jones, congratulations and thank you for all you do to bring music and empowerment to communities in Jersey City and beyond. Proud to vote aye, and thank you for representing Jersey City.
Councilperson Singh
Congratulations, and I vote aye.
and Council President Ridley.
Congratulations to our Jersey City songbird, Miss Daria. I proudly vote aye, and if you have not heard this young lady sing, I suggest you get somewhere and make sure that you do. I vote aye.
So resolution 26-367 passes 9-0. And get away. Camera's on you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the city of Jersey City. Thank you, Councilman Gilmore, and to everyone else here. Jersey City raised me, and so my heart is always here, and I'm very grateful for the things that Jersey City has taught me through love, through culture, through community. And I'm remaining committed to pouring back into Jersey City as I continue to grow. So I'm just scratching the surface, Jersey City. I want you to know that. And I'm putting us on the map. Thank you so much. I love each and every one of you.
As I understand, we have to go to resolution 10.34. Is that correct?
sir.
Okay, so I'm going to read that into the record. Agenda item 10.34, resolution 26-396, a resolution honoring Hiram Winard Harper for his outstanding contributions to jazz and community enrichment in recognition of Black Music Month. And Erica Walker will be reading the resolution into the record.
Whereas internationally acclaimed jazz drummer Winard Harper, born in Baltimore and raised in Washington, D.C., has dedicated his life to preserving and advancing the rich tradition of jazz while making Jersey City his home and an important center of his artistic work. Recognized as a musical prodigy from an early age, Harper developed his craft under the influence of the jazz greats he encountered as a child and went on to build a distinguished career spanning more than 4 decades. Throughout his career, Harper has performed and recorded with legendary artists including Betty Carter, Dexter Gordon, Johnny Griffin, Ray Bryant, Abdullah Ibrahim, Pharoah Sanders, Clifford Jordan, and numerous other icons of jazz. Alongside his brother, acclaimed trumpeter Philip Harper, he co-founded the Harper Brothers, earning international recognition through acclaimed recordings and performances that helped carry the tradition of modern jazz to audiences around the world. As a founder and musical director of the acclaimed ensemble Jelly Posse, Harper has spent more than a decade mentoring and developing emerging artists, helping launch the careers of celebrated musicians, including Jasmia Horn, Josh Evans, and Bruce Williams, while continuing to bring world-class jazz performances to audiences across the United States. As a band leader and recording artist, Harper has released multiple albums under his own name while continuing to mentor emerging musicians and champion the evolution of jazz through performance and education. Through his long-standing residency and weekly jazz series at Moore's Lounge, as well as countless free concerts and neighborhood performances, Harper has made live jazz accessible to residents of all ages and backgrounds, strengthening Jersey City's cultural life and inspiring future generations of artists. Even during times of extraordinary challenge, including the COVID-19 pandemic, Harper demonstrated his unwavering commitment to the community by bringing socially distanced pop-up jazz performances directly to neighborhood streets in Jersey City, ensuring that music continued to unite and uplift the public. Through his exceptional artistry, community leadership, and dedication to preserving one of America's greatest musical traditions, Winard Harper has become an invaluable cultural ambassador whose impact extends far beyond the stage. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on this 24th day of June 2026, the Jersey City Municipal Council hereby honors Winard Harper in recognition of Black Music Month for his outstanding contributions to jazz music, his steadfast commitment to arts education, and community engagement engagement and his lasting enrichment of Jersey City's cultural landscape. Accepting his honor is Winard's brother.
Hi, I'm Neil Khalid. I'm not Winard Harbor. I can't even whistle.
One second,
So
we
I'm
have
not-
to,
I'm
we
not-
have to take the vote.
We have to take the vote, sir. Hold on
You
one
wanna vote
second.
First,
So with
Okay.
regard to agenda item 10.34, resolution 26-396, council members, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye, and thank you for all that you've done for Jersey City's music community, especially the socially distanced concerts during the pandemic. Those were really, really special. Thank you.
Councilperson
I wanna
Zupa.
say- I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Winard's brother. Can we get his name for the record?
Neil Khalid. I'm a lifelong Jersey City resident, a friend and a fan.
Councilperson Zupa.
I vote aye. Congratulations and thank you. And again, for all the honorees today, it's a wonderful reminder that while we have very difficult conversations for this meeting and future meetings, that the people of Jersey City make this city great. And this is exhibited today. So thank you very much.
Councilperson Efros.
Congratulations to Winard. Glad I got to see him downstairs briefly, and just his generosity in his music that he gives and in the jam sessions at Moore's Lounge allowed even me, a mediocre harmonica player, to come up and play a little tune. So yeah, really appreciate him and his contribution.
Councilperson Little.
Congratulations and thank you to for all your contributions to Jersey City.
Councilperson Gilmore.
I proudly vote aye. I'm so thankful of Winard and all his contributions. I remember out there during COVID with the social distance jazz, during a time where we found out cabin fever was real. He found it in his heart to still entertain us during that pandemic. So I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Yes, so, you know, Winard means a lot to me and my family. You know, my godmother, Ruth Moore, opened her doors to jazz, to Winard. And, you know, Winard, he just comes in with a tip bucket. He didn't, you know, pressure Mama Ruth into paying him. The community contributed. And Winard, every Sunday, every Friday and Sunday, you could catch Winard Harper there with children, tap dancing, playing drums, playing the bass. It's amazing. And if you have not been to Moore's Lounge, you should check it out on Sundays. And that's my plug. I vote aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Mr. Khalid, please extend your congratulations from
Really will.
council and our thanks. Your brother is a amazing, incredible, legendary musician, and I will make an admission here that I'm not very musically inclined, but I've seen your brother perform, and he's amazing, and just gets even a guy like me who has zero rhythm moving. So congratulations, and thank him for his legendary impact in Jersey City, but throughout the world. I vote aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Congratulations to you and your brother. I vote aye.
And Council President Ridley.
I vote aye. Congratulations and thank you for keeping jazz music alive in Jersey City for all these years. It is always a pleasure to listen to Winard Harper, to the band, and then the musical soundtrack that he brings to the city is one that we definitely appreciate. So congratulations.
Resolution 26396 passes unanimously 9-0, and the floor is yours, sir.
Well, the one opportunity I had to sit in for, I missed, I blew it. I jumped the resolution. He forwarded a few remarks, and in the true interest of jazz, I guarantee that it is not Chat GTP. He says, greetings and thanks to all of you. I am truly honored and thankful. This won't take long, but I must thank and recognize some of the people who have helped and supported me in this work. The praises to God first and foremost. I thank my wife, Alexis, and Miss Ruth Moore, Dawood and Barbara Williams, may they rest in peace. My children, Mr. Tracy Simmons, James Penciller, Miss Mary Akins, Masjid Muhammad, and Masjid Ali Iman of Jersey City. All of the family, especially and crew of Moore's Place. This art form we call jazz, coming from a people enslaved, abused, used, and misused, is one of the greatest examples of democracy that we have. It is my pleasure and honor and duty, along with others, to help a Black-owned business and serve the community with this ancestral legacy we refer to as jazz. This art form unifies and bridges gaps, crosses political spectrums, religions, creed, and color. It is a great honor to promote and foster one of the indigenous musical art forms of the United States that started as spirituals during slavery. As a matter of survival, a language created by and for humans in bondage and evolved from there. It is Black History Month in Jersey City. One of the best ways to foster and keep the music going is to support your local musicians by attending the shows. We have seen and experienced the loss of quite a few jazz venues, and especially Black-owned ones. We need all of you to support us and encourage others to do the same, so that Moore's Place, along with other venues, can continue and we continue the ministry of jazz. Many thanks to Mr. Frank Gilmore and Miss Erica Walker. Thank you. I'll take it with me.
And this is Councilman Griffin. I would like to state for the record, Morris Place, that's 189 Monticello Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey. Fridays and Saturdays, 7 p.m.
We're going to be going back in order, right? So we're back up to 10. Okay, so the next resolution on the agenda is agenda item 10.6, resolution 26-368, a resolution honoring PM Dawn during Black Music Month. For their groundbreaking contributions to music and their lasting legacy as Jersey City pioneers. And Erica Walker will read that into the record.
A resolution honoring PM Dawn during Black Music Month. Whereas PM Dawn is a groundbreaking hip hop and R&B group founded in Jersey City, New Jersey in 1988 by brothers Stephen Cordes Jr., known professionally as Prince B, and Jarrett Cordes, known as DJ Minute Mix and later as Eternal. Born and raised in Jersey City and inspired by the city's rich musical heritage, Prince B and DJ Minute Mix developed a distinctive artistic style that blended hip hop, soul, R&B, spirituality, mysticism, and introspective lyricism, helping to expand the artistic possibilities of rap music and challenge conventional expectations of the genre. PM Dawn achieved international acclaim with the release of their debut album of The Heart and of the Soul of the Cross and The Utopian Experience, and the chart-topping single Set Adrift on Memory Bliss, which became the first rap single by a Black group to reach #1 on a Billboard Hot 100 chart, and the first #1 song for Billboard of the Nielsen SoundScan era, ushering in a new and more accurate method of measuring music sales and chart performance, marking a historic turning point in both hip hop and Billboard chart history. The group's success continued with beloved hits including I Die Without You, Looking Through Patient Eyes, Paper Doll, and Reality Used to Be a Friend of Mine, earning critical acclaim and introducing millions of listeners to a more melodic, thoughtful, and emotionally expressive form of hip hop. PM Dawn's music was distinguished by its unique fusion of spirituality and mysticism. PM Dawn's influence extended far beyond the charts through collaborations and creative work associated with legendary artists including Elton John, George Michael, Philip Bailey of Earth, Wind and Fire, and the Bee Gees, as well as major film and television placements including Eddie Murphy's film Boomerang and a Nike Super Bowl commercial appearance. PM Dawn's innovative fusion of rap, melody, and spirituality influenced generations of artists across multiple genres and established the group as one of the most unique and influential acts of the 1990s. Prince B and DJ Minute Mix, later known as Eternal, remained proud sons of Jersey City throughout their careers, bringing international recognition to their hometown throughout their creativity, innovation, and groundbreaking contributions to contemporary music. Prince B, born in Jersey City on May 15, 1970, was widely recognized for his vision, artistry, and influence before his passing on June 17, 2016, leaving behind a lasting musical legacy that continues to inspire audiences around the world. PM Dawn's extraordinary accomplishments stand as a testament to the talent, creativity, and innovation that have long existed within Jersey City and continue to inspire artists and dreamers from every neighborhood of our community. During Black Music Month, it is fitting that Jersey City recognize those artists whose work has enriched our cultural landscape and whose influence extends far beyond our city's borders. Therefore, now be it resolved that on this 24th day of June 2026, the Jersey City Municipal Council hereby honors PM Dawn for their pioneering contributions to music, their enduring influence on hip hop and popular culture, and their proud representation of Jersey City on the national and international stage.
With regard to agenda item 10.6, resolution 26-368, council members, how do you vote? Councilmember Brooks.
This is a really special thing to see you guys here in the flesh. Aye, congratulations.
Councilperson Zupa.
Absolutely, aye is wonderful. Thank you.
Councilperson Efros.
Congratulations, aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye, congratulations.
Councilperson Gilmore.
I proudly vote aye. I recall being a young lad trying to lace my tracks. Listen to you guys, man. Thank you for your contribution to music. Thank you for putting Jersey City on the map. And thank you just for letting others in the community know you have a chance. So I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
You know, seeing kids from Jersey City on MTV when they weren't playing Black artists was amazing, right? So, you know, and if I'm not mistaken, I think these are Belmont boys. You guys who grew up on Belmont? Harrison, I'm close. I'm close. I knew you were around the corner. And you know, I'm proud. You know, proud to vote aye for you guys.
Thank you.
Councilperson Navarro.
Guys, I didn't know you had PM Dawn in the house.
Oh my God.
I am a fan. I'm honored. I had no idea you were actually going to be here. Wow. I'm stunned. I am happy to vote aye, and you guys are amazing. I love your music, and congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilperson Singh.
I need your autograph.
You got it. You got it.
Right here.
You got it.
I vote aye. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Council President Ridley.
I proudly vote aye. Thank you for helping to keep Jersey City on the map in the musical scene. We are extremely proud of the legacy that you have laid. Rest in peace to Prince B. And I vote
Yes.
aye. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Resolution 26-368 passes unanimously 9-0, and the floor is yours.
Wow, this is an incredible honor to be here and to be honored by your own city, right? It's who would have known that two kids from Jersey City would be finding themselves sitting in front of Elton John, bouncing song ideas. Like, what do you think? That's crazy. Like, even when my brother passed, Elton John stopped his show and literally said a speech about my brother and his talent, that's big. That's crazy. So I want to, all glory to God. I want to say that first. I want to say thank you to the council. Thank you for your vote and making it real. Like it's real. Thank you so much. Like my mom is here. My mom, Janice, I want to thank mom because mom, yes, yes. Mom worked like 3 jobs and her 2 kids are doing music and she's coming home and she's tired and she's hearing loud music all night. Like she really sacrificed for it. Ma, I appreciate that. Ma, I have a statement from Prince B's children and his and my sister-in-law couldn't make it, but they gave a statement. They sent me a statement that I want to read. Uh, this is on behalf of Mary Cortez, my sister-in-law, Christian, Brandon, and Mia, Prince B's children. On behalf of Prince B's estate, we wish we could be here in person, but out of town. This means the world to us. B was incredibly proud of his hometown and always maintained his roots here. We always treasure raising our children on Barrow Street, right down the street, y'all. On Barrow Street, memories that I will cherish forever. Thank you sincerely on behalf of Prince B's estate. So I want to give a shout out to the architect of PM Dawn, Prince B. You know, when we sat down as children, he literally was like, what do you want to do in life? Like, what do you want to wear a suit all day or whatever? So we decided to do music because it was so prevalent in our household. My mom playing gospel music and singing, she actually showed us how to write songs and craft melodies. So thank you, Mom, for that too. Because now the world shares what you gave. For real. For real. So I want to thank you all. I want to thank Jersey City because the atmosphere that propelled us to be who we are now is straight from here. And now the world knows it forever and forever. Like it's weird. I found myself when we were working with the Bee Gees, Barry Gibb was like, he just kept saying, you guys, your song crafting is just insane. I'm like, yours is. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is crazy. So we're like, it was just, I pinch myself all the time. And 2 kids from Jersey City made it out and made their mark in the world forever. And I will always be forever grateful to Jersey City for that. I got my wife here, all my kids is here, some of my grandkids is here. You know, my mom is here, I got my two brothers right here. Oh, I'm happier than happy can be. I'm just happy. So if these two want to say something real quick, I'm complete, but I just thank you guys for this wonderful recognition and I will cherish this forever. This is my city. Thank you guys.
Real quick, because I know you guys got business to conduct here. I just want to say congratulations to the other honorees that you guys acknowledged, and also give a shout out to you guys as well. I see some familiar faces up there, Mr. Gilmore. We were peers at Lincoln High School back in the day, so and also a special shout out to Miss Daria Jones. Yeah, so we're all kids from Lincoln, we're all kids from Jersey City, and I just want to thank you guys again for honoring my family.
Yeah, mine's is real quick and brief. I watched my 2 brothers, teenagers at the time, work real hard on music, didn't give up, a lot of challenges around them, dealing with people, dealing with people and jealousy and envy. And they made it. And they knew what they wanted to do since they were teenagers and followed through. Well, thank you.
We did it, y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow.
Another Lincoln High School graduate, by the way.
The next resolution on the agenda is agenda item 10.7, Resolution 26-369, a resolution recognizing Renee Walker for her extraordinary contributions to music, faith-based theater, and community service during Black Music Month 2026. Erica will be reading that into the record.
Honoring Renee Connell Adams Walker. Whereas Renee Walker, a proud native of Jersey City, New Jersey, was born and raised in the city and educated at PS 12, St. Patrick's, Lincoln High School, and where her passion for music and the performing arts began to flourish and laid the foundation for a remarkable career. Whereas from an early age, Renee pursued formal training in violin, piano, drama, musicals, ballet, jazz, dance, and vocal performance, cultivating the exceptional talents that would carry her to stages across the nation and around the world. Renee has made significant contributions in Jersey City's rich musical heritage throughout her association as a member of Something Sweet, backup vocalist for legendary R&B and funk group Kool and the Gang, whose influence continues to resonate around the world, while also performing alongside acclaimed artists including Paul Simon and Donald Malloy, entertaining audiences throughout the United States and internationally in both secular and gospel settings. As a recording artist, Renee released the disco single Dancing in the Street and the gospel album You Are a Shield for Me, demonstrating the versatility of her artistry and her enduring commitment to using music as a source of inspiration, joy, and faith. Her creative vision extended beyond music and through writing, producing, and directing the award-winning gospel play, The Candle Party, earning the prestigious Lorraine Hansberry Award and showcasing her ability to tell stories that uplift communities while exploring themes of redemption, perseverance, and hope. Renee's distinguished performing career also included acclaimed theatrical productions, television appearances, and screen performances, including a Delco Award-nominated role in Alive 55 Plus and Kickin', appearances on Power Book 3, Raising Canaan, and Let the Right One In, and continued work as an actress in screenwriting, student dedication to honoring and continued work as an actress and screenwriting student dedicated to honoring her craft. In addition to her artistic accomplishments, Renee faithfully served the children and families of Jersey City through Jersey City Public Schools for 41 years before retiring as an administrative analyst, while also contributing to the community as choir director at Christ the King Church and co-host of the former Jersey City cable television program, Cable Beat. We need to bring that back. Renee continues to share her love of music as lead singer of the female vocal group Leprine and remains an active member of distinguished professional organizations, including BMI, Actors Equity Association, and SAG-AFTRA, reflecting a lifelong dedication to artistic excellence and professionalism achievement. Through her accomplishments as vocalist, playwright, actress, educator, public servant, and proud daughter of Jersey City, Renee Walker exemplifies the spirit of Black Music Month and serves as an inspiration to aspiring artists and future generations throughout her community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City hereby honors Renee Walker in celebration of Black Music Month and extends its sincere gratitude for her outstanding contributions to music, theater, education, and public service, recognizing her enduring legacy as an artist whose work has brought distinction to Jersey City and enriched the cultural fabric of our nation.
With regard to agenda item 10.7, resolution 26-369, council members, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye, congratulations.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye, congratulations.
Councilperson Efros.
Thank you so much. Aye, congrats.
Councilperson Little.
Aye, congratulations.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Ms. Walker, I just want to say congratulations. Thank you for your contribution to music, and thank you for putting on for Jersey City. I probably vote aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
I would like to say thank you for your contributions. It's great that I get to vote on a fellow alumni from Julia A. Barnes. which is great. Cool in the Gang, everybody, you worked with a lot, you helped a lot of people. So I will kindly vote aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Yeah, Ms. Walker, congratulations and thank you for all of your contributions. I'm proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Oh, she stepped away.
Oh, okay, sorry. She stepped away. And Council President Ridley.
Turn my mic on. I want to say congratulations. Thank you for your contributions to the music world, and I proudly vote aye.
Resolution 26-369 passes 8-0 unanimously, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Of course, first I have to thank God for the gifts that he's given me that I do not take lightly. And thank you to Ward F Councilman Frank Gilman. I'm from Ward F. My mother was committee woman in Ward F for many, many years. But a long time ago, her name was Shirley Connell. And I thank Erica Walker, my niece, and the city of Jersey City for this recognition today. And congratulations to all of the honorees. I am humbled to be honored alongside all of you. Jersey City is a connectional city. We're all connected, and I'm connected to Toddy and Daria and Winard, and I had the pleasure of meeting Jared today. So congratulations. I'm just humbled to be in the same room with you and receiving recognition at the same time as all of you. And like I said, Jersey City is a connected kind of city. We're all connected to each other. And everybody knows everybody. And if they don't know you, they know somebody that knows you. And Jersey City extends far beyond Jersey City. Because yes, I started out with Kool and the Gang right on Grand Street. We used to rehearse upstairs from the Junction Lounge. Some of you may be too young to remember the Junction Lounge, but right on Grand Street. And I've traveled all over the world, and almost everywhere I go, I run into somebody from Jersey City, no matter where I go, and it's amazing. So I'm proud to say that, yes, I grew up here. I went to school here. I got married here. I had my children here. I worked here for 41 years for the Board of Education. And anything that I've achieved in my lifetime is because I'm a product of Jersey City. And I thank you.
And lastly, we have agenda item 10.8, resolution 26-370, a resolution recognizing Charlene Toddy Cox-Sheriff for her music journalism, preservation of Black music history, community service, and education during Black Music Month. And Erica Walker will be reading that into the record.
Charlene Toddy Cox-Sharif, a proud Jersey City educator, journalist, and community advocate, has devoted decades of service to documenting and celebrating the achievements of Black artists whose work has shaped the cultural identity of a nation. As a freelance writer and member of the press for Kool and the Gang from 1969 through 2023, Toddy has helped preserve the remarkable history of one of Jersey City's most influential music groups, ensuring that future generations understand and appreciate the global impact of their contributions to R&B, funk, and popular music. Her published works chronicling the stories and achievements of Kool and the Gang have appeared in the publications including the Jersey Journal and NJ.com, while her broader body of work has highlighted the lives and careers of distinguished artists such as Richard Pryor, Roy Ayers, the brothers Johnson, Gladys Knight and the Pips, Glenn Thurman, Theodis Tremble, and others. Toddy played an instrumental role through the Community Friends Organization in coordinating the historic recognition of Kool and the Gang and Wanda Hayes by Mayor Anthony Cucci, during which Kool and the Gang received their first key to the city of Jersey City, celebrating their extraordinary contributions to music and hometown pride. Toddy's commitment to education has been equally impactful, having served as a special education instructor within Jersey City Public Schools District for 21 years, inspiring and empowering countless students through her dedication to learning and service. A graduate of New Jersey City University, where she earned degrees in media arts and special education, Toddy has successfully combined her passions for journalism, education, and community engagement throughout her distinguished career. Her service to the community extends beyond the classroom through her work mentoring scholarship recipients, supporting youth initiatives, participating in food pantry outreach efforts, and collaborating with organizations dedicated to uplifting the next generation of leaders. Toddy's contributions have been recognized through numerous honors, including a letter of recognition from the First Lady Michelle Obama, a letter of appreciation from President Jimmy Carter, and the Reverend Elijah Hendon Memorial Teachers Award, reflecting a lifetime of service and commitment to others. Through her tireless efforts to document Black musical history, elevate the stories of legendary performers, support educational opportunities, and strengthen the Jersey City community, Toddy embodies the spirit of Black Music Month and the enduring power of preserving our collective cultural legacy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on this 24th day of June 2026, the Jersey City Municipal Council hereby honors Charlene Toddy Cox Sharif in celebration of Black Music Month for her outstanding contributions as a music journalist, educator, historian, and community advocate, and for her unwavering dedication to preserving and promoting Jersey City's rich musical heritage.
With regard to agenda item 10.8, resolution 26-370, council members, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Congratulations, I vote aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Vote aye. Thank you to Councilman Gilmore's office and mostly to Erica and your staff for doing all the work. No, I'm kidding. Congratulations to Frank for and your office for a wonderful presentation today.
Councilperson Efros.
Proud to vote aye on this and all of the honorees tonight. Congratulations to you.
Councilperson Little.
Hi, congratulations.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Thank you so much, Charlene, for your contribution. For me, when it comes to, just acknowledging heritage and contribution and representing the diversification of Jersey City is truly, this site what we're going to talk about later, but at this junction, this is a great time to just honor the legacy and the contribution to so many of our beautiful Jersey City residents. I probably vote aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Hey, Aunt Toddy. Just celebrating our residents who we look at them, we just see ordinary people, everyday people, family, and not taking into account how accomplished they are. We take that for granted. And, I think it's great what Councilman Gilmore and his office put together this evening, celebrating the rich heritage and culture in our communities. So I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Ms. Cox Sharif, thank you for preserving the Jersey City's history and the amazing Kool and the Gang. So thank you for all that you do to continue to keep Jersey City's musical legacy alive. I vote aye proudly. Thank you.
Councilperson Singh.
Congratulations, and I vote aye.
And Council President Ridley.
I vote aye. Thank you for your contribution We're honored to recognize you during Black Music Month. Congratulations.
Agenda item 10.8, resolution 26-370 is approved unanimously 9-0.
Thank you. I didn't come with a prepared speech. Imagine that. But as I look around the room and I see those that grew up from children now sitting on your committee, I see the picture of Anna Cucci on the wall, and she's one of my greatest inspirations. I am happy that I'm one of 3 educators in Jersey City that got a letter from First Lady Michelle Obama. That brings my respect to my city. Born and raised here, even though I traveled all the way South Africa, Woolnagang, and it's been mentioned, I am that associate writer who's always been there. We started out as 13-year-old young teenagers, but we've done so many things. And I would like to definitely thank Miss Walker because she tried her best. And I'm going to say it again. She tried her best to get Mr. Robert Bell here from Kool and the Gang, but his schedule didn't allow it. But we are working on next year to bring him to these council chambers. Getting them the first key to the city was an honor, and that's all due to Miss Anna Cucci. I started out in 29 school, went to 14 school, went to Snyder High School, Jersey City State College, and then on the road and toured the world. But there's no place like home. No matter where you go, there's no place like home. Mr. Brunson had the museum, or has the museum on Kennedy Boulevard, and I was the youngest person on his staff. And I had the honor of introducing the princess, first one coming to Jersey City, and I had to learn her name. And I'll say it in these chambers. Her name is Princess Elizabeth Bagea Nyabango from Tura, Uganda. Because by taking a whole week to pronounce her name and then being able to introduce her, it let me know how people felt about Queen Elizabeth. I had that feeling. And for each one of you here, I thank you, I respect you, and I say, my camera has changed. My tape recorder has changed, but my ink pen stays the same. Thank you.
Councilperson Singh, if I could just get your vote on agenda item 10.7, resolution 26-369.
I vote aye. Thanks, John.
Okay, sure. Okay, council members, do we want to
John,
photographs now or?
we have one request from Councilman Brooks. This is not a ceremonial resolution, but there are some members of the public here. Councilman Brooks is going to say a few words on behalf of that resolution. And if you are here regarding that resolution, you can also come up and have a picture with the council as we take pictures with our honorees.
Deferral.
No, we're not voting.
We're not voting.
So just wanted to speak briefly on item 10.59, which is a resolution recognizing childcare as an essential public infrastructure and calling for the full funding, reopening, and expansion of the New Jersey Child Care Assistance Program. One of the first calls our office got was a city employee, a single mom, behind on her rent, struggling to pay for childcare. This is in support of state legislation that would expand childcare access
to probably hundreds, if not thousands of Jersey City families. So this is in support of state legislation. And I do ask, for the support of my colleagues when we get to that point in the agenda. So thank you, Madam President, for allowing me to say a few words.
Okay, and now if our honorees would like to begin to gather, we'll go in the order that they were honored. The council will come down to the front and we will take a photo with all of you. If there are any family members who would like to join the photo with them, please feel free.
Over.
Yes, right.
Hondo got it. Who is next? 10.3? Erica. Oh, Daria, come on. Let Rolando get next to him. Going. Let Rolando get next to him. Going.
Get the kids. Kids are talking to Denise, you gotta fix it. All right, that's everybody, right? Yeah, let me get out of here.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, he's there now.
Okay. I'm gonna, I'm I'm gonna ask that everybody please quiet down and exit the council chambers if you're exiting quietly. We have a lot of agenda to get through, and we are about to start the business of the night.
MAMTA. Yeah. All right, what's on it?
MAMTA.
MAMTA.
Okay, for the folks leaving, please make your exit quietly. We're going to be moving on to the agenda. Next agenda item.
Nothing.
We had a couple of bio breaks.
Okay, well, they'll catch up when they get back.
Are you so sweet?
Oh, one of these. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Come on.
All right, okay.
Could the council members start making their way back to their seats?
Can we have all council members back to the dais? Councilwoman Singh, after you get your autographs.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You know, the more famous you are, the more kind you are, I feel, right?
We're good.
Yes, for real. For real.
It's not always.
Okay, that's all right. We'll start. Yep, start reading. We're gonna ask that
Okay.
you close the door in the back, close the door in the back.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving on to consideration of the first reading ordinances, whose titles I will now read into the record. Agenda item 3.1, ordinance 26-049, an ordinance adopting amendments to the Jackson Hill redevelopment plan regarding the expansion of the transit proximity bonus. Agenda item 3.2, ordinance 25-050, an ordinance amending chapter 31, Environmental Commission, and establishing Article 2, Environmental Justice Task Force, to enable the municipality to take further actions toward environmental justice. Agenda item 3.3, ordinance 26-051, an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City, amending Chapter 160, fees and charges, with any associated chapters for fees. Agenda item 3.4, ordinance 26-052, an ordinance amending Chapter 122, Section 4, regarding the required bonds for special event permits. Agenda item 3.5, ordinance 26-053, An ordinance amending Chapter 160, Section 1, regarding reduced license fees for nonprofit organizations. Agenda item 3.6, ordinance 26-054, an ordinance repealing Chapter 304, taxation, Article 10, medical cannabis transfer tax in its entirety. Agenda item 3.7, ordinance 26-055, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, vehicles and traffic, Article 2, traffic regulations, amending Section 332-9, stop intersections, to designate various intersections into multi-way stop intersections. And lastly, agenda item 3.8, ordinance 26-056, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, vehicles and traffic, Article 9, parking for the disabled of the Jersey City Code, designated a reserved parking space at various locations throughout the city. Council members, I'm going to be taking a vote to introduce agenda items 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, and 3.8.
And
To introduce these ordinances.
One second. I'm just going to ask that we quiet down in the chambers so that the council can hear, so that we can get through the business of the agenda. Go ahead, John.
Okay. To introduce these ordinances, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye for introduction on all.
Councilperson Zupa.
All right, for introduction, I just want to note on the reserve parking that thank you for your patience. The committee meets essentially weekly now to go through the backlog. It consists of myself, Councilman Brooks as chair, and Councilman Gilmore. So thank you for your patience.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye for introduction on all.
Councilperson Little.
Aye for introduction on all.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Griffin.
So with the Jackson Hill redevelopment plan, if that needs to be extended from, if someone is out, like, let's say 200 feet outside of this, would they need a variance, or would we need to open this up if we wanted to get density for affordable housing?
You're asking if it goes beyond what's already being designated in the ordinance?
Sorry?
You're asking if it would go beyond what's already being extended in the ordinance?
If we're looking to build affordable housing 2 blocks away from the 1,750 feet, would we need a variance, or will this have to be opened up again?
I believe you have to open this up again.
Okay, thank you. Aye for all.
Well, Councilperson Navarro.
Yeah, I just want to draw everyone's attention to ordinance 26-054. That's an ordinance regarding the cannabis transfer tax. So everyone in this room is here. A lot of people are in this room because of taxes and the potential tax increase that's looming here in Jersey City. Several months ago, and I want to thank the Corporation Council, when the subject of cannabis revenues and taxes was on the agenda, previous agenda, I asked to see if these monies that the city receives, cannabis revenues, tax revenue, whether it could be directed and diverted to the general operating budget. And so this ordinance that's being introduced tonight does something about our tax situation. It doesn't solve it, not by a long shot. It frees up over $1 million in cannabis tax revenue and directs it to our general operating budget. Dollars that will help close our deficit without raising taxpayers, taxes on our Jersey City residents. We are in a budget crisis, and we owe it to the people of Jersey City to think creatively, to think out of the box and think differently, and turn over every stone before we ever ask taxpayers to pay more. This ordinance turns over. Thank you. This ordinance turns over one of those stones. I ask my colleagues to thank you for the introduction and hope that you will pass this on second reading. Again, it's only a little over $1 million, but every dollar makes a difference. And I tell everybody here, as well as the public at large, that I intend to keep turning over every stone until we've exhausted every single option available to us. I vote aye on all.
Councilperson Singh,
I vote aye on all. For 3.4 and 3.5, if my council colleagues have any question, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
and Council President Ridley.
Aye for introduction.
Agenda items 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, and 3.8 have all been introduced unanimously, 9-0. We will now be moving on to our second reading ordinances. Madam Council President, I understand you wish to make a motion to carry agenda items 4.8, 4.11, 4.13, and 4.14 to the July 15th council meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct. Motion to carry before the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, so that motion made by Ridley, seconded by Councilperson Gilmore. Okay, so on the motion to carry agenda items 4.8, 4.11, 4.13, and 4.14 to the July 15th council meeting, how do you vote, Councilperson Brooks?
Aye to carry all.
Councilperson Zupa?
Aye to all, carry all.
Councilperson Efros?
Aye to carry these items.
Councilperson Little?
Just for clarification, we're carrying 4.15 too? 0.15, I believe.
11, 13, and 14.
4.2.
Okay, I misheard you, John.
That's okay.
Okay, because I was, okay. Aye, thank you.
Okay. Councilperson Gilmore?
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin?
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro?
Aye.
Councilperson Singh?
Aye.
And Council President Ridley?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously 9-0. Agenda items 4.8, 4.11, 4.13, and 4.14 will be carried to the July 15th council meeting. With regard to the remaining second reading ordinances, members of the public, please be advised that there will be a public hearing on every one. Anyone wishing to speak on an ordinance may do so, and each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the council, but their remarks must be limited to the ordinance that is under consideration. We will be going in order, so if you wish to speak, please line up behind the podium and wait to be called. If the council members don't see anyone lined up, they will assume that no one wants to speak, and they'll make a motion to close the public hearing, so don't be bashful. That said, the first agenda item is agenda item 4.1, ordinance 26-033, an ordinance to exceed the calendar year 2026 municipal budget appropriation limits and establish a cap bank pursuant to NJSA 40A:4-45.14. We'll be having a public hearing on this ordinance. Anyone wishing to speak? And I do see we have Yvonne, but I'm going to ask her to say that into the record. Your name, ma'am?
Yvonne Bolster. I understand that the caps are usually like 2%. So I would like to know, we're going to exceed the caps on certain areas. How much will we receive the caps? Because that will also increase our budget. Because could someone give me the information, please? The caps that are being exceeded, by what margin? A business administrator here? Someone
Can
give
we
me information?
speak to the cap, or can we explain 4.1 for the public?
Yeah, this just allows us to exceed the cap bank. It doesn't necessarily exceed it. It just allows us to, if we were to need to, for the budget adoption.
But I'm asking for how much. I understand about the caps. I've been going to meetings since the 1970s. I understand that. How much are we exceeding the caps is my question.
There is no set amount at this time. We're voting to give us the ability to exceed it, but they don't have a set amount.
So we could have a budget that's even larger than we expect to have because you're exceeding the caps right now with no cap on these caps, what I'm trying to say. I mean, the public should be aware of what's going on, what I'm trying to say. You can't vote on something and say, we're going to exceed something without giving the public a parameter, because it's going to be on my tax bill according to the assessment of my property and everyone else here. So, you know, when you do something like this, at least be a little more forthcoming. That's all I'm trying to say.
I think,
I know what the caps are.
Wait, let's let Ms. Balser finish her time before we cut her off.
I understand that there's things in the caps and things outside the caps. So what exactly are you going to exceed that is outside the caps exactly? What are you going to, what is outside the caps you plan on raising? Someone tell me.
Mr. Vaughn, thank you for raising this. Just to clarify, it's increasing by 3.5%.
Okay, that's
Instead of the increase
Thank you
by-
very much.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
what you're it's increasing it by. And what are you increasing? Like, what are you increasing outside the caps? Because I know there's certain things you can't, touch. I am aware of that. Well, what areas are you going to increase outside the caps?
If the BA or the council can correct me, but this is a general increase in the budget possibility and the possibility of the extent of the budget instead of the cap amount of increasing it by 2% overall. Hypothetically, it would hypothetically be able to be increased by 3.5% overall. So it does not get into any specific.
Doesn't get specific because I do know there's certain things you cannot increase that I'm aware of. But I think, this information should be in the ordinance. That's all I'm asking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yvonne.
Please state your name for the record.
Jean Daly. Jeanne. Daly is Daly. Oh, good evening. Yeah, I'm a little late on this about the caps and stuff because I'm not too familiar with it. But my understanding is obviously you're going to go over the budget, and apparently it's limited right now to that 3 point some odd % that you had mentioned. Is that correct?
Normally, year after year, it could only go up by 2%.
Correct.
With this resolution, pursuant to New Jersey state law, we are able to raise it the last year's budget to this year's budget size by 3.5%, no more than that.
Okay. So for example, next year though, are you just going to automatically take the allowable increase, or does it have to go through the council again? If you want next year, you're already taking this. What about next year? Does it have to go in front of the council again, or are you just automatically going to just keep on rolling that number higher, 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 and exceed the budget more and more and more?
I think if these are some great questions. If the administration can just explain as it relates to the increase, as I understand it, it's done yearly. It's an annual cap that you look to either exceed or stay within. So if the administration can just, numbers aren't finalized, but in light of the community concerns and all of this stuff going on as it relates to these increases, if they can just, in simplest terms, explain the increase of the cap, the purpose of it, and I guess divulge as much information as possible.
Yeah, so this is an annual thing that the council votes on. Generally, it's capped at 2%. We're allowed to increase it. This is not the tax levy or anything related to the tax levy. This is about spending for the budget. So if necessary, because of the expenses that we inherited from the last administration and what we'd have to do in this budget, it allows us to spend over.
Peter, switch to the other mic for me. That one sounds like you're underwater.
Feels like it sometimes, Councilperson. This allows us to go beyond the 2% for the operating expenses, not the tax levy, but because the amount of money in the debt we inherited, everything from last year, if we have to spend more, this allows us to go over that normal 2%.
Oh, you can put the clock back on. Yeah, I appreciate you holding the clock. That still doesn't quite answer the question as to next year, is this going to come before the council? Is this an automatic thing that comes up like?
No, it's annual. We vote on it
Every year. Okay.
Yes.
So this year is this. Okay. Is there a point in time that you could say, for hypothetically, if you're allowed, say 2%, whatever it is next year, you would actually choose to go less than that and actually give us a defined number, the percentage, and what that means financially, dollar signs? Is that possible?
Yeah, my understanding, I think this sounds like the budget hearing process where we work through the actual budget that will get introduced and then voted on
I understand.
this summer. In terms of next year, I think, and even this year, it's possible that we have less than a 2% increase in budget size, but only up to a 3.5%.
Okay.
That could be inclusive of the spending the state aid that
Correct.
we get. We're
All right,
spending
thank
other
you very
kind of
much.
grant monies.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. I'd just like to remind everyone that, the public speaking portion is not a back and forth between the council and the public, but I know we are here to make sure that we give residents as much information as possible. So I've asked that the speakers be given their allotted time of 3 minutes to speak. And if there's something that we want to respond to, we let them finish their statements first. And then if there is something you would like to respond to, we respond then, so we won't stop their time or interrupt their time.
Apologies, Council President.
That's okay.
Please just state your name.
Yes, my name is Vita Green Wheatley, and
Could you spell that? I'm sorry. For the court reporter, she needs to.
what is it that you?
Spell your name, please, just for the.
Yes, VITA GREENE WHEATLEY. Okay, yes, I'm here. I just wanted to talk about the tax increase, and I know that you had mentioned something about extending the budget, and we need to make Jersey City affordable, and we need to maintain that integrity, because there are people that have lived here for years. There are seniors that have homes here and that have lived here, and houses that have been passed on from generation to generation. And we need to have that. We need to be motivated in that direction also. And we need to have more creative spending. We need to put an agenda together where there's a focus group where ordinary people get together and they are discussing how to spend. When people have massive salaries, there's so much that could be done. I know they have responsibilities, but we need to include more AI in some of these expenditures and these analyses. We had something about, I was at a meeting and they were talking about rendering, and it was like $100,000 for a render. And I said, wow, you could get AI and that's like $10 a month. So you have various ways that we could approach a budget. And I'm sure that could be so much more included in it if you're looking at creative spending. And we have to be more creative in the way that we spend. And that's what I want to tell you all, that we do not need to raise those taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next speaker, I just want to remind the public that we need to stick to the ordinance that we're on. We are on ordinance 4.1. And this is an ordinance to exceed the calendar year 2026 municipal budget appropriation limits. So while it is budget related, this is not a ordinance for the tax increase. So I ask that we stick to the ordinance that we are on at that time. Okay, motion.
Motion, oh,
Hold
on, wait.
Motion to close the public hearing made by Ridley.
No, 1 second, John.
If you guys are going to speak, can you please
line up.
line up so they can acknowledge that you're going to speak? Because we don't want to cut anybody off, but we do want to make sure we have enough time to get the city business done.
Okay.
Your name, sir?
Salvatore Pecoraro,
Can you spell that for the court reporter?
Salvatore, Pecoraro, Pecoraro. There should be no need to increase the city budget. It's already, I've been trying to take a look at the information that's been provided. It seems as though there's very little information provided, even in a report that the mayor released a couple months ago. There's not enough detail. One specific item I found is that there's and I could be misreading this, but this is how I interpret it as it was reported, is that there's an average of $50,000 in healthcare costs for families that are for the cost of families under the healthcare that's provided. And maybe 10,000 for an individual and up to 50,000 a person. So healthcare costs are out of control, and honestly, when Democrats run a city, there's never going to be enough money. right, you're always going to want to see increases. When Governor McGreevey was running, he advocated a zero base accounting. And so a budget should never be increased based on previous spending. I have lots of friends who have worked, who work at the government, and a lot of government employees and agencies always rely on assuming that they can get more money. And if they don't need the money, they have to imagine and pretend to use what they use. So the issue is not a income problem, it's a spending problem. And so they should. I don't, and I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether there are tax abatements or not. The city makes enough money, and you should only be spending what you're taking in. We've already gone through 50, 60, 70% increases in the past 10 years. And as I look forward to the next 10, 20, 30 years, I'm looking at a city whose budget is under control. If you cannot operate the city under budget, then we should go bankrupt. Go bankrupt and start from zero. You have the authority to go bankrupt. And if you need more laws to adjust spending, we can ask for those laws or even investigate those laws. There's no reason to increase spending. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, this is a public hearing on ordinance 4.1. An ordinance to exceed the calendar year 2026 municipal budget appropriation limits and establish a cap bank.
Hi, I'm Jason Berg. Haven't been here in about 6 years. The thing about caps, they have a tendency to get lost. I've given this council over the years opportunities to make capital, like recycling, being smart. The real problem is when it comes to smarts, it's found in the toilet. I've given an example. You can make energy out of anything. You want to cut your cost? Look at your energy costs. There are many ways to cut your costs. There's two things that really kill any institution. It's employees and its cost of its insurance. The most important thing, you want to keep the cost down? Health is the most important thing. And being healthy is doing things that will preserve your income. Right now, we lose thousands of dollars every time a recycling day comes along. We have individuals coming around in Mercedes-Benz taking our recyclables. Now, back in the 90s, I tried to get the senator in Jersey City to do a recycling thing where you have like New York City.
Jason, we need you to stay on topic. We need you to stay to the establishment of a cap.
The cap. If you want to get the cap taken care of, look at ways you can fill it up. Remember, a net is only good as the holes are thick or thin. You lose what you got if you don't call the net in, and you're losing it. You have to be, either think about the box, look the box. Be smart. Use, as someone said, use AI. I've done research on topics of energy even before AI came in. And the real thing is, we can do better if we are smart what we do. I'm not asking you to be miracle workers. I'm just asking you to be smart working with the community. Without the community, there is nothing. Apathy is created when there's alienation among the council. As much as you think you are doing bad, your best, you're not. Because who's pulling the trigger? Who's pulling the strings? Are you independent minded or are you grounded by a slug? Thank you.
Ma'am, are you looking to speak?
Again, ordinance 4.1. If this is in regards to tax increase or general budget, I'm going to ask that you speak during the public speaking portion. We are speaking on ordinance 4.1.
Just state and spell your name.
Yeah, sure. Aida Mescal, AIDA, last name MESKEL. I know we're not voting on the budget tonight, but tied to 4.1, we are effectively asking to increase the cap so we can spend more money. And at some point, that money has to be paid back, which will inherently go into paying your taxes. So while the reality is we may have to increase the cap because we have to pay bills, it is really important that we understand to what amount specifically and scrutinize that number. Because if we keep doing this where we're passing the buck, we will never get to the point where you guys have really taken a hard position, which is probably the correct one, that we need to correct the budget. So that means numbers should be scrutinized so we know the exact amount that a cap needs to be increased to so that it's not exceeding and it's not open-ended. I think that's important because they are directly linked to what your tax payment will be.
Thank you.
Okay. Council President, may I just point to the ordain clause, because I appreciate the desire for scrutiny here and the desire for precision. The increase of 3.5% would amount to an increase of $20,840,802.24. That's the maximum amount that this year's budget would be able to be higher by as compared to last year's budget. So I just want to state that for the record. Thank you all for the questions here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christine with the CH. My last name is Hoy, H-U-I.
Christine, you can pull the mic up a little bit if you need to.
So in tying to 4.1, I looked at the 2024 audit report because the 2025 was not available yet. The first material finding from the 2024 audit report is over expenditures, which I would like to point out that Mayor Solomon did also sign off on the report. There were planned actions to address this finding. The first one being to strengthen budgetary controls. The second to be adjust appropriation reserves appropriately. Third, timely transfers and emergency appropriations. Review and process any necessary budget transfers or emergency appropriations before year end to address shortfalls in key areas like employee health insurance. There's also a lack of training and oversight. So the plan there was to provide training to department heads and budget officers, and then also to implement automated monitoring tools. The anticipated completion date per the report is December 31st, 2025. So now that we're halfway through the year, I was wondering if there's any response or updates on the remediation efforts, because this is directly linked to the municipal budget appropriation limits. And also, if there isn't, can we expect this to be off the report once the 2025 one is published? I believe this is a root cause of many of these issues and need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. There are any more speakers? We're going to ask that you line up behind this young lady so that we know who's next, so we'll know when to close. I'll let Mayor Solomon has something to say in response to the last speaker.
Sure, will speak a little bit before public speaking and give some more context there. But just the person who asked the question has some more time, so I thought I could
Get that other mic, Mayor.
I thought I could briefly answer in her final minute, so appreciate you flagging that question. So what you're referring to found was the prior administration, would take health insurance, would budget $150 million for health insurance. And then at the end of the year, they would spend above that number. So they would spend 150, they would budget 150, but then they would spend 180. And then the $30 million is an over expenditure. That often happened with our police department as well. So it would budget for a certain amount for overtime and then you'd overexpend. So what our finance director has done is he's taken each one of those audit findings and he is working on basically a plan to make sure that doesn't happen. For over expenditures, the obvious way you stop that is you basically do a monthly report compared to what you've spent versus what you've budgeted. It's
Mayor, could you use the good mic, please? We can't.
Sure. We already switched both mics. Mayor, if you don't mind, can you go to the podium? We're having technical difficulties
Yeah,
tonight.
but we'll see if we can get better mics before the future. But
It's not in the budget.
it's not so much, but thank you. All righty, I appreciate that. So apologize. I'll start over. So thank you, Ms. Hugh, for bringing that up. So just briefly to explain what that is, the audit finding, the prior administration would budget a certain amount and then they'd spend more. So they budgeted, say, 150 million for healthcare, but then spent 180, or they'd budget 8 million for police overtime, but then they'd spend 12 or 13 or 14. And then what happens is that money you have to pay back the next year. So part of what this budget is, and I'll talk more, but we're paying back all of those over expenditures from the prior year and the prior years, plural. What you do now to address the audit finding is our finance director has gone finding by finding, including that one, and put in structures to stop that from happening. So in this case, you're basically talking about a simple report. It's called a variance report. So every month you basically say, how much did we budget? How much did we spend? And if you're over, then you have to take actions to prevent an over expenditure at the end. So when you ask will be reported, so next year in the the audit of 2025, yes, it will be reported because that covers last year, the prior administration. But what we are committed to doing is when you get your 2026 audit, that finding won't be repeated and there won't be over expenditures. We will basically spend according to what the budget allows us to spend. So hopefully that answers the question there for the appropriation.
Thank you.
My name is Sarah Bernal.
Could you spell that real quick?
Bernal, last name Bernal. So good evening, Mayor and council members. This is a little bit of a difficult topic to actually discuss. So I'm a little bit baffled. I don't quite understand the math, but I'm a little bit taken back that the simple questions the public had about the budget cap being 3.5% and the actual budget, it was kind of not clear to the council members. And so it kind of brings me up here to say that I am deeply concerned about the direction of our city's finances and the growing burden being placed on Jersey City residents, property owners, and small businesses. We are being told that the city is facing significant budget challenges, like you explained, Mayor. I just think that we don't have the transparency of what that budget is. So, because math is not a stronghold for everyone, we want to have it explained. So we have to absorb substantial property tax increase. While I understand that even with this cap that we're trying to vote on tonight, that difficult financial decisions sometimes has to be made, taxpayers deserve the transparency, accountability, and a clear explanation before being asked to pay more or increase a cap when we should be managing our current budget. Many families are already struggling with rising housing costs, the inflation, insurance, utilities, and everyday expenses. Small businesses continue to face increasing operation costs. Every additional tax increase or budget cap for next year to, I guess, itemize and approve the overspending, from my understanding from tonight, makes Jersey City less affordable and places a greater burden on homeowners, renters, seniors, veterans, and working families. What concerns me most is the city's approach to fiscal responsibility. If we are facing a significant budget deficit, why did we even vote on, and I understand that some of you abstained from voting for this, to increase senior officials' salary? Residents are being asked to tighten their belts. Why City Hall? And this is not a blow. It's just we're increasing, but we need to manage what we have. Residents are being asked to tighten their belts while City Hall appears willing to increase its own cost. Before asking taxpayers to sacrifice more, the administration should explain why these increases were prioritized during a period of fiscal stress, which you did just now, but I think we need to know more of it. I also have a fundamental question regarding the proposed increase of the budget cap. If the city is already struggling to balance its budget, how can the council justify expanding its spending authority? Residents are expected to live within their means, and they expect their government to do the same. Before increasing the budget cap or approving additional tax.
Ma'am, your 3 minutes is up.
The city should demonstrate that every reasonable cost saving.
Ma'am, your 3 minutes is up.
Unnecessary background has been reduced and essential
You're-
services has been prioritized.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you very much. We can't allow you to go past the 3 minutes. We have to stick to it. We don't allow anybody to go past it, okay? But you're welcome to come back and speak again during public speaking if you're on the
Thank you
list.
so much
okay?
for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to explain something on the budget cap, just to hopefully, I think will be helpful. And again, I'm trying not to speak for the most part for the meeting, but I do think it'll be important for what we're doing. So we have not introduced the budget yet because we don't know how much money we're getting from Trenton. We're obviously asking for 120 million, but until Trenton passes their budget, we don't know what we're getting. And it's impossible for us to develop a budget and introduce it without knowing what that number is. So I understand and completely respect the request for, hey, we haven't been able, you're asking for this tax increase, but you haven't been able to explain to us what the budget even looks like. It's totally fair. We are in a really tough spot when it comes to being unable to anticipate what Trenton gives us, but also having to move forward quickly on this third quarter because we don't want the entire burden to fall in the fourth quarter, which is very difficult. But when it comes to the appropriation cap, it was a little bit what Ms. Hugh mentioned earlier, which is we have to pay back all of these bills from last year. So those get put on the budget, so you have to pay more this year. So that's why we are asking and have to increase the appropriation cap. When we introduce our budget, we have a draft that we're waiting for Trenton to provide for us. We have compared it to the prior budget. When you take out the credit card bills, so you take out the $110 million we have to pay from bills from last year and the years before, we are introducing a budget that cuts spending by at least 16 million. It will probably be significantly more than 16 million. So the budget will have a significantly lower appropriation than last year. What will increase it, and what you'll say why we put this ordinance forward, is paying back all of the bills. So we have to pay $110 million of bills the prior administration put on the budget. So that just hopefully explains the appropriation cap, that this is not a request to authorize the city to spend more on government services. It is an authorization that we have to pay back bills, and that requires the appropriation to increase. But on a apples to apples comparison, our budget is cutting spending from last year's budget. So I just want to hopefully get just that context of where we're at and why this is before the council.
Am you looking to speak?
Bring the mic to you, Karen.
Good?
Yes.
All right. My name is Heron Fontanet, spelled Herrrin, Fontanet, Fontettete. From Ward F, Councilman Gilmore, looking at you. So with regard to this ordinance, I just had a clarifying question. How would the city establish a cap bank? And once it is established, how can equitable city spending be ensured?
That's your only question? I don't want to interrupt your time.
That's my only
Okay.
Okay, so how, say that again, young lady?
Yes, so how will a cap bank be established? And then as a result of that, how will equitable spending be ensured by the city?
So we'll have our BA, please, or explain to the public how we establish our cap bank.
So there's always a cap bank. You can go up to 2% by statute. If we're going to exceed that, then we need to bring this before council to have the council approve it. The council has read the memo that's in the, attached ordinance. So I know the council is aware of what's going on here and has reviewed it thoroughly. Again, as the mayor indicated, because of the prior expenses or lack of properly budgeting, we have to be prepared going in the future that we may have to cover bills that came from last year. So this is just giving us the tools and giving the council tools that you guys would need when we do introduce the budget to potentially address any problems that were raised by the previous administration.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There's anyone else that would like to speak, we ask that you please line up behind Charlene.
Good evening, council. I would just like to say that when the budget.
Your state and spell your name.
Oh, Charlene Burke. And spell it? CharleneBurke. Good evening, council. Good evening, mayor. I would like to make a request that when any of our budget issues, whether this ordinance or any of our resolutions, and we have public speaking, such as the special meeting next week, that you remove the 3-minute time frame. It's a big issue. We need to say our piece. Some people come up here with very educated comments or questions, and you need to hear them. We all need to hear them. And I really take it as an offense that when it's a big issue like that you keep democracy contained to 3 minutes. So really decide differently and take it off. Thank you.
Charlene,
Just for the record, when we do have public speaking on the budget, the limit, I believe, is 5. It's not 3. So just to be clear.
Charlene, also, I mean, I get it, I understand your frustration because these are some really important matters. It's life and death at this point. So, I mean, I would urge you, and that's the reason why we do the Saturday caucus, right? Because as council members, we want to be as entrenched with the constituency as possible. So I know for Ward F, we always encourage people to bring their concerns so I can be their voice, because the system is what it is. So being that we know the rules, how do we maximize the representation with the set of rules that's there? I don't want that the set of rules to be a deterrent from people coming out and being able to articulate themselves. So I would encourage everyone, whatever ward you in, to reach out to your council members, reach out to at-large council members, and you're welcome to attend the Ward F Community Caucus for this very reason.
Sir, you're looking to speak?
Karen. It seems that the budget has a shortfall and the administration is coming to the constituents to close that budget. I'm in the category of people of a fixed income. Fixed income just means just that. Or food went up, healthcare went up, taxes gonna go up, gas went up. I want to bring up this lowest common denominator. If you meet the shortfall and the budget becomes doable, the question is, wasn't it for me or wasn't it for the constituents? Meaning that if it goes beyond, are they going to give us a budget cut or a tax cut at some point? And if they don't, are they going to come back again to us and ask us for more money or to be a more of assistance? You see, as I just stated, everything keep raising. If you have a steady fixed income, that's what it is. You don't get any more money. If everything keep rising, how are you going to meet your shortfall if you're assisting the city to make their shortfall? See, one lady said that she bought a house in Jersey City 6 years ago. Her taxes went up 85% in 6 years. Mine went up 500% in the last 20, 30 years. So I don't get a tax break or a tax cut. I keep getting statements, you need to assist the city to meet their shortfall, or we keep catching hell. At some point, the constituents have to get something out of this. We need clarity. The question is, if you make the budget, if you ever balance it, what's in it for me or people of my category?
Thank you.
Daniel Feldman. Need to spell it?
We're familiar.
Okay, thanks. I'll keep it quick for you guys. I just wanted to say, as the city considers increasing its appropriation authority, obviously you've yet to vote on it, I would encourage this city council to consider, or the city in general, to consider dedicating a portion of any additional resources towards strengthening housing code enforcement, investing in additional inspectors, enforcement staff or legal resources could help ensure that large landlords who repeatedly violate city ordinances are held accountable and that assessed fines are consistently collected. Not only would this better protect residents, but increased enforcement could also generate additional revenue for the city through improved compliance and fine collection. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening, Council. My name's Kevin Weller. Just have 3 sentences for you guys. You're here to lift the spending cap, and I appreciate the mayor's clarification. My ask is tied to how to fund it. Please also lift the cap on housing fine collection. Collect what's owed before you ask for more from the taxpayers. Thank you very much, and thank you.
Thank you. Second.
Motion made to close the public hearing made by Gilmore. I believe the second was Council President Ridley. Is that correct?
Right.
Yes. On the motion to close the public hearing, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Aye.
Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing passes 9-0. For final consideration and adoption of ordinance 26-033, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
As I said in my community meeting yesterday, we certainly need to see the budget, but just keep in mind that we're trying to do what's responsible in this particular case, which means that there are one-time bills that need to be repaid left from the prior administration. So that's what this cap ordinance is about. But make no mistake, obviously, when we get the budget, it needs to show significant spending cuts from 2025 to 2026 and then onward. But in order to pay the bills, we do need to increase the cap. I vote aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Yeah, just ditto. We need to be able to pay these bills, and we need to be able to hopefully accept a whole lot of money in state aid and loans, which would increase the amount in our budget as well. So I vote aye on the spending cap, budget cap.
Councilperson Little.
The administration has proposed an operating budget that is lower than last year's budget. And through the budget process in July, I am committed to working with my council colleagues to identify future areas for cost savings and increased revenue. I hear your concerns. However, as the mayor had said earlier, we do have bills that are due now that we need to pay. And we are committed to lowering the operating budget. But we need to increase the cap to pay the bills that are due now. So I vote aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Yes, so I mean, I get it. I get the outrage because one hand, you have the administration trying to rectify a problem that was left. But for the general public, we really don't give a damn because it's our money and we don't want to care whose fault it is because ultimately we are paying it. So I get that frustration. But in all of that, we have to consider, we have to be responsible. So you cannot raise the levy and the bills remain outstanding and accumulate interest. But at some point, we are going to have to pay those outstanding bills because it was services that were rendered. This is not a handout for us to go and spend the money per se. It's more of a due diligence to pay the outstanding balance. But like I said, I get your concern because you're not necessarily concerned about who's charging you the money and whose fault it is. You're concerned because it's your money and you have to pay it. So I understand that, but the responsible thing is the responsible thing, so I'll vote aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Yes, I would actually like to add to that what Councilman Gilmore just mentioned. I mean, you know, we were left with something that we're trying to fix. But yeah, so with that being said, you know, these are past bills. And you know, the administration is trying, but we're all trying, right? Because, we don't want to see our communities taxed out. So we will be working closely with the administration to ensure that, bills are being paid and that we're not voting on, hopefully raising caps in the future. So I'll vote aye.
It's an aye, correct?
Aye.
Councilperson LaVaro.
So I just want to, I could understand why the public would be disconcerted by the idea of raising a spending cap. It doesn't naturally, intuitively seem appropriate when you're having the midst of a budget crisis to be able to extend the budget cap. But it's been explained to me that the $109 million in unpaid bills cannot literally be paid unless we are able to have the ability to extend the cap on spending to be able to pay that $109 million. So before I cast my vote, I just want to put something on the record. I know the mayor already spoke to it, but I just would like to make it as clear as day for folks. And I'm not asking the mayor to say it. It's anyone from the administration can speak to this to just confirm that the cap, that passing this cap, without passing this cap, we will not be able to pay the $109 million in unpaid bills from prior years, which include healthcare bills, retirement expenses, comp time, tax appeals, et cetera. Can someone affirm that for me on the record?
Testing, there we go. Yes, so without increasing the cap, we'd be limited to, pay that and kind of clean up all the actions that were left behind and make sure, we're putting the city on the right fiscal note going forward.
Okay. And I will share with members of the public, I'm the senior guy on this city council, 10 years previously from 2011 to 2021. Maybe I shouldn't have shared that. I don't know exactly, but that being said, this was routinely passed in previous administrations, 2 administrations previously that I served on the city council at the time. So the one thing I will just add in my final statement here is that those unpaid bills, that by me approving this, that I am not approving that those unpaid bills all need to be paid in one shot. I've already expressed this and shared this on the record, that retirement payouts, that we can use bonding capabilities to be able to pay those obligations. Tax appeals, I believe we can as well. And there may be many other things here that fall into that unpaid bills of 109 million. I'm going to look at them all very carefully and make sure that if there's some way for us, what some people might interpret as kicking the can down the road, I would interpret it as trying to make sure that we're not jacking up taxes on Jersey City residents. So I'm going to vote yes on this. That concludes my time.
Councilperson Singh.
Just the same thing, that if there are pending bills, invoices, if we do not pay them, then we have to pay penalties. And I do not think anybody would like to see that. So please understand that. I vote aye for that. Thank you.
And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Ordinance 26-033 is adopted unanimously, 9-0. All right.
Okay, we don't call out
Right.
from the floor. We'll ask that everybody please remain cordial. We don't call out from the floor.
The next agenda item is item 4.2.
John?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that we defer to item, again, I need everybody to quiet down. I'm going to ask that we defer to item 4.10. We have some young people in our audience, and I'd like to make sure they get home at a reasonable hour.
Okay, so we're just motion to defer to, you said item 4.10?
Correct.
Okay, and that's by Ridley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Gilmore. All in favor of deferring to item 4.10? How do you vote, Councilperson Brooks?
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa? Councilperson Efros?
Aye.
Councilperson Little?
I have to vote nay because I know people are waiting to speak on other items as well.
Okay. Councilperson Gilmore?
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin?
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro?
Aye.
Councilperson Singh?
Aye.
And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-1, Little voting no. Motion carries. I'll read the matter into the record. It's agenda item 4.10, ordinance 26-042, an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City establishing Chapter 346, Youth Liaison Council of the Jersey City Municipal Code, creating the Jersey City Youth Liaison Council. This is a public hearing. All members wishing to speak, please line up at the podium. Let me just adjust the camera. Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Pavit Takar. Do you need me to spell that?
Yes, please.
PAVITTHAKKAR.
Okay. And your time begins now.
Good evening, Council President and the City Council. Thank you, Council President Ridley, for that motion. I want to start by saying Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "Faith is taking the first step even when we can't see the whole staircase." In February, I stood here with a request to take a step to form a Jersey City Youth Liaison Council, one that empowers youth to share their ideas and their contributions with the city. Today, I want to thank the council for taking the next step and having faith in Jersey City's youth. Last week on June 18th, at the opening of his presidential center, President Obama reflected on what first drew him to public service. He said that he believed that if we could give people more of a say in the forces that govern their lives, then we could build an America where everyone counts and where everyone has a fair shot and everyone belongs. This is exactly what this ordinance does for the youth of Jersey City to share their ideas and contribute. A special thank you to Councilperson Efros for sponsoring this ordinance and everyone involved for their invaluable work on this ordinance. 4 months ago, this was merely an idea. With your support today, it can become something real, a win for all of the youth of Jersey City. Thank you for your support.
Kindly state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Ritvik Mohanty. First name Ritvik, last name Mohanty. I would just like to say good evening to all the councilmen here and councilmen and women, and thanking me for giving this opportunity to speak. Now, something I was told just a few months ago by my social studies teacher was the world is your oyster. Now, this is a saying that I've heard many times, and some would even say that it's a cliche. But me personally, I've always taken this to heart, and I see this youth liaison as a way of me being able to take my first step. As a student who is in middle school, opportunities are often rare to come by, and an officialized format of having the chance to spread these opportunities, to receive these opportunities, and to be able to grow from these opportunities is something invaluable to the experiences of many of the youth today. This youth liaison is bringing something that should have been implemented a long time ago, in my belief, to lead to a democracy where everyone is represented. And I believe that that because the youth are expected to carry the next generation forward, that we should have as much as an equal say as many other representatives have today. And I would just like to say that this opportunity and this chance to reflect for the youths to decide and to collectively clamor for one belief or multiple beliefs is something that would greatly benefit the community as a whole. In conclusion, I would just like to say that this ordinance is something that would greatly benefit the youth as in general, because having an organized way of developing our thoughts, our motives, and our ideas will something that will greatly benefit and develop what can be a more collective youth. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Simran Marwaha, SIMRAN MARWAHA. Good evening, Council President, Mayor Solomon, and the City Council. My name is Simran Marwaha, and I am proud to stand before you today as one of the student founders of the Jersey City Youth Council. The Jersey City Youth Council would create a bridge between students and city government, giving young people a voice in their discussions that impact their lives while encouraging civic engagement and leadership. Over my own high school experience, I have worked with many students across Jersey City through community service, leadership, and volunteer initiatives. I have seen firsthand how passionate and innovative young people are when given the opportunity to contribute. The JCYLC would bring together students from different schools, different backgrounds, and different neighborhoods to discuss issues facing our community, to work alongside city leaders just like you to develop solutions. By supporting the creation of JCYLC, we are investing in a stronger, more engaged future for our city. I've seen firsthand how powerful youth are when students are trusted with responsibility and when they can rise to the occasion. The Jersey City Youth Council would provide a platform for these voices to be heard and for students to work alongside city leaders in building a stronger community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Twisha Patel. Do I need to spell that?
You said Tisha?
Twisha.
Could you please?
Okay. TWISHAPATEL. Good evening, council members, Council President, and Mayor Solomon. My name is Twisha Patel, and I'm a student at County Prep High School and a proud founding member of Jersey City Youth Liaison Council. And I'm speaking today in favor of the Jersey City Youth Liaison Council because I think the youth should have a say in discussions and choices that affect our city. Whether it's education, mental health, public safety, recreation, transit, or opportunities for the youth, students in Jersey City are passionately concerned about challenges in their communities, but a lot of young people frequently feel disconnected from local government and don't know how to get their voices heard. Through this council, students can work through city officials, engage in civic engagement, and represent viewpoints from various schools, neighborhoods across Jersey City, and it promotes leadership, accountability, and sustained community involvement in addition to giving young people a seat at the table. We already witnessed instances of how youth leadership initiatives may benefit local communities. For example, the Bayonne Youth Center offers high school students the chance to take part in youth-focused projects, cultural events, community service, and advocacy. Such programs demonstrate how young people become more involved, more connected to their community, and more driven toward achieving positive change when they are trusted with leadership chances and included in important conversations. Given how diverse and community-focused Jersey City is, a youth council has the chance to create something equally significant. The youth of Jersey City come from diverse cultural and educational backgrounds and many life experiences, and by bringing these viewpoints together, through this council, the relationship between young people and the local government can be strengthened. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Gwyneth Friedman, spelled GWENYTHFRIEDMAN. Good evening, council members and Mayor Solomon. My name is Gwyneth Friedman. I'm a rising senior at McNair Academic High School, student representative to the Jersey City Board of Education, and chair of the Youth Foundation of Jersey City's Junior Board. And I'm here today to speak in support of the ordinance establishing a Jersey City Youth Council. I believe it is impossible to adequately represent the young people of this city without inviting them into the conversation. Too often, whether at the Board of Education meetings or within broader municipal policy discussion, students are spoken about rather than spoken with. We discuss our classrooms, our parks, our extracurricular activities, and our opportunities as though the youth impacted by these decisions are external to the discussion. Yet behind every decision is a young person whose daily life and future will be shaped by the decisions of this government. While the City Council is undoubtedly a political institution, this issue transcends politics. It concerns the future of one of the most important and underrepresented populations in our community. The decisions made in this chamber affect the quality of our schools, the safety of our neighborhoods, and the accessibility of our recreational spaces. It affects the opportunities available to young people across Jersey City. Yet the students absent from these conversations are the ones most critically impacted by the decisions made. I urge the council to support this ordinance and create a platform through which Jersey City's youth can represent themselves, share their perspectives, and work alongside city leaders to build a stronger community. As students, we recognize that this city works diligently to protect us. However, we urge that this protection does not become synonymous with pacificity, and that student perspectives continue to be amplified where decisions are being made. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sadhana Kari, Saadhana Karri. Good evening, Council and Mayor Solomon. My name is Sadhana Kari. I'm a student at McNair Academic High School, rising senior. And over the past couple of months, I've had the honor of serving as a founding member of the Jersey City Youth Liaison Council. When I first emailed Mayor Solomon in December of 2025 about a small little idea of a youth council, I honestly wasn't expecting much. And it wasn't because I lacked faith in our incoming administration, but I just didn't know the extent to which my youth voice could actually make an impact on city government. But that extent became so much more clear to me over the months as I, a first-generation student belonging to a family of South Asian immigrants, got to speak and work with city leaders, legislative directors, and other talented youth to determine the vision of this council. Being 16 and drafting preliminary ordinance language, or 14 and brainstorming pilot project events, or even 12 and having conversations with city leaders such as yourselves, those are crazy, unimaginable feats that this council has already made possible without it even formally being launched as of yet. And in fact, all across America, major cities like Boston or New York City or Los Angeles, they have youth councils that advise city leaders on policies and issues affecting youth, and they raise thousands of dollars and raise so much for youth homelessness, nutrition, the mental health crises that we have going on, so much. And it just goes to show how capable we as youth are. We as Jersey City youth are so capable. And this passage of the ordinance will ensure that the needs of young people across all wards of Jersey City are adequately represented by a group of diverse and talented youth that will grow up to become, our next change makers. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all are doing well. My name is Ariz Zoheb. That is spelled AARIZ-ZOHEB. Good evening, City Hall, and greetings to all council people and Mayor Solomon. My name is Ariz Zoheb, and I bring forward a timely issue, specifically given the discussion of the future of Jersey City. To put into perspective the efficacy of the Youth Liaison Council, I want to consult what many call the best teacher: history. In New York City, during the year 1945, the city's Welfare Council and Civilian Defense Volunteer Office established advisory committees that comprised of primarily 15 to 17-year-olds. Given the unforeseen success that this committee faced in maintenance of order in New York City, the point stands that structured youth-led councils are not merely theaters of imagination. If a major city like our neighbors are able to formally integrate teens into City Hall in one of the most tumultuous times in American history, then this proves that we are more than equipped to do so. When modern cities such as ours implement youth opinion and consideration into government decisions, we find that our actions are more considerate of the general population. Since youth bring forward valuable information on the impacts of government actions onto the youth, it is imperative that they must be considered when embarking on a new chapter of Jersey City. Given all this, I ask of you all to please pass this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Louis Leon. Do I need to spell that?
No, it's fine.
All right. Hello, good evening, Council President Ridley, City Council, and Mayor Solomon. A Jersey City Youth Liaison Council is necessary in order to bridge the gap of representation between the local government and the city's youngest residents. By establishing this platform, Jersey City can ensure that municipal policies regarding education and recreation are directly shaped by the demographic that they impact the most. The council provides young people with an active voice in city decisions while cultivating the next generation of local leaders through hands-on civic engagement. Our feedback will be able to transform the ideas and the ideas of what will be put into the city, and the feedback will be able to turn into tangible community action, not only for the residents in Jersey City, but for also the future people going into this and being able to cultivate and progress the city even further. The implementation of a youth liaison council will be able to continue the pattern of diversity in Jersey City, fostering a more inclusive and safe community where the youth is now involved in investing in its own future. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Viviana Leon, and I'll be recognizing Ordinance 4.10 of establishing Chapter 346, the Youth Liaison Council,
Could I just, your last name? Can you spell it?
Leon. I am a rising senior at Beloved Community High School, and the introduction of a Youth Liaison Council means an introduction of youth in politics. We need more people in civic engagement that not only benefit from the youth, but also give back to them. The youth of Jersey City are people that deserve and have shown time again that they can represent themselves politically and socially. We are a progressive city, and the addition of this youth movement will create a domino effect of youth engagement and giving back to our city. Our youth with this addition can take a direct step forward to a new wave of advocacy and volunteering. This will help influence or further education and careers that we wish to pursue. The youth of Jersey City will go on to create, influence, decisions, pathways of our future, and we are future voters. The council will help uplift our future generation, and what better way than to start now? Jersey City youth has worked so hard for this, and we deserve a seat at the table. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Carlos Pineda. You need me to spell that out?
The last name, if you could.
Pineda. Right, okay. Good evening, Council President Ridley, members of City Council, and most importantly, residents of Jersey City. My name is Carlos Pineda, and I'm a recent graduate of Innovation High School and a lifelong resident of Ward A, the best ward. So I'm here today in support of establishing the Youth Liaison Council because we often tell young people that they're the future. We tell them to lead. We tell them to, care about our neighborhoods and to help in our communities. But when decisions are made about our schools, our parks, our transportation, and our neighborhoods, too often those same young people are left outside of the room. And if we truly believe that that the youth of Jersey City are the future, then we must also believe they deserve a voice and is present, which is why I'm here in support of the Youth Liaison Council. Several months back, I had the opportunity to work with the Connected Vine Project, an initiative dedicated to strengthening the connection between Jersey City's youth and its government. In our meetings, middle school and high school students from across the district came together to discuss civic engagement and the challenges they face when participating in our democracy. When asked a simple question, why are you not interested in government? Far too many gave the same answer. They said it was inaccessible. Many felt that their voices being heard was out of reach, that the decisions affecting their life were made were made in rooms they could never enter. And I think it's time we change that. A youth liaison council is not about creating another committee or another after-school program. It's about creating a pathway for young people to engage with their government, a pathway to lead. And tonight, I urge the council to support and adopt the resolution establishing a youth liaison council for Jersey City. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Janhitha Veramachnani. I can spell that for you if you'd like. My first name is Janhitha, and my last name is Veeramachani. It's long, I know, sorry. Okay.
That's your fault.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, members of the council. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of the administration. And most importantly, good evening to the residents of Jersey City. Young people are often told that we are the future. But if we are the future, why aren't we already a part of the conversation? The decisions made in this room by all of you and around this building are impacting young people. Young people should have a voice in those decisions. And that is why a youth liaison council matters. Today's youth can figure out a new app in the matter of 5 minutes. We can learn new technology and solve problems in creative ways. We can always speak up for what is important to us. But many of us probably couldn't tell all of you who approves the city budget, because I know that's what we're all talking about, and how decisions at City Hall get made. And I see that, and we all see that, to be a real problem. So the issue isn't whether young people are capable. The issue is whether we are given the chance. And that's why a youth council matters. A few years ago, I had questions about how the government works. Who describes when problems take place? Who fixes roads when issues occur? And what does our city council even do? And, they were questions coming from someone who wanted to be involved, but really did not know how to do so. And that's why a youth liaison council matters. Because when decisions are made about young people deserve to have a seat at the table. Because sometimes the best ideas come from the people experiencing the problems themselves. When I was in high school, I used to wonder why big trucks and they would start construction from 7:30 a.m. to 9 a.m., blocking the roads when kids have to go to school and residents have to go to work. And it's simply stuff like that. which is the reason for why young people deserve to have a seat at the table, because young people are watching everything that you all do and we're learning, and we deserve to have an equal voice in that. You know, the problems that I was experiencing and that we all were experiencing weren't just problems, they were a pathway. And I also do want to highlight something. I know that of tonight's discussion, the budget is a big deal. But one of the most important things that I can say about this youth council in correlation with the budget is that a youth council is not a costly program. It's an investment in ideas. It creates a space for young people to contribute positive solutions to our city government. It allows us to share perspectives and help the city think creatively. In times like this, it shouldn't be a burden. It should be a reality. Thank you so much.
We applaud our young people for being out here tonight for a youth council. I'm a youth.
Get your name real
leader.
quick. We know,
I
but for the
run
record.
a summer camp with the youth, and this is beautiful. The only thing I got a problem with, I want this to be extended. This is beautiful, and it needs to be extended to Ward F, Ward A, Ward E. We need to extend this program. This is a beautiful thing, and our youth need to be involved. Our youth need to know what's going on in City Hall. Because when I start my summer program, the 6th of July, I'm gonna bring the kids here to a council meeting, the kids that I work with for 5 weeks during the summer. This is beautiful. It should be extended and approved. God bless you all.
I shared it. Hello, everyone. My name is Lorenzo Los Baños. Would you like me to spell that?
Sure.
First name is Lorenzo, Lorenzo. Last name is Los Baños, Los, B as in boy, Anos. I want to share a story. As many of you know, I'm a K through 12 native here in Jersey City, basically fully raised here and educated. I'm also an accountant and former corporate financial controller, all still with the skills, and now also an author and a writer. The story I want to share is that children and teenagers listen to us the adults. They watch us. They see how we lie. They see how we manipulate the system. They're still incoherent. They still experience life as it is, without the agendas, the system's forces upon us when we become adults. Now, the cute story I have is, I remember as a 6th grader, back when I was 12 years old, during the 2000 presidential election, my school, James F. Murray, PS 38, had the entire school, they had the entire school, us children, take a survey on who we would vote for between Al Gore and George W. Bush. The teachers, including then principal Mrs. Morrissey, I loved Mrs. Morrissey, she was amazing. She facilitated it. And for those who know PS 38, Joel Brooks, where is he? In Ward B, West Side, the best side, he has a huge auditorium. That stage has held so many truly legendary events, including events rooted in policy and politics. Even as children, we felt the weight of that space. We knew we were part of something larger. For me, it was a big marker in my memory, in politics, in decision making, and in where adults take our country. And I remember thinking, wow, we, the youth of Jersey City, were being asked. Our voices were being counted. Even then, I knew something mattered. That is why they, the youth, deserve a serious seat at this table. Not a symbolic one, but a real one. And I am striving for the future of youth here in Jersey City and all over this nation and the world. Their voices, I believe, should be and must be heard. Thank you.
My name is Himali Govind. Good evening, everybody. I certainly think.
Could you just spell your name for the record?
Sure. Himali is Hemale. My last name is Govind, Govind. I would just like to say that I think this is an absolutely wonderful idea to have a youth liaison council. And most specifically, I would like to speak to the young lady who last spoke. I think she is a wonderful representation of what we need in our town. And I would like I would like very much to charge her with taking on this particular issue that all parents in Jersey City are quite concerned with right now, that directly affects the youth. And yes, we are concerned about art, we are concerned about our environment, we are concerned about our education, but our young people also need to be concerned with the fiscal accountability and responsibility of our council and our government. And I therefore charge this young lady because I see her passion, I see her sensibility, and I ask her to please start a focus group that holds our government here in Jersey City accountable and help us make some sense of what's going on. And we need our children to understand that this is as important to them as it is to us. Because if we cannot pay our taxes today when we have jobs, it's going to be very much more difficult for them as they enter a workforce with AI and what is going on right now. Having said that, I think the starting question for this council, this youth liaison council, and I really hope that you will take this on, is to help us make sense of what's been explained here about $109 million of unpaid bills that we, the taxpayers, the parents of the Youth Liaison Council, are being asked to pay. I'd like to ask you to think about how that makes any sense, because I know that if I make purchases more than I can afford this year, I certainly cannot go to my boss and ask them to give me more money. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Jason Harleyberg. I'm really glad that they're including our children, our future, and that's important. The real thing is about who feeds you. When you wait on the community service block grants, you are on a string. How many times have we been not able to get grant money because of shortness in our federal services? The real thing is we create our own community trust commonwealth and include it into the community service block grant, we'll have more money.
Jason, let's make sure we're connected.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
the
I'm
ordinance.
talking about, this is about the inclusion, but I'm just adding a little thing, is that when
About the
you,
youth council, right?
it's a youth council.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, you're saying you're increasing, you're increasing the membership and revising powers. The thing is that I'm just saying, if you go 1 mile more, which Jesus said, and everyone was objecting to, the more that we put into a farm, the more it will grow. And the more we put in our children, and they will grow. I'm also a 38 school graduate in 1969, 57 years ago. And the real thing here is that in order to make change, we have to see it. The real problem with government, it's a blind man looking at an elephant, 7 different views on 7 different things. They're all right, all wrong, but when you put it all together, you get an elephant in the room. Hopefully it doesn't stump on you. Thank you very much.
I'm Balsam. I want to state the obvious. You're creating a new board, and I was on the first ethics board in Jersey City. So when you create a new board like this board and the women's board, you're going to have to hire a lawyer. You're going to have to hire personnel to do the agenda. I'm not against having a board, but we're in a financial crisis, and every board has to follow certain rules. You're going to have to hire supporting people for these boards to function, because these young people who speak very eloquently, they're not going to be the one making the agenda. They're not going to be one transcribing what's going on. They're not going to be the attorney there to advise them. So we're doing these things when we're having a financial crisis. And I'm not going to come up here for the women's board because it's exactly the same thing I would say. I'll spare you in my comments. But you're doing something where you have to hire personnel when we're having a financial crisis. I don't think you guys really understand why we're in this problem because you don't think of the dollar amount. We're talking about people like me going up 20% with the city, 17% with the Board of Ed, 14% with the county. And I'm supposed to, say, gee, this is a great idea. Well, you know what? If we were not having financial problems, I wouldn't care. But we are having financial problems, and it's not the time for this. So should children speak their mind? Why not? They have school for that. But should you create a board in which you have to use taxpayers' money to supervise it? No.
Just so everyone knows, I spent my weekend clarifying misinformation, including like that. This is an advisory board, like the Women's Advisory Board. They don't take action on behalf of the city. There's no constitutional officer required. The very well-educated young adults who are here are going to meet on council time without requiring any taxpayer dollars to be used. Okay, so there's no additional hiring to be due. I'm proud to stand with our young people and meet with you. I'll meet with you on the weekends. I'll meet with you on time. I'll meet with you anytime. Okay. And as I said at my community meeting, as I say almost every time, if you take time to come to us, I will respond to you, whether it's on social media or in person. But facts do matter. And this is a situation where there are factual things here that matter, and this doesn't cost a dime to the city. So just rely on that.
Hi, my name is Saman Zeb. I spell it out SAMANZEB. And I just wanted to say that I'm actually an intern with the mayor, Mayor James Solomon, and today's my first day. And this is the first internship program that the mayor is having himself. And on my first day, I came in and I never would have thought to be able to get a tour of it. And when I first came in here, my eyes just like sparkled. This place felt like a mansion, and this place just felt incredible. I never would have expected to be speaking up here. I never would have known that I could have had that opportunity. I thought even being able to enter this room was an incredible opportunity. And now I'm here speaking in front of the mayor himself, speaking in front of the council members. And it just means so much to me. I never would have, it's like a dream come true. When my intern boss, when she brought me through the departments, when she helped me meet the council people, she helped me meet the deputy chief, she helped me meet like the chief of staff of the mayor. It was something that I never would have thought in my life I'd be able to do. And to have this opportunity means so much to me. And I'm so incredibly thankful for you guys. I'm incredibly thankful for the work that you do in like creating this like spark in young people, because we are the future of this generation. We're the future. And like the amount of enormous gratitude I have to you today. I want my fellow high schoolers to be able to feel that with this Youth Advisory Council, for them to know that they have this opportunity where they can make change, where they can make impact. They can meet with you guys. Their opinions matter. I feel like often times in society, young people, especially, they don't feel like they're heard. They feel like there's little to nothing we can do. And especially with the election of James Solomon himself, he's a leader in what he does. He went from council member to mayor, and he's one of the younger people to do so. And to see that is so inspiring. Again, this advisory would mean so much. This internship means so much to me, and it would mean the world to me for that opportunity to be extended to high schoolers that they deserve, because our input matters, and we love it when you guys let us communicate. It means so much to us. Words can't express how much it means when
when we see you guys and you guys listen to us, when you give us these opportunities like this. And today's my first day of my internship. And again, I did not expect to be here, but I am so incredibly thankful for this. So thank you.
Yes, my name is Jean Daly. I just have a comment and then just a job for these youth council people. The reason these children, young adults, do not know how government works is we no longer have civics classes in our schools. Okay? That is critical. I mean, I've found at estate sales, well, garage sales, books from the 40s on civics. And it talks about how every single town, this is what you're able to do. This is what a council meeting is, how you can attend and what the rules are. So I ask these young people that maybe your goal and the job I'm giving you is go around to the different schools and teach them civics. They should know this already. And it's embarrassing that our school system and the whole entire country has no knowledge of how government works. Thank you.
Motion.
I believe I'm going to give that to Council President Ridley. Made the motion. I didn't hear the second. It was,
Second.
First.
sorry, a second by Efros on the motion to close public hearing. On the motion to close the public hearing, how do you vote, Councilperson Brooks?
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa?
Aye.
Councilperson Efros?
Aye.
Councilperson Little?
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore?
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin?
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro?
Aye.
Councilperson Singh?
Aye.
And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing passes unanimously 9-0. For final consideration and adoption of ordinance 26-042, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
I think I said enough on this already, so I'll just say aye and congratulations to those joining the board.
Councilperson Efros.
We have a lot to get to tonight. I'll keep this brief. Just so honored to work with you all, helping build this ordinance, helping build the Youth Liaison Council. Really honored to sponsor this. As the youngest person on City Council, maybe you guys don't think I'm young, but in the scheme here, it means a lot to be able to work with you all, and just so impressed by your leadership that you're already doing. So keep this up. We have a lot of huge challenges ahead of us, and we're going to be leaning on you for a lot of the creativity and the guidance in the way forward. So proudly vote aye. Thank you, guys.
Councilperson Little.
As the second youngest person on City Council, jokes aside, I'm always happy to stand with our youth and support them getting more civically engaged. I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
As the third just want to say congratulations. I think it's, becoming upon us to create that environment where youth are able to express their concerns as it relates to the government. I actually think it's suicide to not consider the demographic in which you're trying to represent and not include them. I've always been of that opinion as it relates to any problem society is trying to solve. So I'm hopeful and I'm excited what these young people are going to be able to do for our city. Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Yes, I just want to congratulate the youth. Just make sure that, anything you need, you're asking for it and you're fighting for it. And, it's up to us to continue passing things down generation by generation and ensure that no one is left behind or skipped. I vote aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Congratulations to everyone that worked on this, and great job. And I'd say as the oldest member of the City Council, y'all are fire? I don't know. I vote aye.
You vote aye, John.
Vote aye, okay. Councilperson Singh.
This is a perfect day. Can you please stay for next 2-3 hours? I think that's how you learn a lot. It's been great. We are happy that you guys are here. You are getting involved at the right age. So congratulations, and we welcome to the City Hall. And I vote aye. Thank you, John.
And Council President Ridley.
I'll start by saying how quickly things change. I think when I started up here, myself and now Mayor Solomon were the youngest on the council, and clearly we're not that young anymore. But I want to say thank you to our youth for pushing this. Special thank you to Pavan. I know that we've had a lot of conversations. The youth here in Jersey City, they are super smart. They are the best of the best, and they want to be heard. And we are happy to make sure that that happens. So congratulations. I vote aye.
Okay, ordinance 26-042 is adopted unanimously, 9-0. So we're going backwards now on the agenda. We're returning to the.
Sorry, Council President, if I may, we have some people who've been waiting very patiently to speak on 4.6. If we're moving ordinances around, would you entertain a motion to move 4.6?
Sounds like you just made a motion to.
If you would like to make that motion, you can, but we usually defer when there are young people and the hour is getting late. But you are welcome to make that motion and have it voted on.
Okay, there's a motion to defer to, I think you said agenda item 4.6, is that correct?
Yes, that was the request I received from constituents.
Okay, motion to defer made by Little. Is there a second?
Okay.
Second by Councilperson Gilmore. All in favor of deferring to agenda item 4.6, Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Councilperson Singh.
Aye.
I didn't hear that. Is that yes? Aye. And Council President Ridley.
I'm going to vote no, because as I stated before, we usually only do that for children. And I know there's people here to talk on a number of things. But yeah, so my vote is no.
Okay, the motion carries 7 votes in the affirmative, 1 no, and 1 abstention. I will read ordinance, so it's agenda item 4.6, ordinance 26-038, an ordinance of the Jersey City Municipal Council supplementing Chapter 90, Animals, Article 3, Dogs and Other Animals, establishing a ban on breeding and the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits. We will have a public hearing on this matter. Please approach.
Hi, this is Noreen Collins, and I've been waiting 3 hours to talk about something that I'm really excited about and that I wanted to thank you for. But one thing I want to say up front, it is incredibly disrespectful to have an event where people who really do deserve to be recognized, Miss Teen New Jersey and the Municipal, to make people who've come here to speak about other things sit for 2 hours and then have you take photographs. We're sitting here. I was supposed to be at another event supporting a Jersey City arts organization. But to see people taking pictures when we are waiting here to talk about something that's on the agenda, I need to shake off my bad feelings, because what you are about to vote on is incredibly important. And I thank Councilperson Little. I've been coming to city council meetings for years when the mayor was on the council. And I would say, as someone who's got 5 rescue animals, not always did I want 5 animals. That part of the problem is that we've got backyard breeding, illegal backyard breeding. And not only does it overwhelm our shelters, there are real life consequences to the way that these breeders treat the animals. I own a backyard breeding dog. I didn't want to have a third dog. At one point I had 5, but someone called me and said, this teenager bought this dog off of a guy on the street, and they left him in the basement. Can you come? Can you help? So this dog, gorgeous dog, 10 years ago now, I have him. Beautiful pit bull. He looks like Petey from the Little Rascals. That's what I named him. He had never seen another dog because they took him from his mother too soon. And if you take dogs from their mother, or cats too, I don't know, I know it's true for dogs, they don't develop socially and they become animal aggressive. And when I brought him into my house, he didn't know what dogs' ears when they go back means. It didn't know when they, like giving signals dogs give each other. He had never been around dogs. And as a consequence of that, he became a dog-aggressive dog. Now, thankfully, I've got enough money that I can have rescue animals and have my life revolve around them. But the consequence is that I have to walk him now with a muzzle. And he didn't ask for this. And the way that these people are treating animals like lottery tickets, where they breed them and breed them and breed them and dump the mother on the street. My friends in rescue were always trying to hook up somebody who will foster a dog.
Thank you.
But I thank you for bringing this to the council. It's incredibly important. Thank you. Thank you.
So before the next speaker, I just want to address something, because I know we have a lot of people here tonight who this may be their first time attending the council meeting. But for the 9 years that I've been up here, we have always done the ceremonial resolutions in the beginning. Now, this agenda is extremely packed, and I do understand your concern as far as the ceremonial resolutions, because that is a concern that I share. This council has done typically more ceremonial resolutions than previous councils. And I am currently working to figure out the best way to do that, because I understand we do want to get to the business of the meeting, but it is normal practice for us to do those at the beginning. Jason.
Jason Berg. I like the fact that you're working with stopping breeding. I mean, it's a big problem. And but dogs and cats, but rabbits are a food source. And if you want to eat, you breed rabbits. And I don't know how that has to affect with the breeding, but Jersey City is permitted to have poultry, chickens, even goats in the city. I think cats and dogs are a staple, and it's the expense that these people pay for these breeded animals is outrageous. But to include rabbits, I don't understand that. Rabbits are a food source, and rabbits are so able to multiply. In Australia, it actually had a war killing these invasive creatures. But again, rabbits are a food source. So I just think that I don't know, what is the purpose of including rabbits? I don't see rabbits being a problem unless they're being let go into the environment, and that becomes environmentally destructive. But as far as wanting to breed them as far as food, it really falls under the offices of having livestock in the city, which we are permitted to do. So I just think that as far as anything concerned, take out the rabbits and let bugs come out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Simmer down. Hi, my name is Carol St. Hilaire, SAINTHILAIRE. And as someone who has actually had to rescue rabbits that got dumped on city and county properties on 440 in the middle of traffic to rescue rabbits that were dumped because people are selling rabbits without educating people, releasing them into the wild. They're in pet stores without hay, water, and yeah, when they say have intercourse like rabbits? It's because they multiply. So we should not be allowing people to sell rabbits without education, without spay neutering. Again, as the main foster and rabbit rescuer in Hudson County, because animal control has actually given my name and number out before Mayor Solomon. Mark is great. So just have to start with that. So thank you, council, for including rabbits, because they are not just food, they are pets. Anyway, this is really great. I have been advocating for this for years. Looking at my points now, I'm sorry, I'm so fired up. But I really want to say that we foster cats, we foster dogs, we foster rabbits, we TNR, we trap, neuter, return. We do public health work for free as volunteers. And we are a large rescue group in Jersey City and Hudson County, and we reply to anyone that DMs us, calls us. I was once in the middle of a presentation, and Elena Little, as just a regular constituent, texted me because there was just a rabbit on Grove Street. So we really thank you for this. This is super important. And with these fines, we're actually going to make the city money, because I hear we have a little bit of a budget issue. So this is something that is not only going to help our constituents, help our community, it's also public health. My ask costs nothing. All we're asking is that this moves into enforcement. Partner with us. I know we're crazy cat ladies or crazy dog ladies, and now you've met a crazy rabbit lady. But we are here to work alongside you, and we commend this city council. We commend the mayor. Director Mark at the shelter has been an amazing addition to Jersey City, and we are here to work with you, not fight with you. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Elsa Bermudez, ELSA BERMUDEZ. I live in Ward F, and I want to speak to you about something that's personally important for me. Almost 6 years ago, I met my best friend when he was 5 weeks old, and that almost didn't happen. My son's friend was looking on Craigslist and saw an American Bully XL that the owner wanted to get rid of because he was the runt. And I don't know how it happened, but he let my son know, and my son told me. We didn't have a plan, but we knew we needed to take action ASAP and just get the puppy. So we drove about an hour South Jersey to this backyard breeder. Upon getting there, the backyard breeder told us to give him $500 or he will get rid of the dog by any means necessary. He threatened with euthanization or to have him as a bait dog. So we handed him $600 and took the puppy away. He was way too young to be away from his mother. He was, I'm going to say, between 4 and 5 weeks old. And I know the fate of my dog son, Prince, would have been horrific if we didn't jump into action that day. Fast forward, he lives with 2 rescue cats, a rescue Shih Tzu, and he also lived with my rescue Chihuahua who recently passed away. Okay, that's about him. And now he's over 110 pounds and he was the runt. The hidden cost of backyard breeding. Why your choice matters. Backyard breeding isn't accidental. It's breeding animals for money, for convenience, not for health, not for safety, not for future. And it's quietly fueling the shelter crisis. What really happens? No health testing, no genetic or temperament screening, no concern for what happens after the sale. Even when the animals seem well cared for, the harm is still there. The hidden cost. For every puppy sold, countless others are born with nowhere to go. Many end up in shelters, many never make it out. Hundreds of thousands are euthanized every year. Your puppy may be safe, your puppy may be loved, but what about the litter mates, the ones sold, dumped, neglected, or discarded when they weren't convenient anymore? What about the mama dogs and what they are forced to endure over and over again? Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Jason Caballero,
Spell that.
Caballero. I've lived in Jersey City for 40 of the last 45 years. I've been doing rescue for about 25 years. Thank you, Councilperson Little, for sponsoring this. The two ladies that spoke before me and this lady here, Alex, they do a ridiculous amount of work to rescue animals. It is just, the only way I can describe it is that it's unfair. They're doing, they're trapping in Ward F where I live, and their objective, well, every week they're taking 10 to 15 cats to be TNR'd. And it's not the kind of thing where you can just give and then stop before it hurts. You give until it hurts, because there's always more animals suffering. There's always people calling. A lot of them are landlords with buildings that don't want to spend a dime to help an animal, and they, pile on to volunteers like me and others. If we are a society with a conscience, then we should all take some responsibility for this. If you don't like animals, you should thank these ladies and other volunteers, because there aren't cats sleeping in your garage, and don't see dead cats. Your children don't see dead animals in the street every day, because we work nonstop to control their populations. I urge you to pass this. I thank you for considering it, and thank you for your time.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alex Alton, Alexalton. I run A Perfect JC. We are arguably the largest animal welfare organization here in Hudson County. It's all volunteer. We're a 501c3. I know most of you, and you all know me as one of the cat ladies. But what you'd be surprised to maybe know is we're also the dog ladies. The cat ladies of JC all have rescue dogs, and we have soft spots primarily for pit bulls, bully breeds, and bitey chihuahuas. Pit bulls and chihuahuas are two of the breeds that disproportionately end up in city, urban, municipal shelters like ours. And backyard breeding here in Jersey City, there's a lot of pit bulls being bred in backyards. Back in November of 2025, the previous council, they passed the Puppy Mill to Pet Shop Pipeline bill, a bill that's been sponsored by Humane World, one of the largest national organizations. But the reality is here in Jersey City, we don't have too much of a pet shop puppy mill problem. We have one potential bad actor. And what we challenged the city council at that time was to do the hard work, and that was to come up with a backyard breeding ban legislation. Now, Councilperson Little was not on the council at that time, but immediately, starting in this new administration, she took animal welfare up as her cause. And here we are tonight, 7 months later. So we're asking your support to get this bill passed tonight. We have had, since we've brought the JCACC back in-house from a former animal welfare provider, we've made major strides in chalking up animal welfare wins. We have hired a high-volume spay-neuter vet, which will increase access to animal rescuers and residents for access to low-cost spay-neuter. We have formed a partnership with the largest real estate developers to partner with the JCACC to waive pet amenity fees. But having said all of that, we have a long way to go. Jersey City and Newark are essentially tied for the biggest cities in New Jersey, and we need to keep implementing progressive animal welfare policies. We need to not only do that on the city level, but on the county and state level, and we need to start pushing for shared services in all of Hudson County. We are leading the way, but we have a lot to do, and the rest of Hudson County is following. Thank you so much. Let's pass this tonight, and let's work towards some other wins.
Motion.
Okay, a motion to close the public hearing made by Councilman Gilmore, second by Councilperson Ridley. On the motion to close the public hearing, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Aye.
And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0. For final consideration and adoption of ordinance 26-038, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Proudly vote aye. This is great policy. Thank you to the advocates.
Councilperson Zupa.
Thank you to the advocates. Thank you to Councilperson Little for and her team for drafting this legislation. Everyone, if you come to these meetings or just talk to me, know I talk an inordinately amount of time about my dog, who was a rescue dog from Tennessee. She was Irish Dog of the Year. Mayor Solomon gave her a citation. Thank you, Mayor, for taking the humor of that. We were trying to highlight the need for more shelter resources and rescue resources. She was born in a state where they do very bad breeding practices, and we shouldn't have them here in Jersey City. So I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Join my colleagues in proudly voting aye. Thank you to all the work that you do advocating for policy like this, but also just the day-to-day rescue work. It's brutal work that you all spend so much time and money on. So thank you, and thanks to Councilperson Little for helping spearhead this on the council side.
Councilperson Little.
I want to thank the advocates for your tireless efforts. I also want to thank my council colleagues, many of whom co-sponsored this. And I don't want to be lengthy because I know we have a long meeting, but I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Well, I'm a parent of 6 rescues, 3 cats and 3 dogs, and I'm waiting for their 6 citations from the mayor. And I'm also expecting my honorary cat lady t-shirt. I proudly vote aye. And thank you for doing this. It's very important.
Councilperson Lavaro.
I vote aye.
Councilperson Singh.
I have a rescue dog, 8 years old, with multiple issues, and I love him more than my son. That's what my son tells. That's what my son tells the world, but I don't mind because, he can't speak, and my son is always mean. So, but I feel that they need the love and affection from us, and I have seen from my eyes in some areas that they are doing backyard breeding. And I remember I always thought that once I will have some power, I'll do something about it. And of course, she took the lead, but I'm happy that she did. And I vote aye. And thank you so much for taking care of this issue.
It's a team effort. Thank you all.
And finally, Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Ordinance 26-038 is adopted unanimously, 9-0. Unless there are any other motions to defer, I'm going to go straight to agenda item 4.2.
Yes.
Okay. So we're moving to agenda item 4.2. That would be ordinance 26-034, an ordinance amending chapter 3, Administration of Government, Article 10, Department of Housing, Economic Development and Commerce, Section 3-82.3, Community Service Block Grant Board, increasing board membership and revising powers. Of course, we will have a public hearing on this ordinance. Anyone wishing to speak, please line up.
Motion.
Oh, that
Second.
I think Brooks got that first.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Super.
Second.
And Councilperson Griffin is the second. On the motion to close the public hearing, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks?
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa?
Aye.
Councilperson Efros?
Aye.
Councilperson Little?
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore?
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin?
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro?
Aye.
Councilperson Singh?
Aye.
And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing passes 9-0. For final consideration and adoption of ordinance 26-034, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks?
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa?
Aye.
Councilperson Efros?
Aye.
Councilperson Little?
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore?
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin?
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro?
Aye.
Councilperson Singh?
Aye.
And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Ordinance 26-034 is adopted unanimously, 9-0. Moving on to agenda item 4.3, ordinance 26-035, an ordinance amending chapter 23, Court Municipal, section 23-7, judges' salaries, vacation leave, and other benefits. We'll have a public hearing on this ordinance. Anyone wishing to speak, please line up at the podium. Is that
Before we take public comment, I'm just going to ask if the BA's office will clarify and explain the 4.3 to the public, because I know the word salaries is in there, and I know that the budget is a hot topic tonight. So I just want everyone to be clear before they speak what this ordinance is doing.
Sure. Thank you, Council President. As Corporation Council very eloquently put at the caucus the other night, this does not necessarily change anything going forward. This is codifying a practice that was historically done throughout the city, which specifically is authorized by the assignment judge to permit a stipend essentially of $300 per session to any judges who are filling in above and beyond their normal duties for salary, such as, you know, another judge calls out, they need someone to replace them for that session. They are compensated for going beyond what is asked of them per their duties and per the ordinance. This has been done historically throughout the city. It is a common practice. It was never codified properly in the code, so we're merely just doing some cleanup to make sure that it's properly codified so it can continue.
No salary increase. There's no salary increase. Peter, you're also eloquent, but to be less eloquent, there's no salary increase.
okay? Mr. Berg?
Jason Berg. Well, I think it's very important that judges get paid like everyone else. But the irony of courts and municipal courts, they're inferior. Why is that? Because there's no trial of your peers. There are codes and violations done. And to apply to the amendment, Seventh Amendment, a trial by jury in civil cases. Instead, in suits at common law, where the value of the controversy shall exceed $20, the right of a trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of common law. The funny thing about this state, it eliminated common law, and common law. Without common law, as a judge, is the king's law, and one of the common laws is marriage. It's a certificate. The more money that they can make, the more it does make good sense, but it does hurt a lot of people who can't get married because there might be items of let me see, annuity from one husband cannot. If that woman gets married, that money is removed. I'm just saying that. This is a point of information. You have to do that. And it's my understanding that the courts are actually run by the state and other aspects. Am I right or wrong? I don't know. I'm just happen to be occupying space in this planet. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Danielle, D-A-N-I-E-L-L-E, D'Adamo, D as in David, A, D as in David, A-M-O. Good evening, Council. I understand why this ordinance has been brought forward. Our municipal court cannot simply stop functioning because a judge is unavailable. Justice delayed office affects residents, attorneys, court staff, and everyone waiting for their day in court. Maintaining continuity is important, and I appreciate that this ordinance seeks to establish uniform policy rather than handling these situations on an ad hoc basis. However, I do have a few questions about implementation and oversight. The ordinance would establish a $300 stipend per court session for judges who serve as replacements beyond their normal weekly responsibilities. According to the fact sheet, the cost is listed simply as $300 per session, but it doesn't estimate how many replacement sessions occur in a typical year or what the total annual fiscal impact is expected to be. In a year when residents are being asked to prepare for significant tax increases and every expenditure is under scrutiny, even relatively small costs deserve transparency. How often are substitute judges actually needed? Is there historical data showing the number of replacement sessions each year? Will these payments be tracked and reported so the public can understand the actual cost over time? This isn't about questioning the value of our judges or the importance of keeping court operations running. It's about ensuring that when new compensation is created, there is also accountability and public reporting. As we've discussed repeatedly, transparency builds public trust. Providing residents with clear information about both the purpose and the financial impact of ordinances like this helps demonstrate responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. I hope the administration will commit to sharing this information moving forward. Thank you.
Motion.
Sir,
Second.
okay. So motion to close the public hearing made by Councilperson Gilmore, seconded by Councilperson Lavaro. On the motion to close the public hearing, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Aye.
Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Motion to close public hearing passes unanimously 9-0. And for final consideration and adoption of ordinance 26-035, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Aye.
And Council,
Time's up, John.
time's up, gotta leave. And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Ordinance 26-035 is adopted unanimously, 9-0. Moving on to agenda item 4.4, ordinance 26-036, an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City, amending Chapter 73, Women's Advisory Board of the City of Jersey City.
Motion.
Motion made by Gilmore to close public
Second.
hearing, seconded by Ridley. On the motion to close the public hearing, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Aye.
And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
All right, let me just change the camera here. Motion to close the public hearing passes 9-0. For final consideration and adoption of ordinance 26-036, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Aye.
Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Ordinance 26-036 is adopted unanimously 9-0. Moving on to agenda item 4.5, ordinance 26-037, an ordinance amending chapter 84, alcoholic beverages and cannabis, article 1, plenary retail consumption and distribution licenses, temporarily enlarging permissible hours of operation during the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Motion.
Motion made by
Hold on,
wait,
Bird is
Jason.
coming.
Jason's coming.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jason have a lot of time. Yeah,
Very
Jason.
much. I like, the real thing about this is very good, making money. The real thing is that there's so many pop shops that I don't know how these guys make money. Anyway, it's good that you're trying to do that. I would like to see part of the ordinance where the people can actually smoke in these places and have social places that can do be-ins, where people can start talking about what's going on in the community, sort of like little community centers in the community. When people get stoned, they start to they have an imagination. Anyway, hey, I'll tell you one thing. I'm 73. 57 years ago, the pot was better, and
So
we had hash. I'm sorry, we don't eat that, but we certainly smoke it good. And and the thing is that the New Jersey likes what is it? One of our anyway. If we do this, it's good. But how much money is the city getting per right now versus this after? Now, what is it going to go over? What are the hours are going to be open till? I just want to know. I mean, some of them are open to 11. It's going to be up to like 3 o'clock. These shops are going to be open till?
Yeah, this is just for FIFA, so it's going to be open till 4 a.m. and the city collects. If a business wants to do it, they have to apply, and there's a fee to that.
Is there a fee for these individuals to get the ordinance passed? Because again, the city is a little short, so there's no fee. Is this a simple application?
There's not a fee to pass the ordinance. That's not something.
No,
that
I'm
would
not
be
talking about the
appropriate, but
ordinance. I'm talking about when I'm a pothead and I want to do a business and I want to be able to know if I have to pay extra for fees. Look, this city is so screwed up. If I want to put a fence on my property, I have to pay $350 for a permit. It's ridiculous.
Jason, this is for bars.
I'm just spinning here.
$25.
This is for bars.
How much would it be?
Let's let Jason finish his time.
Hey, I'm entitled. What is the fee going to be for these institutions? Is it going to be free or a fee?
It's $100 per application, doesn't apply to cannabis locations, only to bars.
Can you please repeat that? My ear is loud.
That's okay, I spoke quickly. It's $100 per application.
Right.
The ordinance, the title of the ordinance is both alcohol establishments and cannabis locations.
Right.
The extension of time only applies to bars and restaurants.
Yeah. Is there any way that this city can actually improve having people smoke in the shops?
Yes,
mean-
we approved the first consumption lounge. It's not open yet. Xena on Montgomery.
All right.
It has to go through state approval.
Motion.
So
Yeah.
I'll let you know when it opens.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason.
If you're not smoking it, you're not talking it. If you're not
Motion.
coaching it,
Thank
feel
you,
the bag.
Motion, John.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Jason, we have missed you at council meetings. Welcome back.
You're
All right, so I heard a
speaking
couple
for
of
yourself,
motions.
Council President.
I think the last person I heard making a motion to close the public hearing was Councilperson Lavaro. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, who was that?
Griffin.
Okay, Griffin. Okay. Motion to close on the motion to close the public hearing, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro. Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Aye.
And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Motion to close a public hearing passes unanimously 9-0 for final consideration and adoption of ordinance 26-037. How do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Aye.
And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Ordinance 26-037 is adopted unanimously 9-0. We already addressed agenda item 4.6. Moving on to agenda item 4.7, ordinance 26-039, an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City, amending Chapter A 350, Rules of Order of the Jersey City Municipal Code to establish the 12th day prior to caucus meetings as the deadline for distribution of the Municipal Council meeting agenda. We will have a public hearing on this ordinance. Anyone wishing to speak?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Gilmore,
Second.
second by Council President Ridley. To close, on the motion to close the public hearing, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Aye.
Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing passes unanimously 9-0. For final consideration and adoption of ordinance 26-039, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
I just want to thank Councilman Rolando for this ordinance. Remember when I first came on the council, we got the agenda on a Friday and we were expected to start, taking information on Monday. I was perplexed. I just couldn't understand. The turnaround time was so quick, and even with my credentials from Rutgers University, expository writing, I just knew in my heart that that was not enough time to really imbibe and divulge information on this agenda. So this right here is, I'll speak for myself, it is huge to give us more time to vet these items, give us more time to speak with our constituency about the concerns they may have with anything that's coming before the council. So I'm happy, it's long overdue. I'll probably vote aye 2 times.
Very well. Councilperson Griffin.
I would also like to thank Councilman Lavaro. And if you look at this agenda now, and this is something we got Friday, it does get intense when you have 48 to 72 hours to review. So I vote aye as well.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Yeah, so this is my ordinance co-sponsored with the council president, Denise Ridley, and I'll be very brief. We still have a lot of speakers to get to. So I attempted to introduce this ordinance when I previously served in the city council, but I couldn't get it passed. This ordinance is procedural. It requires that the agenda and the matters on it reach our desks 12 days before they reach our vote, and that the agenda be in the public's hands 6 days before we even go to caucus. So it's not glamorous, but tonight's agenda illustrates exactly why it is so important. When residents have time to read what is before us, they can show up prepared to these meetings. When members have time to read what is before us, we can ask better questions. When the administration has time to walk this body through their proposals, the deliberation that follows is sharper, fairer, and more honest and transparent. This ordinance does not change what we decide. It changes when we decide it, so that what arrives at this dais has been properly considered by everyone with a stake in it. And so I want to thank the people who made this ordinance possible. To the council president, Denise Ridley, my co-sponsor, thank you. To Councilwoman Elena Little, whose amendment improved the ordinance, thank you. To every colleague who supported it, it's passed with 2 more votes to go, thank you. To the business administrator, Ruby Choi, Corporation Counsel, Sarah Levine, and to the senior advisor, Stu Thomas in the mayor's office, thank you for your engagement throughout this process. And to the city clerk, Sean Gallagher, whose guidance shaped the final text as well. I'll say thank you. Thank you all. I vote aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Thank you, Councilman, and especially I feel, as I would speak for myself, I'm new. I want more time to learn about so many things. So I really appreciate you being thoughtful, and I vote aye.
And Council President Ridley.
I'd just like to thank Councilman Lavaro for taking the lead and taking the wheel on this. And it is better to have more time for us to review these agendas, especially with the majority new council. It is very tedious to get through it in a weekend. So I vote aye.
Very well. Ordinance 26-039 is adopted unanimously 9-0. As you recall, agenda item 4.8 was carried to the July 15th agenda, so we will be moving on to agenda item 4.9, which is ordinance 26-041, an ordinance authorizing the making of various public improvements and acquisition in, by, and for the city, appropriating therefore the sum of $9,598,590 and providing that such sum so appropriated shall be raised from the capital fund balance of the city. We will now have a public hearing on this ordinance. Anyone wishing to speak, please line up, state your name, and we will give you your 3 minutes.
Albert Harari, Harary. Very simply, I don't think the city should be spending any money until we see a budget. This is new money that's being spent. I don't know exactly what it's for, but until we see a budget, until we see what we're spending on, I don't think we should spend any money. And that's the short of it. Thank you.
These various public improvements would be example for the idiot I'm here. What would it be? You know, it's a special fund that you need $9 million. You know, like I tell you one thing, $9 million would do a good job on your street cleaners. You in 2008, I recommended you get vacuum cleaners on the machines. Well, I'll tell you, they suck. Why do they suck? Because they are inoperable. They have to go back to the mother to get relief. They have, if you take the penguins, which the old big gray babies, they can be unloaded on the street when they get the dumpsters there. This thing was, the vacuum cleaners are great. You want to do something really get the city clean? Take those concepts of the vacuum cleaners, put it on the old penguins, and you'll have a super duper machine. You know, the best tanks are not the Abrams. There's the real Israeli tanks because they're made by the warriors, not the manufacturers. You want to do something good, listen to your employees to spend that money. And if you really want to have a better city, gentlemen and ladies, have your supervisors treat your employees with respect. Use Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You want something done, you do it with respect. You can't get diddly without a good squat. And if you're not exercising, your muscles are going to go to hell. Please, thank you very much.
Good evening again. I support investing in Jersey's infrastructure. Roads, parks, public buildings, drainage, and other capital improvements are not luxuries. They are necessities. If we want a city that is safe, functional, and prepared for the future, we have to maintain and improve the assets we already have. However, capital spending also comes with responsibility to the taxpayers who ultimately repay these bonds. Residents are already facing discussions of significant property tax increases and concerns about the city's long-term financial outlook. In that context, every capital project should be accompanied by a clear explanation of 3 things. Why is this project needed now? What is the total cost over the life of the borrowing? And what measurable benefit will residents receive? Capital investments should not simply be approved because they sound worthwhile. They should be prioritized based on public safety, infrastructure needs, regulatory requirements, and the greatest benefit to the community. Projects that can wait should wait. Projects that cannot should be clearly justified. I also encourage the administration to provide residents with regular public updates as these projects move forward, showing the budgeted amount, the amount spent, project timelines, and any change orders. Transparency shouldn't end once the ordinance is adopted. We all want Jersey City to continue improving, but responsible government means pairing investment with accountability. If we're asking residents to shoulder the cost of today's decisions for years to come, they deserve to understand exactly what they're paying for and how those investments will improve their quality of life. Thank you.
Motion.
There was that Councilperson Navarro?
Gilmore.
Oh, I'm sorry. Motion to close public hearing made by Gilmore, second
Second.
by Council President Ridley. On the motion to close the public hearing, how do you vote, Councilperson Brooks?
Before I vote on this, I just have a quick question about process. Is there any reason we can't close public hearing by acclamation? I mean, it will save like seconds, but instead of the I. Just a question.
Procedurally, Peter, anybody?
I mean, I believe we can, but I'll let
Someone give Sam the
Corporation
microphone.
Council answer that. But if that's something we would like to do.
So probably more of a question for our parliamentarian, but we have historically not done that. I think just for process reasons, they want to clearly record who says what. You know, as you see earlier, there's been some discontent about closing, or deferring to certain items. So I just want to make sure that everyone's vote is clearly heard and clearly recorded, depending what the situation is.
Appreciate the explanation. Aye.
Councilperson Zupa?
Aye.
Councilperson Efros?
Aye.
Councilperson Little?
This is the motion to close the public hearing, correct?
Yes, it is.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore?
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin?
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro?
Aye to close.
Councilperson Singh?
Aye.
Councilperson Ridley?
Aye.
Motion to close public hearing passes 9-0 for final consideration and adoption of ordinance 26-041. How do you vote, Councilperson Brooks?
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa?
Just so everyone knows the difference between operational and budget, which is where your taxes go for the most part, and capital money. I think these are important infrastructure improvements. I'm going to vote no, though, because I've been asking for how much money is in the capital account for several months now, over the course of several months, and I haven't gotten an answer yet. So just for that reason, I'm going to vote no. It's not worthy of applause, but thank you. For everyone else to vote yes, it's an appropriate vote to vote yes on this too. I want to know how much is in the account.
Councilperson Efros?
Just before we vote, could we get now any kind of sense of how much this 9.5 million is part of the total capital funds? We have an approximate.
So this is surplus. I don't have that exact number. We are working on it, but we have various capital accounts throughout the city for various items. So it's not a simple black and white answer. I know Councilman Navarro has also requested ordinance attached to those. We are compiling all of those. It's just a lot of data to go to give everyone that information.
I know we walked into a really messy kind of financial set of cobwebs that you all are still trying to figure out. But these are already appropriated capital funds.
These are surplus. So these aren't funds or anything. This is surplus. This is not tied to any specific ordinance or tied to any project. This is extra money that's in capital.
But not.
Let's not yell out from the audience.
Right, surplus that's separate from the emergency rainy day fund that folks have been raising.
Correct. So these are not operating funds. We cannot use them for salary or wages. We cannot use them for the budget. These are all capital related funds. They're restricted to specific projects. Generally has a lifespan of more than 5 years. There's a lot of regulations for it. The surplus is there because when you borrow money, generally you say, I want to borrow, let's say $2 million. Sometimes by the bonds and how the market works, you end up getting 2.1 or slightly over, and that accumulates over time. Right? So there's an accumulation of that process that we can then use for various capital projects.
Nothing of the unpaid bills, nothing of the operating cost deficit that we're in could be paid down by a single dollar of these surplus money.
Correct. This does not impact that budget. The budget does not impact that process. These are tax exempt.
I appreciate that. I just want to make that really clear as I vote aye, because I want to make sure that we, as we are getting into the budget hearings next month, I want to make sure that we also are able to begin improving our infrastructure across the city. And we're not just putting this on hold when we have money that's available that could not go to paying down the deficit that we're in. So I vote aye.
Councilperson Little.
Thank you for those informative answers to Councilman Efforts' questions. Thank you, Councilman Efforts, for your questions. Just to further clarify, these are capital funds that cannot be used for operating expenses, and they also cannot be used for tax relief in any form. Is that accurate to say from a legal standpoint?
Yeah, they cannot plug operating costs for the budget for any kind of tax reduction in that budget.
Okay, well,
I'll chime in on tax relief, if I may. If I may. On tax relief, for capital dollars, and folks can correct me if I'm wrong, but if we deemed that the funds were not needed for a particular project, or they weren't a priority, and we didn't want to hold on to those capital dollars, we could defease the bond. I learned that term more recently, and I was doing some research on how to save money. And so defeasing the bond would save some money on whatever that bond is. So for example, and I'm just making this up, if we had a bond to pay for a new police station, which I believe happened when I was on the city council. I don't know where that stands today, but if there was $30 million and we decided to defease it, it wouldn't reduce any budget, any deficit by $30 million, but it would reduce our debt service, which would be something in the range of, I don't know, I know we've received that number, but it's probably in the range of $2 to $3 million, maybe, I'm not sure, maybe less for a $30 million capital bond. It could be even a lot less than that, maybe $1 million or less. So there is some capital relief, but it's not $30 million in capital dollars does not equate to $30 million in debt relief in that sense.
So wait, I'm confused. So there's a fee associated with it, not the totality of the overage, of the surplus.
There's interest, right?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
We keep paying interest on service.
Yes.
Debt service. And
I see what you're saying.
if we get rid of the debt, then we don't have to pay the interest.
Pay the fee, okay.
Is there a penalty for defeasement of?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know enough about it.
Okay, can I ask the BA and or Corp Counsel if you have any experience with this?
I do not. I don't know if we can defease these bonds specifically because the surplus is tied to other bonds that are being utilized for various projects. So you can't just defease, I think, part of the bond. You probably have to defease all of the bond in order to save on that interest. And again, without knowing exactly what bonds these would be tied to, if there's a project that is, close to the council and we did that, that means that project couldn't go forward. So, I would caution about trying to do that with this fund because it is surplus, which means excess money on some of those bonds that we have borrowed we could use generally for other projects. And again, it goes back to, these projects are critical for the city. We have several facilities that have not been maintained historically by prior administrations. So we are trying to properly maintain them now. So we're not spending money for maintenance, and excess charges each year, and can just properly maintain them and not spend operating funds on those facilities.
Thank you. And just again, for the record, there's short of defeasing the entire bond, which funds other things as well, there's no way for these capital funds to be used for operating costs or for tax relief, correct?
So you cannot use capital funds on operating.
Okay. Thank you for the legal clarification. I also want to note for the public that the single biggest ticket item in this is asphalt resurfacing, which is a complaint we have gotten a lot of. These are largely, they are all infrastructure improvements that we're voting on, and we have heard a lot about the pothole situation. And as you all know, patching potholes is just a temporary fix. And we do need, as a city, in order to function, to do some regular asphalt resurfacing. So I would just like for the public to know that the single largest item on here is asphalt resurfacing. So with that, wanting our city to function and have, basic city services, I vote aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
So just to the administration, just to be clear, you can't use it for what the council have expressed earlier. So my next question is, can it be used in any other manner? I guess because, I mean, right now, every spending is under scrutiny, right? So for the public to basically understand in layman's terms, it is the assessment of the administration that this is the most effective and useful way to spend the surplus.
Yeah, so I can certify this is the appropriate way to use the surplus. And I say that in the context of part of the $109 million that we've spoken about for the credit card,
Yeah.
where the prior administration improperly utilizing capital bonds to pay for operating expenses, which now puts this administration in the position where we can either continue violating the law, which we do not want to do. I'm sure the council would agree, or we can reclassify those as operating expenses, which now means that's money in the budget that we did not anticipate and that the prior administration did previously not anticipate. So now we have to go to the taxpayers and get that money because of that. So this is a bad, historically it's been improperly used to kind of artificially knock down the budget. And now we have to resolve that. And unfortunately, we're doing it at a large time when historically it's collected and been in practice where it's built up on us.
So to be clear, it is improper way to use a surplus. Is it illegal?
Wouldn't be the person that can answer that.
Corporation counsel, I mean, I'm just want to make sure, Peter, so just so I understand you correct, the past practice have been deemed the improper way to do it, right? For some of, so now my question to legal is, although it's deemed improper, is it illegal?
There are limited lawful uses of capital funds. And when we use those funds for purposes beyond those limited legal reasons, it results in an audit ding. We haven't faced lawsuits over it previously, but it is an improper accounting practice that leads to audit findings and is inconsistent with the statutory framework.
And I think this is even more important why, the agendas come out earlier, because there's so much stuff to dive into with these things. But I do appreciate the administration for leading in this manner, not continuing past practices. So in light of all that, I vote aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
I vote aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Yeah, so I'll just say, if one were to look at all the details, I could say with certainty for myself that asphalt resurfacing, well, actually, I'll just ask because I want to confirm this. That is road resurfacing, road repaving, correct? So that's $3.5 million for the public. HVAC replacements, that's the courthouse, $2 million. Folks, the courthouse, we're not even in the middle, in the part of the summer. It's over 80 degrees in there, and they've found ways to try to cool it temporarily. Got some emergency contracts around that, but this is the replacement. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That is correct. So the $2 million is the municipal court for the city. And then there's also an additional, I think, $500,000 for the East District, Bishop Street, that we also need to maintain and replace some units there as well.
The Bishop Street PTAC and chilled water pump gasket, that's our East District Police Station.
Correct.
Yeah. And those are necessary for basically habitability, right? So correct me if I'm wrong.
Certainly for comfort.
The brining machine, for folks not familiar, during snow, right? We spread brine on the streets and it helps with the, make it less icy and so forth around there. So that, I assume we're replacing it. It's an aged machine. I really couldn't speak to the networking, the technology, information technology improvements, approximately 2 million. That includes network switch improvements, uninterruptible power supply improvements, server and storage, infrastructure improvements, acquisition of IT equipment. I trust that the administration and our IT professionals feel these are necessary improvements. And then the last part of this on infrastructure improvements for me, Morris Canal Greenway, Monticello Avenue design, Pacific Avenue and Caven Point Avenue design, approximately almost 1.5 million. And then tonight we also have the resolution 10.37, which is about the Monticello. So this is kind of a companion, that Monticello Avenue design dollars serve as a match to a grant. So again, correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct. I would put a caveat that the match is more our obligation to receive the rest of the funding. So in layman terms, it's a match, but it's tied to greater funding for the entire project where the state wants to see us putting up a certain amount of money so they can fulfill their obligation of the rest of the money to complete the project.
So for that reason, I'm not against these projects, but we consistently apply for grants, and it's almost a routine, not just this administration, but previous administrations, to apply for grants which require a match. And then the question becomes, what is the necessity for that? And that question changes, in my mind, in the face of the kind of budget situation we're facing. We've set up the grant match account, and you have provided information about that. This is an area where I feel we really need to just explore, because every time we apply for a grant and we approve it, the application and the acceptance of that award, and there's 3 of them, I think, in this agenda, we are committing ourselves to match dollars, which one of our residents have brought to us when it first came up about creating match dollars and saying, how are we going to fund all these match dollars? Well, it comes from operating dollars or from capital dollars as match dollars. So, so for that reason, although I think a lot of these things are very necessary, I'm going to vote no on this ordinance.
Councilperson Singh
I vote aye.
and Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Ordinance 26-041 is adopted 7-2 with council members Zupa and Lavaro voting no. Agenda item 4.10 has already been addressed. Agenda item 4.11, as you recall, was carried to the July 15th council meeting. So we're moving on to agenda item 4.12, which is ordinance 26-044, an ordinance establishing local standards and public transparency requirements for Jersey City's municipal ward redistricting process, including requirements related to compactness, communities of interest, public hearings, alternate map review, and written explanations supporting adopted ward maps. We'll have a public hearing on this ordinance. Anyone wishing to speak, please do line up at the podium. Your name?
My name is Catherine Moore. I live in Ward E. Kathryn Moore. I'm here to speak on behalf of taking a deep dive into the redistricting. When it was first, let me find my notes here. My first look at this design was crazy. It wasn't compact anymore. Back in 2010, we had a very good map. And when we looked at the 2020 design, then it became crazy looking. And that's kind of what happens when something is not compact. The second look, why is it such a drastic change? Twice the amount of residents were moved than were required. Ward F was the perfect size. Ward A was almost the perfect size. Ward D was small, E was too big. But there was no reason to do so much damage to Ward F and Ward A to make up for something that was unknown. There was no explanation as to why these changes were changed this way and why it wasn't, neighborhoods were not looked at. The third look, you look at the old neighborhoods were split in half. Buildings in some of the new construction areas were actually split in half. Because the people did not look closely at the borders. They did not look at the census blocks individually. They did not look at the growth of Ward E to take that into account. New neighborhoods had been created. Old neighborhoods were being split apart. The constituents that were put into different areas had no idea who their new neighbors were. Some of these older neighborhoods were separated from people that were generations. Some of them are downtown. Some have to walk 25 minutes up a hill to now vote their ballot. Still having problems with this. And I think, it needs a serious look. Most of the politicians back in 2025 didn't actually know all their constituents. People didn't even know they were no longer in the same ward. A lot of the politicians decided that at that time, campaigning, yes, the redistricting process needed to change. So here you guys are sitting here and you have the opportunity to look forward to 2030 to make sure that things are done properly and look at communities of interest, look at neighborhoods, look at your constituents. How can you help your constituents better when they all are from the same team? So look at that again, and you have the opportunity to make these changes here and hopefully going forward, showing the state and the county that things can be different as well. So this is just the start of the fight, so just start the process for us. Thank you.
Good evening, council members.
Can you speak a little louder?
Or pull a mic up. There you go.
Is that better?
Yeah, there.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Scott, and I'm here in favor of the ordinance. I think the city of Jersey City deserves to have the public included in such a matter. I think the public should be heard in such a matter, and I think the public should be respected in such a matter. This was not done after the 2020 census, and I think it should be done. And I think it's pretty evident from Ward F and Ward D that this was not even taken into consideration. So I support this ordinance, and I hope you pass it through. Thank you.
Good evening, Council President, City Council, Mayor Solomon. Thank you for putting up with all of this for so long tonight. I am here in support of ordinance 20. Oh, I'm sorry, Stephanie Daniels. And I'm here in support of ordinance 26044. Residents show up here sometimes twice a month, and especially on a night like tonight. And what people want to know is, do you, my council person, understand my neighborhood and represent my interests? And that's really what redistricting and this ordinance are all about. We spend a lot of time talking about maps and ward lines and redistricting minutia and details but at the end of the day, representation is local. It's about schools and parks and traffic problems, development projects, and of course, taxes. And one of the most important parts of this ordinance is a recognition of communities of interest, which is really just a fancy way to say people who share common interest, common concerns, experiences. It could be a neighborhood, could be a business district, communities connected by culture, language, housing, whatever it is. People who live in those communities, they understand much better than anybody else what their communities are about. So, and yet under New Jersey law, there's no requirement that residents be asked to identify them. I know that all of this can take time. I know that the redistricting commission is under has to work in a very small time frame. So we have to think about that. But what it means is that you start earlier. All this can happen if neighborhood groups, religious organizations, grassroots leadership that can bring people together to educate them and to make these decisions. What is a community of interest? Where is the perimeter of that? And when people get involved and help even come up with ideas for maps, that educates them too. There was a Republican strategist in 2000. His name was Huffeller, sorry. He said this out loud: redistricting is like an election in reverse. Usually the voters get to pick the politicians. In redistricting, the politicians get to pick the voters. Let's show the state in Jersey City that we can do better than this. We can be an example for the rest of the state, because ultimately this is going to have to be changed as a state law. But let's show them what we can do here. Thank you.
Buddy. My name is Mira Jaffrey. I'm here to support ordinance 26004. The gerrymandering in Ward F and E here in Jersey City was shameful. This new ordinance would establish a standard, a fair and transparent redistricting policy. A representative should represent the needs and desires of the majority of the residents in their ward or district. This ordinance, if passed, would serve as a model for the state, as Stephanie said, and Jersey City would lead the way. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kelly Moore. I live in Ward F, and every time I need to go vote, I have to walk downtown to go vote. And it's always mind-boggling to me. And I ask them how to change this, and they say it's never going to happen. So it just feels like people who don't walk around or live in the city are making these maps. And if they would just come to certain areas, I walk by 2 different schools that have voting with my son frequently. So there could be a lot easier ways to do things, obviously. So this would be super helpful. And then just speaking on Monticello Ave real quick, hopefully some of that funding from our last ordinance could go to that area, because there's a lot of need there, guys. So thank you.
Good evening. I'm taking a lot of your time. I'm going to make this quick. Good evening, Council President and members of the council. Erica Walker speaking on behalf of myself. I just want to take a moment to provide a little context to the public and any new council members on exactly why this ordinance matters. A few years ago, during the last redistricting process, we heard from residents across multiple wards who felt confused, left out, and in some cases disconnected from the outcome. People weren't always sure when meetings were happening, how decisions were being made, or how their neighborhoods were even being considered. At its core, this ordinance is about clarity and consistency. It outlines expectations that are already rooted in state law. Things like compactness, recognizing communities of interest, and ensuring there are meaningful opportunities for public input. It also encourages transparency so that when decisions are made, residents can better understand how and why those decisions were reached. This is not about changing the authority of the ward commission. It's about providing a clearer framework so the process is easier to follow, more accessible to the public, and aligned with best practices. Ultimately, this is about making sure residents feel seen, heard, and fairly represented in a process that directly impacts their voice in local government. Please vote aye. Thank you.
Motion. Y'all coming up? Date?
Next speaker.
Motion.
Is there?
Renee.
Good evening or good night. My name is Renee Steinhagen. I'm at 77 Hudson and in Ward F. I'm here to really urge you and thank you to vote for this ordinance. I'm not going to speak long on it. I just want to say that it's really important and it's going to serve as a model, and it's going to be the beginning of a campaign where we're not only going to try to change the state municipal ward law, but we're going to try to change congressional and Senate state congressional districts as well through statute. These are principles that are in accord with judicial principles of redistricting prior to the time that our U.S. Supreme Court has emptied some of them of their meaning. And we are going to make sure that redistricting is the people choosing their electors and not the reverse. So I thank you very much, and I really urge you to vote yes.
Hello, everyone again. Lorenzo Los Baños. I live in Ward A in Ward A. Right now, I feel Jersey City's mapping of our ward is not friendly. I felt this way for a very long time now. It's not intuitive, and it does not serve the people who actually live here. The current map does not help residents understand where they belong. People know their zip codes, they know their neighborhoods, they know the streets. They do not know which ward they are in. And I know this past election, I had experienced and met many people who did not participate in the election because they did not know who to vote for and which ward they were in. When the system is confusing, people disengage. And when people disengage, real authentic democracy suffers. I ask this, let us align the ward map as closely as possible to federal zip code boundaries. That is the system people already understand. It is simple, it is familiar, and it makes participation easier. I also ask, design the map to be visually clear, make it accessible, make it something a resident can look at and immediately know where they belong. It's not just about efficiency, it's about people's ability to participate in their own city. When people understand the map easily and when they feel that the policymakers and the cartographers make it easy for them, the more they will feel like they belong as part of the decision-making process. And that will encourage them to vote. That will encourage the people to show up. That will encourage them to care. And when the city hires consultants to do this work, I ask that they be aligned, not just technically skilled, but aligned with the values of this city and the community. People who understand that a map is not just lines on a page. It is a reflection of who we are and how we belong. And that's what I think it means to serve the people of Jersey City and also to provide a rudimentary framework and foundation for the rest of the country. For one, I am tired of gerrymandering in our congressional districts. And I think if we vote on a way to align our ward here in Jersey City, it serves as some kind of blueprint for the rest of the country. Thank you.
Oh, good evening, Council. How you doing? I'm Juan Diego Roque. It's R-O-Q-U-E. I think this is a really great ordinance. I'm an artist here and have grown up here in Jersey City for some time. And I actually recently was a recipient and was awarded the Arts and Culture Trust Fund for a program grant that we applied for. And a part of it was to reach out to every ward with our program. And I actually had difficulty seeing the exact lines and like where each ward ended. Some of the maps were old. One map online still has Solomon listed as a council person. So I think the transparency that you guys are already providing has been incredible because it's a much necessary thing today. And this ordinance will bring a lot more visibility to understanding the structure of the wards for not just regular folks, but people that are really engaging with the community to better understand the boards and how it all looks. And yeah, I just hope you vote yes on this. I think it's a really great ordinance. Thank you.
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Gilmore.
Second.
Sorry?
Second.
Oh, sorry. Motion made by Councilperson Gilmore, seconded by Ridley. On the motion to close public hearing, how do you vote? Councilman Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros. Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Aye.
And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing passes 9-0. For final consideration and adoption of ordinance 26-044, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
I vote aye, and I just want to say to the residents of Ward B, I know I always say West Side is the best side, but McGinley Square and the Beacon was, I would say, gifted, maybe or gerrymandered, depending on your perspective. But I just want to say, when I'm always talking about the West Side, it's McGinley Square too. I vote aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
I'm going to vote aye as well. I just want to add that I'm very happy to represent the parts of Ward C that I do, including the Marion section, Lower Heights, and Journal Square. But I understand that many in the community are upset about the change of the map. I am a little bit concerned about the fact that we've essentially conceded the fact that if this were to be challenged, we may be preempted by state law. But I think it's important to have guidelines for the next redistricting committee that reflect the wishes of this council and city. But I would caution that I don't think that we should use any taxpayer dollars to defend a lawsuit if one were to be filed, given what we know about the state of the law.
Councilperson Efros.
I just want to thank the leadership of the Ward F office and the leadership of advocates on this issue for years now. And yeah, it's an issue of touches a lot of different sectors, from racial justice to economic justice to political power. Maybe Ward D takes the cake for the most bizarre shape out of all of the wards in their current form. Happy to and grateful, privileged to represent everyone from Newport to the Slopes and the great variety within. But yeah, this is a good step in clarifying our city's position on the fairness and the principles behind redistricting. So I vote aye.
Councilperson Little.
I vote aye. Thank you, Councilman Gilmore. Thank you, New Jersey Appleseed, for your work on this.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Just want to thank Renee, Kathy, and all of the individuals who worked on this legislation. Thank my council colleagues, those who voted thus far. I think this sets a precedent in the right way. I know there's been some talk, this ordinance is not really about me. I've said it several times. You can draw Ward F into the Pacific or the Atlantic Ocean, and I'll represent sea life to the best of my ability. But this is a matter about what's equitable, what's right, what's fair, and what's transparent. So I'm grateful that this day is before us. And I think it's going to set precedents in the right way. I think we're going to be part of history, good people. I proudly vote aye 2 times.
Councilperson Griffin.
Renee, thank you for working on this ordinance with us. Listen, I'm going to say what I know. All right, it was politically motivated. There's no way the Heights should be downtown. There's no way Bergen Lafayette should be in Ward A. Come on. I mean, it's no way, and there's no way I should be getting texts from a former leader telling me it's interesting that all of his supporters were moved into Ward F, and all of Frank's, sorry, Councilman, all of Ward Councilman Gilmore's supporters were moved into different wards. It was straight gerrymandering. It was despicable, and he was scared, right? I mean, you're watching people getting tired of your shenanigans. and you know, you're trying to move people out of the way by any way you can, and it was disgusting. So I vote aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
I'll just say thanks to the council members for bringing this forward, to Renee, and not just this, bringing this ordinance forward, but for their fight and in court to challenge the gerrymandering that happened here in Jersey City. And so I'm happy to vote aye and hope that this ordinance and will prevent future gerrymandering here in Jersey City. I vote aye.
Councilperson Singh.
I vote aye. Thank you, Councilman, and your team for working on this.
And Council President Ridley.
I vote aye.
Ordinance 26-044 is adopted unanimously, 9-0. Agenda items 4.13 and 4.14 were carried to the July 15th council meeting. So we're moving on to agenda item 4.15, which is ordinance 26-047, an enabling ordinance amending chapter 296, streets, sidewalks, and public rights of way, article 7, sidewalk cafes and sidewalk sales, temporarily enlarging permissible hours of operation during the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, well, that was a motion made by Councilman Gilmore, seconded by Brooks, I believe.
Yes.
On the motion to close the public hearing, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Aye.
And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing passes unanimously 9-0. For final consideration and adoption of ordinance 26-047, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh. And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Ordinance 26-047 is adopted unanimously, 9-0. And finally, our last second reading ordinance, agenda item 4.16, ordinance 26-048, an ordinance authorizing the city of Jersey City to renew the lease for the Brunswick Community Garden, sponsored by Jersey City Community Gardening Inc., for the use of Block 9905, lots 8 and 9, and more commonly known as 174 through 176 Brunswick Street.
Motion.
Motion by Gilmore,
Second.
seconded by Council President Ridley. On the motion to close the public hearing, how do you vote, Councilperson Brooks?
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little. Councilperson Gilmore. Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Aye.
And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing adopted 9-0. For final consideration and adoption of ordinance 26-048, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
I want to note for the record, I know we're very concerned about costs. This lease is $1 per year, and the Brunswick Community Garden is a wonderful neighborhood institution in Ward E. It's been in operation, lovingly cared for by volunteers for over 25 years, so I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh. And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Ordinance 26-048 is adopted 9-0. That concludes the list of second reading ordinances. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing on the 2026-2027 Historic Downtown Management Corporation's Special Improvement District Assessment Roll and Budget. Anyone wishing to speak, please line up in front of the podium.
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Ridley,
Second.
seconded by Councilperson Gilmore. All in favor of closing the public hearing? How do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin. Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Aye.
And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing adopted 9-0 for final consideration and adoption of the 2026-2027 Historic Downtown Management Corporation Special Improvement District Assessment Role and Budget. How do you vote? Councilman Brooks.
Aye.
Councilman Zupa.
Aye.
Councilman Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
This is for the Historic Downtown Special Improvement District?
So
Yes.
can I interrupt for a second, John? I just want to make sure we're doing the right thing here, right? Because this is the public hearing on the assessment. Should we
closed
be
the public
voting
hearing.
on it now?
We already closed the public hearing.
Yeah, so.
Right,
Is
but
there a vote on this? That's what I'm.
I don't-
There's no,
yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to clarify whether we are voting. It's not an agenda item.
yeah.
Oh,
Separate.
It's just a public hearing.
do we not? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
It's
very
been a
sorry.
long day,
It
John.
has been.
Don't,
Yeah.
Sean,
worries.
don't be sorry.
I will state for the record that the executive director of the Historic Downtown Special Improvement District.
My apologies.
Speak, but I told her she didn't need to.
I'm just going through the motions. I've sort of become an automaton. I'm sorry about that.
That's fine.
So moving on to our public speaking portion, I will call the names in order.
In
Yes.
1 second.
Oh,
We have a
John,
guest.
We have our
gonna
a guest
ask that
here. It
the,
is the mayor.
Mayor, give us a few words before we start the public.
Yes. Let me just,
I'm going to just speak for.
hold on, sir. Let me just change the camera angle.
Sure.
So you are on the,
We see him.
He's on.
Alrighty, I'm just going to give a quick introduction before public speaking. I know a lot of people are going to come up and share thoughts. I just want to do a couple things with this. So first, I just want to give folks context on where we stand with the budget. I know a lot of folks are here to talk about the budget. If you're here to talk about other things, I'm obviously happy to listen, but wanted to speak here on the budget for a minute. So first, we postponed, made the decision to postpone the vote on the estimated third quarter tax bill tonight based on the public feedback that we received. I'll say a little bit more about that in a minute. The council will be voting on it in a special meeting Wednesday, July 1st, so a week from today. You will all have the ability to have public speaking in advance of that vote on that resolution. On July 15th at the council meeting, we will be introducing the mayor's budget to the council. So that will be released publicly. There will be basically the council accepts it, and then the council starts its work on amending it. And ultimately, the council will hold budget hearings July 13th through the 24th, and then they'll be voting on the final passage at some point in August. That is the point where the final tax rate for the year, as well as the taxes on the fourth quarter, will be set. There will be multiple opportunities to participate in public engagement through that process. So there'll be obviously the council meeting on the 1st, the council meeting on the 15th. Folks cannot speak, but they can attend all the budget hearings. Those are open to the public as well as posted online. And then at the final adoption. So all of those are chances to continue to weigh in and ultimately, as we set our final decisions on where we are as a budget. I am committed to going above and beyond that and just being extremely accessible because of how difficult and challenging the budget is, because how many legitimate questions folks have. So I'm going to be doing a series of town halls. That is a chance where I'll be going back and forth and engaging with the public. Our first town hall is this Sunday night, 7 p.m. at the City Hall Annex. We then have 4 town halls scheduled in the month of July. Today, I'm here just to listen. So you may ask questions, you may have comments. I'm not going to respond the way I did earlier because it's been a long night. You have a right to get your comments answered. We will have a team member here, though. If you do have a question, they'll take your information and be able to answer it for you. But if you have questions and you want to back and forth, the 5 community meetings that we're doing or that I'm doing is a great opportunity to ask me questions and be able to have that back and forth and be able to answer what's on folks' minds as it comes to that. Last but not least, I just want to sort of kind of set, where I've been coming from on the budget and I think where we're going. Obviously, we knew the city was in dire financial straits when I ran for office, but I did not know how bad and how deep the budget deficit was. We believed it to be somewhere between 125 to 150 million. we ended up finding a $255 million deficit as we dove in, as we found more and more problems, more unpaid bills, more deception. When we found that out, we started to work on reducing the budget deficit. Oh, 3 minutes. Look at that.
Time,
How it
Mayor.
goes. So with that, I'll just say no more commentary from me. So I'm just going to be sitting and listening. We're going to have folks here. If you have specific questions, get your contact information, and then please join me at one of the 5 town halls to have more interaction. Thank you.
And I'll just say before, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt your applause, Mayor, but I'll just say before we start the public comment, I'll just review some of the rules. Each person gets 3 minutes to speak. We do not go over that. We do not shout out from the audience. If you are clapping in the middle of someone's speech, that does interfere with their time. So just be mindful of that. If you agree with something they're saying, please keep it brief so that they can get through their speech in their allotted time. As the mayor stated, this is your opportunity to state your concerns. It's not a Q&A session back and forth, but he does have a Q&A session or multiple Q&A sessions scheduled. So with that, we'll begin our public speaking portion.
Before we start, if the media can make sure that I'm properly represented in these pictures, I'm tired of seeing pictures of me looking like I'm not paying attention. So if you can really focus in on me when y'all taking pictures, I appreciate it.
Go ahead, John.
Okay. That said, the first listed speaker is Laverne Webb Washington.
On.
She left. Esther Whitner, number 2.
Oh, there she go. I've never seen us.
Is that good?
Can hear you.
Now that the resolution for the tax increase has been tabled, we need to make certain that it doesn't come back without the changes needed to significantly reduce the size of Mayor Solomon's initial request for a 20% increase. We have not seen what cuts have been made, but only $16 million reduction. That is only 2% of an $800 million budget. We need to see line by line where cuts are made with an interim austerity budget. We need to see every measure that has been taken by the mayor and used, such as energy saving days, furloughs, and doing away with take-home cars with free gas. These, at minimum, are some of the actions that must be shown as a serious effort to share in the pain that we are all about to receive. Mayor Solomon has said that we should not have to pay for Fulop's corruption tax, and so he must now govern to see to it that we don't, as you should too. A letter from the mayor should have already gone out informing property owners of the dire situation so they could have time to do their financial planning for the inevitable. Not everyone is on Instagram, and probably the people most deeply impacted have no idea of what is about to come. A letter must go out now. Unlike the mayor that has the luxury of foregoing a salary, for many, an extraordinary municipal increase on top of county and school increases means falling behind on a payment and where the clock starts ticking. Missed payments, delinquency interest, and charges to credit cards to meet these payments will start ringing. Higher taxes plus high interest on top of high interest. Some people will work out of it and some won't. For those that won't, they face having to sell their homes and with that their dreams, or fall into tax lien and potential foreclosure. Either way, these properties transfer to a new set of owners. Predatory investors wait on the sidelines for discounted property as homeowners get squeezed out. As a result, the shift changes from working families, individuals, and seniors and moves toward deeper pockets. It becomes harder for people to build a future, harder for seniors to age in place, and more costly to rent. An extraordinary increase is not affordability. It is a transfer of wealth and a cruel method as that. It is unconscionable that this was even proposed to us. We are late in the year. Expensive new hires have been made, money has been spent, and there has been no interim austerity budget to live by. So now the cut must be deep, and you must adhere to your fiduciary and governing responsibilities. And we will continue to fight, and we will not forget this. Thank you.
Charlene Berg.
Can I, sorry, let me just make one comment. Just because Esther reminded me of two things that I'd like to ask from the administration. One is, from the law department, with regard to penalties and fines, and late fees and so forth around that. If we get the laws around that, I'd like to look into amending that for this cycle or waiving them, as Councilman Griffin has suggested to me as well, if we can for certain situations. So we just want to know exactly what our options are there. And then there was a second thing, and it'll come back to me. And I'll get back to that.
That's this.
Yeah, I think that's,
I gotta answer.
that would be a state, yeah, that's,
something the administration can talk to the state about. And go, keep moving forward.
Go on, yeah.
he said it's a Councilman Rolando's question of, I guess, withholding, penalties and everything. That's a state issue when it comes to the income tax. I mean, excuse me, Lord Jesus, the, property taxes. Yes.
The other idea just came back to me. So hypothetically, when well, not hypothetically, we will adopt, because we have to, a resolution issuing a third quarter tax levy, right? So until the budget's passed, we need to do that. Well, then we adopt a budget, and then whatever that number ultimately comes in at. And then fast forward to 2027 and first quarter, my question is, can the administration and or the council roll back any sort of increases through the same type of resolution or some other mechanism that would allow us to do that in the first quarter of 2027, if hypothetically there was an increase in 2026? It'll be an estimated tax bill in 2027, right? Until we pass a budget in 2027. So my question is, rather than have it be, based on the 2026 assessment, can we put in a resolution like the one that's being pulled off today's agenda that would then roll back not necessarily the entire thing, but some number, come up with a number that, it's all hypothetical because we don't know what the numbers are at this point.
That's I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, the problem with that is then subsequently when we get to pass the budget and you get to the third and fourth, if you underestimate it, then you will have to pay back.
It's the third and fourth of this year?
No, so the budget this year is going to pretty much cover whatever, if any increases for 3 and 4. And then if you go to 1 and 2, in your assessment, you're saying since the budget for the following year have not been passed, can we create a resolution to go under? The problem with that, in my assessment, is once you get to 3 and 4 next year, like the problem is going to be it may be multiplied.
Well, my hope would be that we would pass a budget by the second quarter. So we're not, then we've got an established tax.
Well, in that instance, then that may be possible.
Councilman, happy to look into the statutory framework and provide that for you. It is a state statutory framework, and so we likely have very limited ability as a municipality to determine whether we want to unilaterally waive any penalties or interest or fees. As to your question about what we can do in the first quarter of next year, I think it is highly unlikely that we will be in a position to give money back once we have collected it, if that is what you're contemplating, but happy to look into it,
No,
the framework.
that's not what I'm contemplating. I'm saying we collect the money, we pass a budget in 2026. We collected some amount in 2026. I'm making this up, folks. The tax rate is something like 15% for Jersey City, increase, I should say. And then we say in 2027, let's roll it back to the 2025 levels, making that up again, right? So of the first quarter of 2027, can we effectuate such a change by asking permission from New Jersey Division of Local Government Services, just the same way we're doing here? Or is there some other mechanism to do something like that?
Okay, I understand the question. We'll get you the framework on that.
Thanks.
Ready to allow the speaker to speak? Yes? Okay.
Sorry, Charlene.
Oh, no apologies. I appreciate understanding what you're understanding. Thank you. Thank you for delaying the consideration of increasing property taxes on all unabated properties by 20% for the third quarter to account for any fiscal help from the state of New Jersey. But you cannot sit on your hands without pressing the administration to reduce spending on every category that was in last year's budget that will carry forward to this year's budget. Each director was asked to reduce expenditures by 10%. But what about more than that, say 25%? Both the mayor and the city council members have claimed that they are reluctant to cut city services.
Thank you.
But as a longtime resident, what services are you referring to? I don't know, because everyone has been complaining about everything from the time all of you were running for your seats until today. What are we really hearing is a reluctance to address all of the municipal workers who are not performing their jobs, or those who keep a seat warm or a title occupied. Ask the administration to do a desk audit of all employees, defining their job, functions, and frequency. Have all directors bring those to the budget meetings you will be holding, so you know all the functions in that department and any redundancies. Offer all employees, I've mentioned this before, non-paid vacation time off. Could be a big payroll savings in the short term or for the rest of the year. Consider a non-paid furlough during each pay period or once a month, another big payroll savings. And lastly, consider layoffs of personnel that do not contribute to the productivity of the municipality. This is strictly business. It's not personal, but longtime homeowners should not have to think about staying or selling just because an administration is unwilling to reduce a bloated employee base. If you increase the taxes in the third quarter, you are asking residents to use credit cards, raise savings, pay an increase 30 days from the first days of July. Work on the budget, cutting to the bone, and then turn to the residents in August with all you've cut away. Then you can propose to taxpayers a one-time bill to clear the books. Everyone will then have 90 days to cobble monies for the increase, if there is one, in November 1st. Good luck.
Charlene, Charlene, I thank you, but just so the record is clear, Councilman Gilmore haven't taken any position as it relates to cutting city services, just so we clear. Yeah, Yvonne.
And I appreciate the comments, and I had raised some similar ones, but if I can ask someone from the administration to explain why layoffs cannot be done on a performance basis because of civil service protections. Is that accurate? And can you explain a little bit more?
So from an administrative perspective, you can lay off for performance, but there has to be a framework for that. You know, meaning that if a person is not performing, it doesn't mean they're indefinitely an employee with the city. However, if there's going to be mass layoffs or furloughs or things of that nature, that has statutory framework at the state level through civil service. It would require stations and, you know, cooperation with civil service. It would likely trigger a lot of union protections and, you know, a lot of measures that, you know, would be very painful to the city and the employees that, you know, work for our city. So, you know, the mayor has been very honest from the very beginning that all options are on the table, but obviously one that we're trying to avoid given the state of city services for the past few years and making sure that, you know, the residents of the city are getting the best out of the people who work and really care for the city.
So to be clear, that's employees who have civil service status. not other employees wouldn't have.
Testing. The majority of the city has civil service protections. You know, there are some provisionals or unclassifieds, but that is a very small fraction of the entire, workforce.
We've asked for an organizational chart since taking office in January. Would love to see if that organizational chart is there. It'd be really helpful to see each employee, their title, whether it's a civil service title or another title, provisional, so on and so forth. That would be really helpful in being able to go through, ahead of the budget hearings next month.
We, Peter, we have the one thing I did like that the last administration did was they did give us these thick books.
The budget books.
Yes.
Yes.
With everything in it, so we can have those a little.
So we do anticipate doing a version of that. And I know we had a conversation with the council president, everyone about doing the budget hearings in the upcoming weeks. So we are committed to doing that.
Thank you.
I just wanted to jump in. I mean, Charlene, I appreciate your perspective. I just want to speak up for Jersey City employees. If you're watching at home and you're hearing, being called part of a bloated workforce, and you live here, you work here, maybe you rent, maybe you own, as part of the information request I had to the administration, I asked for the open union contracts. And our employees have rights. There's nothing wrong with that. So those workers deserve fair working conditions and respect for the work that they do for all of us. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
I have a question. I have a question for the administration. Are we looking to implement a hiring freeze?
So we are doing a hiring freeze of non-essential positions.
So just, I'll give a very direct answer. So we have cut the majority of vacant positions that were in the budget. It is not, we were calling it a hiring freeze of non-essential employees, but to give you a couple of examples, we are continuing to hire 911 call takers. I view that as an essential service. Our 911 center is understaffed. I have an obligation to make sure every 911 call is answered professionally. We are hiring a municipal engineer. That position has been vacant for 2 years. A municipal engineer ultimately saves us money by actually managing the contracts, the asphalt contract that was just approved today. So, we're not going to employ we're not employing a blanket hiring freeze because I think ultimately that would hurt our city substantially, but we have eliminated the majority of vacant positions and the ones that are not essential to delivering core city services.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, John, we can.
Yvonne Bolser. First of all, this council started at 6:05. And by the time you got down to the people's business, it was 7:30. Your job is my business. It's these people's business. It is not handing out awards. Do that separate. Our time is important too. You have 16 second reading ordinances. You have over 100 people on the list and you're handing out awards. I've been going to meetings since the 1970s. And this didn't become an issue until the 1990s of giving out awards. In the 70s and the 80s, I'm telling you, they did the business and we left. And there was no time limit like it is right now. Ordinances had no time limits. Do our business first. This is ridiculous. It really is. Now I want to, whatever time I have left, just give you my comments. Jersey City get the news of a 20% increase, a 17% increase in the schools, a 14% increase in the county. But what do? You want to build more affordable housing, which is a tax burden to the homeowners. Affordable housing is not a rateable. There are contracts and only a rateable stabilize the tax rate. Property owners are thrown under the bus because the first thing the council addressed is the so-called unfairness to rent control tenants. Jersey City, under the consumer price index, as I said before many times, and I read the ordinance to you, cannot have a tax increase. It's based on the consumer price index. let them pay some increases in taxes. Since the start of this new administration, there has been contracts after contracts after contracts, and you passed them. One contract I read was open-ended. You don't take our financial health very seriously. Yes, there is a shortage of housing, and you're not going to solve it. According to the census data that's online, you have phones, look it up yourself. 41.3% of the residents were not born in the U.S., up from 40.8%. Now, if you don't believe me, use your phones and Google it. What I said, who was not born in the United States living in Jersey City? It will pop up. You can't solve the problem if you have open borders. You can't solve the housing problem like that. But to put me and other people in a position, I got to buy a house before them, it's ridiculous. My father fought in World War II, and I had to compete against people coming here, give them housing. That's ridiculous. According to, so we have a lot of problems, and I'm not going to go on with this. But your issue is put the people's business first, do something separate for awards. I shouldn't have to wait 90 minutes to hear the city's business being done. Thank you.
This is the question to the administration. Just want to clarify. Open contract means we are paying for the services if we are using. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Also, just Charlene, to your point, crime stats have gone down. So we are providing services. Administration has worked really hard for public safety, but I would like to hear more about it. What you feel about the city services?
Well, I'm also proudly married to someone who was not born in this country, not a citizen. And sometimes I respond to comments when our silence could be considered to be in agreement. And thank God for the many immigrants of Ward C and Jersey City who make our city great.
Just to be clear, I think we're all immigrants.
That's right, yeah.
You know,
Very proudly.
Like, not just
be an
your wife,
immigrant.
Tom, not just your wife, all of them.
One immigrant is sitting right next to you.
Oh, come on.
Just remember, last council meeting was my wedding anniversary, and I was here, so I'm just trying to give extra credit to my Canadian friend.
The next, we'll call the next speaker. Number 5, Hope Smart.
Good evening, Council President and members of the council. Thank you for helping ensure the opioid settlement grant reimbursement item is on the agenda. After months of outreach and follow-up, seeing it here today is meaningful, and I want to acknowledge that movement. But I also need to be very clear about what is still not working. Health and Human Services still has not coordinated with the appropriate departments to provide grant recipients with a specific date or a reliable timeline for when payments will be actually received. In fact, the most recent communication with the Department of Health and Human Services, they stated, per the Treasury Department, the check must be mailed. There is no other form of distribution available. This invoice is a quarter past due, and the proposed solution is to send it in the mail and hope it arrives when it arrives. That is not a solution. That is not accountability, and it certainly is not partnership. The email also states that Q2 payments will be sent somewhere around the second week of July, but that no exact date exists because Treasury sends checks on its own schedule. These are not timelines. These are estimates, approximations, and maybes. Nonprofits cannot plan programming, staffing, or service delivery on maybes. This is what happens when departments operate in silos instead of as a coordinated system. It is as if the moment the issue left corporate counsel, everyone assumed the problem was solved, but no one followed the process all the way through. No one ensured that the final step, actually getting the payment into the hands of the organizations doing the work, was coordinated to completion. As a social worker, I am trained to look at systems, not symptoms. And what we are seeing here is a systemic breakdown. There is no formal structure, no communication protocol, no interdepartmental workflow, and no timeline that allows community organizations to plan responsibly. These are appropriated funds. The money is already here. It does not need to be found, requested, or sourced. It simply needs to be dispersed. When payments arrive months late, it destabilizes programming, interrupts continuity of care, and forces nonprofits into crisis management mode. That is the opposite of what opioid settlement dollars are intended to support. These funds exist because lives have been lost, because families have been devastated, because communities are still healing. There is no justification for a process this disorganized, this inconsistent, or this opaque. Tonight, I am asking for the city to establish a formal, transparent reimbursement schedule, an informed, designated point of contact, and a coordinated process between Health and Human Services, Treasury, and any other department apart from the grant process. Thank you.
Speaker number 6, Karna Gandhi.
Good evening, Council President and members of the City Council. Mayor Solomon, if I may just say real quick, you are the person I can credit to lighting the spark that led me to this moment. And as well as Councilman Gilmore and the person who really set it off, Walker, back there. My name is Karna Gandhi, Karna Gandhi. I am a resident of Jersey City, a systems architect, and a director of hospitality with a professional background rooted in design, scalable business frameworks, and operations strategy. I'm here tonight because I would very much like to take the responsibility, accountability, and ownership of the position of Director of Housing Preservation. Our city is growing, changing, assimilating, and expanding at a rapid pace. And with that growth comes the critical need for structures that operate with soul and freedom built by intentional design. I feel that we need leaders who know how to build operational architecture that serves all the people of Jersey City. Throughout my career, I've specialized in taking complex moving parts, whether in high-end hospitality or business consultancy, and organizing them into seamless, high-performing systems. But I also bring a bit of a unconventional edge to this work. I grew up with a detective for a father. He was a detective in New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Because of that, I tend to find things others miss, read between the lines, and engineer solutions that aren't exactly obvious to everybody else. My commitment to applying this lens to Jersey City is deeply personal. As a local business owner and resident, I firsthand see the immense potential of our diverse economic and cultural landscape. This role demands somebody who can bridge the gap between creative vision and ironclad operational integrity. I bring the precise blend of strategic execution, sharp instinct, and local investment needed to hit the ground running and serve the council effectively. Thank you for your time and your leadership and the opportunity to speak tonight. I would absolutely love the opportunity to interview and maybe set something up on the books. Thank you.
Oh, I just text you.
Speaker number 7, Danielle. Not here? Shamo?
Yeah.
Speaker number 8, Tina Knowles.
Cena's right here.
Hi, yes, my name is Tina, and yes, I work for Education at Gilmore, but I'm speaking upon myself. Justice for Drew. Justice for Drew. I like to take a moment of silence for our community because we had lost a couple of people for bullying and depressed in our community. So I'd like to just take a little moment for our community of going through that. I want to thank Education at Gilmore for letting us keep our boots on the ground. I want to thank Chief Staff Erica for doing that today for the music because we definitely deserve to know who go in our community, where we came from in our community. To see what she did was a beautiful thing because in our community, we don't get recognized in our community. Other places we do, but not in our community. I have been getting a lot of phone calls from nonprofits because they are struggling in their nonprofits. A lot of nonprofits have been calling because they're not going to be able to do the summer program because they have not got funds. So a lot of them is actually paying out their pocket. It's a shame because we realize that if they don't have the funds, that means the children will end back out in the community. I really don't understand. I've been coming here for years and have not seen nothing yet on this paper about nonprofits. And we all know about nonprofits with the boots on the ground. I'm so disappointed in that every time I come up here, I have to keep constantly talking about nonprofits because they reach out to me. And it's very confusing to see that we're not helping out because they are the boots on the ground. Another thing that I wanted to say about our community is that what we've been going through as with the budget, you see a lot of people now is coming together and having meetings. Jerry Walker have a safe spot, so a lot of families been coming there and speaking upon about the budget because they are so afraid that they're going to have to move. To see that these people actually is the one who built up this community and now might have to leave because of what they built, it's a shame that they're going through that. But I can really see what they're going through because by me being a nonprofit here in this community over 20-something years and have not got no funding from this community, I can realize what they're doing. But I seen on Philip Page that he was partying. Maybe we should go to New York and get that money back from him instead of getting it from us because reality, they wasn't the one that spent that money. The person who spent that money is doing the projects over there in New York enjoying themselves. I was just looking at his page just now and realized how he having a good time and we all been sitting here till 12 o'clock talking about the budget and these people about to lose their house. It's kind of funny to me how y'all let him go, but now y'all want us to pay for this in our community. It just seemed to me that is the reason why we don't have no solution because y'all keep kicking stuff under the rug. But let me tell y'all something, guys. We got 3 more years and we need new people who know how to make solutions.
So, Tina,
Do me a favor, reach out to me with the nonprofits because what we'll do is we'll educate them on how to apply for funds. All right, because they could call and say they're not getting it, but they may not be applying, and we have to see if they're qualified as well, and go through all of that.
Mike, I like that.
All right.
Like with me, I don't have a whole team.
Now,
but
Tina,
I do
we
this for
can't
free.
go back and forth.
President, I have a comment.
Yes, I got you.
But we will, we'll
Council
circle
President,
back with you.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Tina, for how long you have been working with Councilman Frank Gilmore? Tina, I'm just trying to know that you have been working with Councilman for a while. I'm hoping that Councilman will be able to help you with the ongoing issue you have been having for years because people are coming to Councilman for the solution from Ward F. So as you are working directly with Councilman, it should be easier for you to.
All right,
All right,
y'all,
we're not
yeah,
gonna
let's
go back
not-
and forth. So we'll talk
Right.
about it online. All of you all are in the council office. Next.
All right, our next speaker is speaker number 9, Edward Perkins.
Edward's not here. I don't.
No?
No.
Okay. Speaker number 10, Dania Garcia.
She's not here neither. I didn't see her.
Speaker number 11, Philip
left.
Harrington.
Phil left.
Speaker number 12, Janitha.
She left.
Left.
Yeah.
Already.
Speaker number 13, Carice Oliver.
He's not
He's
here.
going too.
No. Speaker number 14, Cydia Davis.
Right.
No. Speaker number 15, Mike Travestino.
Mike left too.
No.
Jason left.
Jason Berg, did you leave?
Left. He's had enough for the night.
Speaker number
He just started.
Speaker number 17, Hakeem Rakouk.
Yeah, he's not here.
No. Number 18, Ariz Zoheb.
Spoke earlier.
Oh, he spoke earlier. Okay. Number 19, Leslie she's here. Oh, okay. All right.
Hi, I'm here to talk about pilots. I realize that the Garfield Avenue has been tabled till next week or next meeting, but this is incredibly important. And I'm so glad the mayor's here tonight to listen. So I need to tell you that it is a travesty that you all voted in first reading for a pilot. And let me tell you, pilots are abatements. Okay, so when you look back and say we should not have done those abatements, you are voting for this. And I know, Mayor, you said we need to get away from abatements. So again, travesty on you too. If you vote for this 30-year abatement and this pilot, you give the pilot, you give the developer a pilot, you are giving him a discount of our land, and our land is at a premium. There's no need to give them a discount. And what it does is it undercuts funding for your city budget and, more importantly, for the schools. And here's the travesty. Many of you have spoken at school board meetings. You've spoken out in support of schools. But if you are cutting this, their tax revenue, you are looking back at yourself and saying, and should be saying, that you're not supporting the schools because they desperately need the money too. So what I need you to think about is that it's time for you to realize what you're doing. And when you go back and say we should not have done these abatements, please realize that you have voted for them. Thank you.
Okay, speaker number 20, Gwen Friedman. No. Speaker number 21, Yarrow Willman Cole. No. Speaker number 22, Stephanie Starts.
That a 20% property tax increase during a cost of living crisis is austerity. You are taking the coward's way out. You are forcing Jersey City families to make the hard decisions. Will they forego nutrition, air conditioning, health insurance, gas? Do they surrender their pet? Do they skip a doctor's office? You either got into this to help people take on backroom machine or just advance your ambitions. It's fine. But voting for a 20% tax will accomplish none of those things. And honestly, I think this mayor is an albatross around all your necks. This tax is lazy and it perpetuates all of the seedy, corrupt practices that have come before. The best use of this moment, of this crisis, is to force the mayor to actually look at where money goes and be honest about where money goes. You should justify every dollar before you ask people for more. You should know what every dollar is used for, and that's the most egregious crime here. You don't know what this tax is paying for. You don't know what's in the budget. This tax gives the mayor a clean slate so he doesn't have to make any hard decisions, so he can fecklessly record Instagram videos instead of doing his job. So he can run for governor and say, I eliminated a $250 million deficit in 6 months, despite the fact he manufactured it. Decisions like this exacerbate crime. People don't wake up one morning and throw acid on someone on a whim. This is something that takes years of neglect and resentment to build into a violent act. When people feel alienated from the decisions that most affect their lives and community, they feel they have no control over their lives. And they take that anger and they inflict it upon the community they're a part of, and not the people who set up the systems that extract from them. Those systems never see any consequences. I wouldn't call the mayor a liar, but I don't think he tells the truth. I think he has misled the public before. I think he has misled the public on this deficit, and I think he will mislead the public again. And there's a similarity between the mayor and the Board of Ed. You start asking about money and the misdirection begins. I think the state is right to ask you to get your house in order because all they see is Chicken Little nonsense. There's nothing unique about Jersey City's financial problems. The driver of our deficit is health insurance. Every municipality in New Jersey is dealing with it. You're not special. In the working world, leaders get 6 months to prove themselves, and that cements their reputation. The mayor cemented his. How you move on this issue will determine yours, and I hope you hold the mayor accountable for his actions.
Speaker number 23, Zach Aziz. No. Speaker number 24, Mike Vazdev.
Oh,
No. Speaker number 25, Kelly Moore. Speaker number 26, Brooke Hoover. Speaker number 27, Patrick Ambrosi.
Patrick's not here.
Speaker number 28, Brandon Ambrosi.
He's gone.
Speaker number 29, Shirian Kella.
No,
No. Speaker number 30, Kevin Weller.
he's not here. Oh, Kevin's,
Oh.
Kevin's right.
He is indeed. He is indeed.
I like how everybody knows I'll be here. I'm glad the mayor's here.
Kevin, look at the welcome you're getting today.
Good evening, Kevin Weller from the forever rent-controlled Portside Towers. Have you ever been so far behind financially that the number you owe is bigger than the number in your account? Maybe it has happened to you. Maybe you helped someone, a friend or family, through a situation like that. The electric bill and the phone bill are on the table. The cutoff notices have come. You're $100 short, and the walls are closing in. And then you put on an old jacket that you have not worn in a while, and you reach into the pocket, and your fingers find a folded $100 bill. What a relief. Mayor is at that table tonight. The city is short. It's not his fault. He's trying to figure out what to do about it. It's important. I want to gently point out that he has a jacket on too, and there's money in it. Every single day, we send this city a report on just 2 buildings. By the city's own law, passed unanimously, every one of these violations carries a fine of at least $100 per day for each apartment in each building. We have 527 apartments. So a single violation on a single day is more than $50,000 the city is owed, and so far has not collected. And there are 8 of them on that report every day for 429 consecutive days. We've reported this. Sent to nearly 40 officials with the press copied or blind copied based on their preference. That's not $100 bill on the floor. That's a floor covered in $100 bills. Most of those violations have nothing to do with rent control, only 1 of the 8. We are 2 buildings, so ask yourself how many $100 bills are falling out of every other building in the city. For each one, there's a hallway full of families living with the violations and a landlord getting a free pass while the rest of us are asked to pay. They say the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Some have said, we are the squeakiest wheel the city has ever heard. And we cannot get a single one of these fines collected. So what do you think is happening at the buildings that make no sound at all? Does anyone believe that the city leaves uncollected fines, break the law, that's smaller than the hole it's asking us to fill? Thank you.
Then the next speaker, Daniel Feldman.
Good evening, Dan Feldman, 155 Washington Street. At the last council meeting, I spoke about the Korean War Memorial and the city's practice of marking each new C-Click fix report as a duplicate, even though Section 1-25 of the Jersey City Code of Ordinances states that each day a violation continues constitutes a separate offense. So tonight, I want to begin with a thank you. After that meeting, Judy Riley from the Resident Response Center contacted me directly. She reviewed the issue, acknowledged that that the reports should not have been marked as duplicates, apologized profusely for the error, and corrected the process. I appreciate that. When residents raise legitimate concerns, government should listen, and in this case, it did. The reason this matters is because Section 1-25 of the Jersey City Code of Ordinances is very clear. It states that each day a condition continues in violation of an ordinance shall be regarded as a new and separate offense. That language is important because the Korean War Memorial continues to be left open after hours on a routine basis. I continue to document those violations, and now those reports are being treated as separate incidents, which is consistent with the city's own code. The next question is enforcement. Section 1-25 also provides that the maximum penalty for violating a city ordinance is a fine of up to $2,000 per offense. If each day is a separate offense, then each day of non-compliance is potentially subject to its own penalty. Now, as we all obviously know, the city is considering a 20% property tax hike, which would dramatically increase the cost of living for tens of thousands of residents. But at the same time, the city has an ordinance on the books, a recorded covenant, documented violations, and enforcement mechanism already provided by the Code of Ordinances. This is not about creating a new law. This is not about raising anyone's taxes. It's simply about enforcing the laws that already exist. Most importantly, this issue involves a memorial dedicated to those who served our country and those who never came home. The protections required by Ordinance 07-153 were promised nearly 20 years ago. Residents continue to document violations, and the memorial continues to be left open after hours. I appreciate the progress that has been made regarding the C-Click Fix reports. Now, I respectfully ask the city to take the next step and ensure that Ordinance 07-153 is enforced as written. Thank you.
Sarah, I have a question. With violations, I know that the courts are backed up. Like, is it possible or legal for like violations and fines to be pushed ahead of other cases?
The municipal court is responsible for scheduling its own court appearances, and generally they operate on a first come, first served basis with certain lawful exceptions. And so the court does have some capacity to consolidate cases that are filed against the same defendant. There are some matters that are legally deemed emergent, and so they cut to the head of the line. But beyond that, generally legally, it's a first come, first served basis.
We'll move on to the next speaker.
Just on the note, has there been any progress on the report that the mayor requested? There was a public letter in February around a report on maximum enforcement. I know, not to put you on the spot, Corporation Counsel, you did respond to our office, but I think about a month has passed. So just wanted to see if there's been any progress on that.
Is this on the request for data about the municipal court system? So
yes, yeah. The mayor had sent a letter asking for a report on the maximum fines. So I was being annoying and following up on his letter.
So I'll share an update for the benefit of the public. The municipal court currently uses the same databases that every municipal court in the state uses. There's no local infrastructure for recording data about cases that move through our court system. It's a standard statewide system. Locally, we have extremely limited ability to query our own system. And so we are working on exploring potential software solutions or other interventions that would let us actually do things like do an analysis of how many cases of what types have moved through the courts over what time period. What have the dispositions of those cases been in terms of whether they were dismissed, adjudicated, whether fines were awarded, whether fines were actually collected. Currently, we can only look at a case based on the name of the defendant at issue or on an individual basis. So we don't have any ability to generate summary statistics across cases. So we can give anecdotal information. We can ask individual prosecutors to summarize their own case files, which is very labor intensive for a group that is already understaffed and overworked. Systematically, what we're doing is we're both working with the state to see if they will be a partner in helping us get our own data to analyze, either on a bulk basis or on an ongoing basis. And we're also exploring if there are other interventions that we can take on locally, so we're not just having a clerk enter our information into a state system that we can't access on an ongoing basis. But all of those are long-term solutions, and we'll keep the council apprised.
Sarah, the prior municipal prosecutor was offered to get on the Tyler system, which we already use and pay for. Apparently, he declined that offer. That may be something that our current acting municipal prosecutor can look into.
I'm happy to pass that along.
Council members, I will ask that if we have questions that we can get answered offline, that we take them offline. We still have a lot of people waiting to speak. And it's a long night, and we want to make sure that our residents get home and get their chance to speak. So I'll ask that we kind of reduce our questions if it's not related to something that we're voting on, and we send those in writing to the administration.
That said, the next speaker is speaker number 32, Jessica Rizzullo. Not here. Number 33, Deepa, she not here. Okay, number 34, Erin Kent.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm Erin Kent. I live at 100 Warren Street. I want you to picture something. It is 12:45 a.m. in the morning. You are asleep. A fire alarm tears you out of bed. There is a real fire on the 7th floor and you live directly above it. You walk into your bathroom and the smell hits you. Smoke is coming through the vent. You don't know how bad it is. You don't know if it is spreading. Have you ever been truly scared that you were going to die? In that moment, you don't know if you're going to make it out, and you don't know who, if anyone in your building, can do anything to help you. Take a moment and feel the panic rising up as you run down the stairway with your dog, all while an alarm is repeatedly blaring in the halls to evacuate the building. 8 flights to go. Those 8 flights take an eternity. How do you feel? This was my experience on June 12th. We have false alarms in our building so often that most people don't believe there is a fire. And I thought it was false too until I walked into my bathroom and instantly smelled that the building was actually on fire. And in absolute panic, I got dressed, gathered some essentials, and put my dog on his leash. By the time I made it down the stairs, I couldn't breathe. My airways began to swell and constrict, which was a severe response triggered by my chronic illness called mast cell activation syndrome. The only thing keeping my airway open was coughing. If I stopped coughing, I couldn't breathe. So I alternated coughing with choking for 3 hours straight and even considered calling 911 at one point. It was genuinely terrifying and felt like my throat was going to close completely. The next day, I had to go to urgent care because I was still coughing and my throat and chest were in severe pain. There is no superintendent who lives in my building. There's no emergency number that reaches a human who can make decisions. That night, a tenant even asked an on-site staff member for a direct emergency number, and he told her he didn't have one to give. Our landlord, who claims they care about tenants, recently removed more essential human interactions. We have a new service, an AI bot named Ella, who takes our calls and routes them to staff offshore. Ella can't make a decision in an emergency. Ella can't meet the fire department. Ella can't give me oxygen when my lungs are about to give out. Council, your laws were being violated while families slept above a fire. We've been telling you how dangerous our buildings have become since 2022. No one would be surprised if these things were happening on Philip's watch, but I cannot believe that we are almost 6 months into Solomon's term and your terms, and this is still my life. I survived a smoke-filled evacuation in the middle of the night where I almost choked to death, and I'm still traumatized. Tell me, what are you going to do to help us? You can enforce a simple law that we have a superintendent in our building for extremely dangerous moments like this. Just wondering what's so difficult about that. Thank you.
I don't want to let your question go unanswered. I mean, as council members, we don't direct city employees. We can request that they do certain things. I didn't want to let your question go unanswered, and I don't want this to sound like a cop out either. And yeah, I mean, even as council members, we make requests to directors and to employees, but we cannot give them orders. So there is I'm not on the rent control investigation committee. I don't know if anybody on the committee wants to speak to Aaron's issue.
Good, John.
So are we going to the next speak?
Yes.
Okay. So I have to call the next speaker. The next speaker is Mark Boyles.
Skip all the way to Michelle to save everybody time tonight.
So we're going to skip to Michelle, is that right? Okay.
If you would skip to 47. That fire was real, by the way, and I'm still traumatized from it. I had to walk down 18 flights holding my dog at 12:30 a.m. And there were smells everywhere and blaring in the staircase, evacuate, evacuate. It's traumatizing. I can't tell you. There's nobody to call. Nobody. All right. Good evening, Michelle Hirsch, 100 Warren Street. There are some pictures being passed around right now. Please look at them while I talk. They were taken in March 2023 when then Councilman Solomon and our Councilman Gilmore held a town hall in our community room at Portside Towers. After the town hall, a group of us walked the building together and stood in the lobby at the wall where the law says our landlord has to post who is responsible during an emergency. There was no certificate, no super name, no apartment number, no number that reaches a person. 3 of the people standing up with us that night, Gilmore, who serves on this council, Elena Little, now Ward E councilwoman, and Michael Griffin, now our councilman at large, signed sworn affidavits for what they witnessed with their own eyes. I know because I was the witness. I stood next to you guys and put my name down underneath yours. So now the councilman who hosted that town hall is the mayor. The 3 who signed the affidavits are all elected to this council. And for all intents and purposes, the info on our lobby wall has not changed. We still don't have the information the law requires. Information a landlord must provide whether or not a building is rent controlled in order to raise any rents. That was 3 years ago. I hope these pictures bring you back to that night and how you felt about what the city was letting happen to its tenants. Back then, you were our neighbors and advocates standing in a lobby, and some of you didn't have the power to help us then. But tonight, you do. Every person in those photos was elected by people like us. You witnessed, you signed. Now, please do something. Help us. We're waiting for your help. Thank you.
I want to address both the last 2 speakers. It is immensely frustrating that this is not being enforced. And I can only imagine the orders of magnitude greater frustration you feel than I feel as someone who has seen it with my own eyes and signed an affidavit. We have been learning the ins and outs of what is our purview in council and what is not. And my best understanding at this point in time is that it is not lawful for us to direct the municipal prosecutor to prosecute a case. And I would Corporation Counsel care to confirm that or?
That's correct. They're independent.
Okay, thank you. I wish we could, honestly, but we can't. And I would be happy to go again and do the same thing, and assuming the conditions are the same, and sign the same affidavit. I would be happy, as long as that does not conflict with what is, as long as that would not put the city at risk of, liability or anything. But I don't know, is my question to Corporation Counsel, is there anything to be done?
The council can request a report from the relevant enforcement units within the city on what their recent efforts have been.
Okay, I would like to do that.
And Corp Counsel, can we, I think it's already a standing item, but we have a closed session coming up pending we vote on that tonight. But we have a regularly scheduled closed session that we're trying to do with the council. So can we readdress some of this in those closed sessions? I know we've been through some of these questions before. So can we just make sure that all the council is clear on, what is within our power in regards to this case and the situation and what is not?
Absolutely. And this question about superintendents doesn't have anything to do with any pending litigation, but we can talk candidly about process and enforcement. And then if there are things you want to bring to the public.
And all of that stuff.
That's right.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing those reports as well, and my office will follow up. Is the BA the correct person to reach out to for those? Yeah, okay, thank you.
The next speaker is speaker number 48, Mark Isikoff. No? No? Speaker number 49, Anthony Adarale. No? Speaker number 50, Albert Harari. Speaker number 51, Meng Wu.
My name is Meng Wu, and I'm a Jersey City homeowner. I'm speaking in opposition to this tax exemption that we're talking about regarding the development and a tax hike at the same time. So the two items I want to talk about both got moved, but I mean, apparently a developer is getting 30-year tax exemption while ordinary homeowners like me are getting a 20% tax hike. But I really want to talk about the market and show how bad the situation actually already is. Our local housing market is, my observation, is structurally unhealthy, and homeowners are financially fragile. Condo sales record show the price per square foot has failed to keep up with inflation over the past 3 years. And since 2025, price has been flat. So effectively, the price is dropping. And this happens because our ever-increasing property tax. And this year, the condo market is slipping into a deeper distress. According to Redfin, the average days on market for Newport area homes was 70 days in the first quarter of 2026. And this is up from 33 days in the same period in 2025. And for downtown, it was 54 days versus 31 days from the year before. And one of the flagship building, 99 Hudson, 45% of active listings have been sitting for more than 60 days. And on top of the slow sales, recent clearing price in downtown and the waterfront area are about 10% below current listing prices per square foot. So that means the sellers are taking almost twice as long as last year to sell and are facing potentially a 10% price correction. So a 20% tax shock will push the overall property tax to over 2.5%. And for a typical condo valued at $850K, that's already paying $20K per year, and that's about $1,500 a year. And at a current interest rate about 5%, this value, it translates to about $30K or 3.5% of the property value, and that's a potential cut. So we're already in a distressed market facing a potential 10% price gap, and this additional 3% may be enough to trigger a market collapse with a price correction of potentially up to 15%. This is serious because this will destroy future homeowner and homeowner confidence and investor confidence in Jersey City. And that this affects all of us.
Speaker number 52, William Lillis. No. Speaker number 53, Ilva. No. Speaker number 54, Simran.
She left.
No. Speaker number 56, Robin Argawal. Speaker number 57, Pavit Thakur. No. Speaker number 58, Sadhana Kari.
Left.
Speaker number 59, Nilvia Berganio. Speaker 60, Maureen Nally.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, for being here. It's good of you. I'm all over the board here, but I am absolutely frozen. I have been a city resident for 60 years. Happy birthday, me. But yeah, frozen again. I'm gonna be all over the board here. My father was a city employee. He worked for Public Works for like 28 years. I think he retired in 2000. I just remember growing up, he would go shopping on West Side Avenue for his work pants, store next to Dairy Queen. And now, you know, maybe he'd still be alive and he wouldn't have died of a head and neck cancer if he had, you know, a $300,000 cleaning uniform budget like they do now at Public Works. He operated with 2 pairs of khaki pants. You know, I sit here and I'm thinking, of course I'm straying. This is not where I wanted to go with this, but I don't know where the change came, and now we have a $300,000 budget to clean the Public Works uniforms. I have pictures of my father in this building climbing through the boiler and plastering the boiler like that's all bad stuff. You know what I'm saying? One good thing is after the fire in 1979, which I'm sure nobody is aware of, here in this building, my father was an ornamental plasterer, and he did leave his thumbprints, he told us, in some of the design right above us. So that's kind of cool. Just listening to these people speak about having to experience a fire in their building. I didn't want to go here, but 4 years ago, I had a fire at my home. I'm still not back in my home because the fire department went to the wrong address. We have a horrible 911 system. There's a massive miscommunication. However, I opened those phone calls and I have 7 phone calls that say exactly my address. So I need to sit down and talk with someone, because while we're on blaming the past administration, I never had that minute or 5 minutes. I need answers. Like, this makes me crazy, makes me mad. I can't live in my house. I pay a full mortgage, and now you want to raise my taxes along with everybody else's. But I'm giving you the real deal here right now. I have to pay higher taxes, and I can't live in my house because there were mistakes with the 911 system. But you know, that's another thing. We need to talk. I'm giving you an assignment. Get organizational charts from every single department. I worked in Mayor Schindler's office. I've been working for the city for 100 years. This is my midlife joke crisis job with the fire department. I'm going to keep going because I had to wait for the fire department to come to my house. It took them 15 minutes to go 3 blocks. I'm sorry. It's 4 years and I don't know where I'm living on July 1st. My house is not done yet. Okay. Aside from that, I know Joel Brooks made mention something about Charlene Burke said about desk audits and stuff.
Maureen,
that fire.
well,
wait,
we have to
I
stop
had
you.
city workers playing on my house, training.
We get it, and the mayor's office is waiting to speak to you and get all your information.
Bring it and print it. But, you know, at least my father is here. He was a hard worker. Ask any of those mayors. We have a lot to talk about. I welcome anybody to call me because there's a lot going on and a lot that needs to be solved. And raising taxes, I'm sure there are other people in similar situations as me, but
but not all of you have had a fire and have been displaced at everybody else's.
We have to hold everyone to 5 minutes.
But yeah, I know you got to go. I sat here all night. I'm freezing.
Thank you, Maureen, and thank you for your father's service to the city.
Speaker number 61, Carlos. Is Carlos here? No?
No.
Okay. Number 62, Lorenzo Richardson.
Must have left.
No. Speaker number 63, Evelyn Ibarra.
Left too.
Number 64, Susan Murphy.
No.
Number 65, Jeff. Is Jeff here?
No.
Number 66, Melissa Olto.
No.
Number 67, Danielle Haskins. Danielle.
No.
Number 68, Ashley Nally Nagel.
I'm a crier too. I'm going to try not to cry.
It's okay.
Jersey City is the only home I've ever known. I grew up in this community, so did both of my parents. My grandparents arrived in Jersey City in the 1950s as Irish immigrants. They lived, worked, and died here, and I plan on doing the same. Lifelong and longtime residents losing their homes as a result of this tax increase should not be an afterthought or a given. The way that has been relayed by some of you in a tone that seems nonchalant and just a fact of life is ridiculous and to me unelectable going forward. I understand that at least half of you on the council did not grow up in this community, and you won't have to answer to your parents or your cousins or lifelong friends as to why you voted in favor of their displacement. So maybe that makes it easier for you to vote yes. We constantly hear about the affordable housing that will come from tax abatements and pilot programs, and my question is, affordable for who? For Joe Schmo from Montclair or Missouri or Milburn who works at JP Morgan, or for the teacher who lives on Duncan Avenue and has for her entire life? Is it affordable for our immigrant neighbors who, in my opinion, deserve to be here far more desperately than wealthy suburbanites looking for a few years of fun in the city before it's time to have a baby and move back to the burbs? But that's a topic for another day. The issue here is the proposed tax increase while more abatements are on the table. It's unfathomable. I encourage you to vote no on this increase that will change the lives of the people who have grown up here, who have lived here for decades, and immigrants who came here with nothing and made a life here. This proposed increase would personally affect me as I became a homeowner 2 years ago and my dad died and left me his home in Greenville. However, I'm far more concerned with how this will impact my more vulnerable neighbors, and I will fight for them every way I can. The bottom line is the burden should not be placed on any of us as a result of the last administration's mistakes. Keep in mind, everything going forward will be a result of this administration's mistakes or solutions. And just for the record, I voted for you. I voted for this council. I believed in you all then, and I still do. But at the end of the day, my community comes first and always will. We're beginning to wonder if this affordability facade was all about furthering your political agendas or using us as a stepping stone to higher office, kind of like the last guy. All I ask of you is to find a way to protect longtime and lifelong residents and our immigrant community first and foremost, and to remember that transplants come and go. They might not be here to vote for you the next time you're on the ballot. They'll be back home in the burbs or onto the next city to gentrify. But some of us were lucky enough to grow up here, and we aren't going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 69, Noreen Collins? No. Number 70? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Zaharoula Morfoyanis, Zaharoula Morfogen. Of course, I want to begin by acknowledging the seriousness of this obscene budget deficit that we're meeting here. In this context, though, I'm also primarily here to voice my support of Resolution 26421, recognizing childcare as the essential public infrastructure it is. Jersey City gave me a secure base from which to rebuild during some of the most harrowing years of my life. I completed my undergraduate degree at NJCU through the New Jersey Transfer Program, and today I work as a licensed mental health clinician serving North Jersey's most vulnerable. My work has taken me from community mental health to the acute psychiatric units of Newark Beth Israel, and now to a public psychiatric hospital, where every day I witness how investments, or lack thereof, in social infrastructure shape people's lives. This is why, when we talk about infrastructure, we really need to include care work alongside transit and roads. Childcare is not a luxury, and care work makes all other work possible. Today marks 4 years since Dobbs versus Jackson overturned Roe versus Wade. While New Jersey continues to protect reproductive rights, those rights are incomplete without affordable childcare. True autonomy depends not only on the right to decide whether to have children, but on having the resources to raise them safely. When childcare becomes unaffordable, many women are forced out of the workforce or into economic dependence. For survivors of domestic violence, that can make leaving an abusive relationship that much more difficult. Expanding childcare assistance gives families real choices. It creates opportunities for education, employment, and long-term stability. As Jersey City confronts rising costs and fiscal emergency, this is precisely when the state should be investing in working families. History has repeatedly shown that investments in social infrastructure and public works during periods of economic strain produce returns that far exceed the costs. Affordable childcare strengthens families, protects women and children, supports workers, creates jobs, and helps ensure that people can continue to live and build their lives here. In Greek, we have a word, and that is philotimo. It doesn't have a one-to-one translation, but it speaks to honor, generosity, and our responsibility to one another. At a moment when working people are being asked to bear the brunt of decisions they did not make, the most honorable response is not austerity. It is investing in infrastructure and people. So let's start with this resolution. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Number 71, Shadi? No. Number 72, Adele Ahmed? Number 73, Elliot? Number 74, Quien? Okay.
So, in recent days, there has been much discussion over the budget deficit. I've seen commentary casually noting that taxes from 1 or 2 dozen high rises on the waterfront or in Journal Square would bridge the gap. The only problem being how long this would take. But this is not the only problem with this solution. The real problem is that the city has already consistently overdeveloped for its own interests while underplanning for the resources of the public it serves. During Mayor Fulop's tenure, Jersey City built 45,000 residential units and 13 classrooms. 45,000 versus 13. Development has been most prevalent in the waterfront, the PS 16 zone, with another 6,000 residential units coming in and no corresponding planning for school growth. This makes PS 16 just about the most crowded school in the state, and this is not a superlative that we should be proud of. As we head into the fall, 5- and 6-year-olds have class sizes of 35 to 40 students per class to look forward to. We need a plan to deal with the extraordinary burdens that Jersey City is putting on the public school system. Everyone can see the new apartment buildings everywhere. Where are the schools? And this is a citywide problem. This affects constituents for every council member here today. In Ward A, PS 38 is overcrowded. In Ward B, PS 17 and 33. And in Ward C, PS 23 and 11 hold the dubious honor. Ward D, PS 27, and in Ward E, PS 16 is at 200% capacity. In Ward F, PS 29 is at capacity in a building from 1901. 1901, back then less than 10% of Americans graduated high school. Half of our 41 schools are between 95 and 130 years old. Why are our current city officials, statistically much more likely to be more educated than your ancestors, so much more reticent to build schools? We can't squeeze kids into old school buildings and expect them to get a thorough and efficient education. Where are the schools? For our part, PS16 parents have been pleading with the city and the BOE for both temporary and permanent school space for relief. We've suggested spaces we think are suitable. We've even sourced lots for construction, but we can't even get an email back. And meanwhile, we hear about new presentations such as 127 to 133 Morgan Street with no plans of schooling. Yes, it costs money, but we know there will be a statewide vote on a bond issue for the state's school development authority in November. We urge council members to organize their communities to support it and urge the council to work with the BOE to bring money we need to the district. PS16 parents are still requesting immediate assistance securing short-term space for September or as soon as possible. We think the city can help, and I urge you to do so for our children's sake. I make my comments on behalf of hundreds of parents in the PS16 community. Thank you.
Number 75, Patrick Carr.
Patrick Carr, I'm also here to talk about PS16. Before I do that, I would like to be the person who is not opposed to the tax increase. Go for it. I am here today because the city has imposed extraordinary burdens on the public school system. As Quinn has said, we built 45,000 residential units here. The full administration bragged about that and have built all of 13 classrooms. Of course, development has been concentrated in the PS16 zone. We are expecting 6,000 units coming online in the next few years, if not sooner. And there's no corresponding plan for school expansion. So our perspective here is that we really need a plan to deal with the tremendous strain that's being put on that school. Overcrowded facilities are a citywide problem. The district's long-range facility report notes that 7 schools are overcrowded, 5 are at capacity in very old schools. You know, a lot of these are between 95 and 130 years old. I am glad that our great grandparents could build schools, and we really need to follow suit. We all see the new buildings going up everywhere, and so we wonder, where are the schools? The city's master plan doesn't contemplate school construction, incredibly. There are 0 new schools in the construction or planning phase apart from a charter school, which isn't helping our system. We can't cram kids into old school buildings like this body has done and expect them to get a thorough and efficient education. So where are the schools? We have been asking for space, for temporary and permanent solutions. We are waiting to hear back, but if it helps, you can think of us as real estate developers, the people's real estate developers, if you will, but for education, and we're here because we don't see anyone else filling that role. Of course, when it comes to education, everyone is forced to wonder, doesn't that cost money? Yes. We support the proposals with 10% of pilot money toward education. It seems like a good start. We know there will be the statewide votes on the SDA bond, and we urge the council to work with the BOE on that to bring money home. It's hard to imagine that we have enough money, even with that, to revamp the entire school system, but whatever we can do, please. Beyond that, we know Jersey City's 9 charter schools are sitting on $150 million in budget surplus. That's not helping our system either and should be taxed, in my own opinion. We have a few addresses with temporary space that we've...
Sir, your time is
3
up.
minutes is up, sir.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker, number 77, Christine. Number 78, Richard Hedden. No?
Oh, no, Rich.
Oh, okay.
Is that Richard?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Rich Hedden, Hedden. I live in Jersey City now. I believe this city right now is possibly at a tipping point Definitely the people of this city are at a tipping point. Our neighbors are at a tipping point. All our fates are in your hands. Ultimately, when you vote for that, it does begin with you, Mayor Solomon. And this is a tough situation. Some might even consider it a no-win situation. Which brings me to mind a movie called The Star Trek of Wrath of Khan. It's a space movie for those who aren't familiar with it. It begins with a space crew in their spaceship. You have a captain surrounded by their crew, and they're involved in a very volatile situation. It gets worse and worse with everything they try. Every decision the captain makes, it gets worse and worse until the ship is shaking, it explodes and goes dark, and it seems both the crew and the captain are lost. But the smoke does clear and the lights come on because it turns out to be a simulation. It was a test for the captain of the ship. A captain who failed. But every captain that takes this test fails. The whole point of the test is to fail. It's programmed that way. Nobody has ever passed the test except one. Captain James T. Kirk has passed the test. Later on, you find out how he passed this test. The night before, he snuck in before the test and reprogrammed it. So when he took the test, he passed it. And later on, when he asked him, and he explained this, he said, well, I don't believe in a no-win situation. I always believe there's a way out if you really try. And so he, captain, like you are in that situation, James T. Solomon, is what we need. We need a captain because we're your crew. And you have to find a way to give us a chance because that's what he always believed. No matter how hard the odds were, he believed he can always find a way to give them a chance. So that's what we need from you. I don't need you to be a mayor. I need you to be the captain. And I think there is a way you can get us a chance. Now, it's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy, but you got to give us a chance. Okay?
Richard, extra points if you remember the name of the test.
Oh, it's a long name. I can't pronounce it. It's a Kater.
Kobayashi Maru.
Yeah.
The needs of the
you.
many outweigh the needs of the few. Or the one.
Number 79, Alexandra Alton. Number 80, Jean Daly.
Good evening. Yes, I haven't been here in a long time because I changed jobs and doesn't permit me to be here, but I am tonight. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad our mayor's here as well, which is very unusual. We never had that before. I'm actually speaking on a different issue. I'm speaking in regard actually to a resolution that you passed the last council meeting where you accepted $20,000 from the Exchange Place Alliance for, I think it was a park or service. Looking into it further, I see that you've also accepted another $20,000 from them. I hate to tell you this, but you are not permitted to accept that money. All special improvement districts, the money that are the assessments that are made, that money could only be spent within that district boundary. They cannot be doing stuff outside the district, no matter how nice and fuzzy and warm. They cannot be giving you guys money, and nor can you ask them for money. I brought this up to the Exchange Place Alliance at their last council meeting. And I suggested to them, well, if you'd like to contribute to other areas of the city, nonprofits, certain drives and such, they should form a separate nonprofit entity in which they could fund these separate projects. I was called cold. I said, all I want you to do is follow the law. And it was again said, I was cold. Now, this has been part of the Exchange Place Alliance's problem from the very beginning, and it is continuing. Stephanie left already, but several people have always asked whether they can expand the board. If, say, for the Historic Paul's Hook Association, could someone from the Historic Paul's Hook get on the board? Could someone from the Port of the Padma Powerhouse District become on the board? Flat out ignored. There's another gentleman who wants to be on the board who actually owns a Hyatt house, which is on Exchange Place, and they won't let him on the board. It's still being run like a fiefdom with Michael DeMarco in charge, who doesn't live here, doesn't work here, and the crew, there's another gentleman as well, but they are basically creating a conflict with the city because you are definitely therefore going to vote to approve their budget because you're getting money from them. That is a conflict. They need to be stopped again. Well, again, they never were, but these people need to be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 81, Ritvik Mohanty. No. 82, Yarrow Wilman Cole.
He left.
No. Number 83, Habiba Johnson. No.
She also left.
Number 84, Leonard Wilson. Number 85, Cynthia Scott.
He left.
Number 86, Mira Jaffe.
We got Mira right here.
Got it. Okay.
She's Mira's here. Hi, everybody. I'm a 40-year resident of Jersey City, and I feel like it's a shame that so many people were not able to speak who came here today. And I appreciate your being here and Mayor Solomon and listening to everyone who is here. I think that we all understand that the previous mayor and some council members were responsible for this budget crisis that we now find ourselves in. But I'm not going to talk about how we got here. It seems that the governor and her administration have given our council members an ultimatum. Vote unanimously to pass this 20% property tax increase, or we will withhold the state monies needed to balance our budget. The bottom line is, nobody will remember Fulop's mismanagement if we vote to pass this 20% property tax increase. Let the city default. If the council votes it down, the governor and her administration will not want to see Jersey City, a city that has been democratically run, feed into the Republicans' rhetoric of sanctuary cities and tax and spend Democrats, leading to failed democratic policies. I don't think Mikey Sherrill and her administration would want to give fuel to this rhetoric. By voting yes on this 20% property tax increase, not only will you be creating hardship for many residents and local businesses who rely on disposable income for people to spend, but it will be politically hurtful to every council member and the mayor who vote yes. All the good things you have done will be overshadowed when hundreds of residents are forced to leave. You will feel the repercussions. You felt the repercussions of slow snow removal. Well, this will be far worse. Sadly, I fear voting yes might mean that your political careers will be short-lived. It may be the only thing you are remembered for.
Just out of curiosity, administration, how would it look for the city to file bankruptcy? Because I don't know at this point, I just want to make sure we check every box. Like, what would that process look? What are the ramifications behind it? What, if anything, will happen?
I will give you a initial answer. We're happy to do a little bit more work and research. Unfortunately, I do not believe it is a viable option. I understand why folks are bringing it up. There are only one or two cities that have filed for bankruptcy recently in U.S. history. When you do so, your credit is sort of nearly permanently downgraded. And you go through bankruptcy court process to pay off your loans, but your credit is so damaged that as a city you're basically unable to borrow to fund your government in the future. So it is obviously the type of scenario where it has pretty devastating long-term, decades-long effects on your city's finances. And really is never only in the rarest of occasions has it been used. I believe Detroit may have gone through this a decade or two ago, but I will look at it. We're happy to give you a full do a little deeper dive and research on it, but go from there.
Thank you. Yeah, Jerry.
Okay. Okay, the next speaker, well, that's a duplicate, but number 88, Susan Santos. Nope. Number 89, 7 Alkaline. I don't think so. Okay. Number 90, Carol. Number 91, Elsa Bermudez. I think she spoke earlier. Okay. Number 92, Kathleen Donnelly. Number 93, Lacelle Villanueva. Yeah, no, okay. Number 94, Jason Bess. Number 95, Michael Thompson.
Nope.
Number 96, Adrian.
Candidate, he's not here.
He's not here. 97, Richard Deagle.
No.
Nope. Number 98, Karna Gandhi.
Karna's a repeat.
That's a repeat.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's a
repeat.
All right, yes, we got you, sir. Okay.
Miss Sean.
Number 99, Brendan Clark. Okay.
Mayor Solomon, you are a liberal and I'm a big C conservative, but I want to thank you on deciding to postpone the vote on the proposed property tax increase, and thank you for listening to us, the taxpayers of Jersey City. With that, I implore you and the council to fully exhaust all alternative options to reduce the current budget deficit before committing to any property tax increase. All city departments must cut their costs to the bone. To the bone. It should be brutal. All city departments should have to reduce their headcount by 20%, and all city employees who make above $100,000 a year should take a 20% pay cut. If y'all want 20% from us, we want 20% from y'all. And I do not care to hear anything about union rules or civil service protections. You have lawyers, figure it out. I have also read in the interim report in city press release that you are proposing directing 10% of pilot revenue to Jersey City Public Schools. Whatever merits that may have, Jersey City should not create a new reoccurring city to school diversion while claiming a municipal fiscal emergency severe enough to justify a 20% tax rate increase. Any and all pilot revenue must go to the city coffers first and foremost. Our schools already have an outrageously bloated budget. You must not vote for a full 20% increase until the city publishes a line-by-line alternative plan showing what it can still cut, what lawful non-tax revenue it can still collect, and what debt it can legally refinance for savings, and why those actions may not be enough. I end this by paraphrasing a quote from a personal hero of mine, the late, great Margaret Thatcher. You must ensure public expenditure is cut and waste of taxpayer money is ruthlessly expunged from the budget. Thank you.
Our next speaker, speaker 100, Zai McGarity. No.
Nope.
Number 101, Aristotle Leopoulos.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, council members, how's everybody doing? Just want to address the 20% tax increase. This tax increase doesn't just impact homeowners, it's going to eventually impact renters as well. When property taxes go up, eventually it's going to trickle down to the renters. And the majority of the people that live in the city at this point, I would have to argue, are renters. With the affordable housing market not existent at this point for a lot of people. The people who built this community, primarily a lot of aforementioned by the constituents, senior citizens. Seeing senior citizens or lifelong residents not be able to afford to live here anymore and have to pack up and move. It's a reoccurring theme, and it's devastating and alienating to the lifelong residents of this city. Okay, many of you guys ran on making, life affordable in Jersey City, but 20% tax increase does exactly the opposite. At a time when residents are already struggling with the high cost of living, it's going to make it even harder. Something that I don't want to focus too much on, but something that I think everyone had a point in mentioning is cutting down city spending. It's not a revenue issue, it's a spending issue. And according to media publications, a lot of people in this room recently received raises. I think it's some of the directors and the council members are slated for that. So let's be honest, when the city continues to pass ordinances, especially that increase housing costs, such as the Bird Glass Ordinance, affordability becomes even more out of reach. The people of Jersey City deserve fiscal responsibility, not higher taxes and higher rents. We need solutions that protect residents, not policies that drive them out. Thank you. Good evening.
So
Number
1
102.
second, John. I just want to interject one clarification, because I've heard that a lot and I've seen it a lot printed, that the council increased their salary. The council did not increase their salary. So I just want everyone to be clear on that. The council has not increased their salary, but I know that's been said and that has been printed a lot online. So I'm not, negating what you said, but I've seen it a lot. And I just want to be clear, we did not increase our salary.
Okay, number 102, Guillermo Concia. No. Number 103, Diane Atwell. Not here. Number 104, Veronica Lavarro.
I don't know who that is. No idea.
Her husband's here.
Number 105, Isaac Jimenez.
Isaac is not here.
Okay. Number 106, Ahmed Dowd. No. Number 107, Ibrahim Idilwick. Number 108, Julia Berna.
Julie.
Julie, sorry.
Yeah, I thought of some things to say, so here we are, and I'm far more emotional than you are, so I don't know how you're doing this, but here we are. Okay. I know you all care, and this is not your fault, and you are trying to do the right thing or you wouldn't be up there. And I do hope that you all take a late morning tomorrow, or today, as it were, and also use your vacation and sick days, actually. But we all have a profound moral obligation to protest this unjust extortion we find ourselves in. I was the lead park ranger at Stonewall National Monument, so I am empathetic to attacks on public servants. I see you and I thank you all as well. But there's no convincing us that most of the services we have in Jersey City are keeping us safe or worth saving. You've said that defaulting isn't a viable option. But to paraphrase Pirates of the Caribbean, best start believing in ghost stories and bankruptcy mates, because we're in one. With the 20% tax increase or more, we are all going down with this ship. And next term, we are going to have some truly heinous pirates voted in. Speaking as a friend and supporter and likely former resident of Jersey City. I've lived here 10 years, but I'm going to have to look at moving in with my family in Massachusetts where they have helpful stuff like universal health care. We just ain't got the cash for this tax hike, and I'm done shoveling pounds of flesh into a pit of corruption. We've already pushed out bright, engaged citizens, families, journalists, business owners, to name a few. Artist and teacher and saint Amy Wilson, Brittany Graziosi of Jay-Z Oddities due to a lack of future here. I had an opportunity to buy a business in the Berkshires, and instead I purchased a home in the Heights because I believed in us. What a dummy I was. I will likely regret that decision the rest of my days because there just doesn't seem to be any making it in Jersey City. Bless.
Number 109, Alex. Alex, okay. Number 110, Adam Cohen. Alex is here.
Alex is coming.
Hello, my name is Alex Vyushkov. I'm a resident of Jersey City. I live in Ward D. And I was preparing for a different meeting with 20% tax hike and two massive tax abatement on agenda at the same time, which is like interesting optics here. But it's encouraging that Council is listening and we will have more opportunities to discuss this. And I actually just wanted to call out Councilman Lavara's efforts on, redirecting cannabis tax. Hopefully we see more of this in coming weeks to, figure out how can we improve the situation without such a big increase in taxes. But I also wanted to say that today we are not seeing a financial recovery plan. We're seeing the bill, and I want to see the solution. Thank you.
Number 110, Adam Cohen. 111, Alexander Gleason.
Good evening, Mayor Solomon, Madam Speaker, Councilmember Little. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Alexander Gleason. I reside at 155 Bay Street and am speaking on behalf of my family. And I want to say that condo owners and residents in Ward E are terrified of the 20% increase being asked, and we will ask for you to reconsider this. We recognize the administration is in a precarious position. The outreach to the state, the budget cuts, the mayor's $1 salary. These gestures are appreciated, but they are not a justification for at least a 20% hike in a single year. This is in month 6 of year 1. If this is the tenor of the next 4 years, it will be long and painful for you and for us. We will wallow in collective misery and reciprocal resentment. There's an assumption embedded in this proposal that perhaps many, if not most, benefit from multi-decade abatements. That assumption is just incorrect. For many, this will be painful. It will hit our bottom lines. It is a fixed cost increase that will eat into our families' margins, make contributing to the city harder, and pull the ladder up for those who want to live here in the future. We understand everyone has to feel some pain. What feels unconscionable is a blunt, crude 20% number that ignores the reality of working families already stretched. If this is the plan to address the cost of living crisis, the plan utterly misses the mark. You're not taxing the oligarchs. You're not taxing the centimillionaires. Many of the people you represent, we simply do not have trust funds living on the split incentive of wealthy parents who can bankroll our dreams, hopes, and aspirations or wishes of our dream pocket. We're asking you to hear us and reconsider. What's more, we ask that perhaps you go to our state legislators and consider a policy similar to the one, and I apologize, this may trigger some of those in the Comrade Caucus, but that perhaps we should pursue a policy related to circuit breakers and a circuit breaker on property taxes. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. And have a great day. One thing I want to add, you know, OSHA standards are like 68 to 76 degrees for a comfortable working room. This room is very cold. I speak for a living. I'm struggling because of the temperature. Thank you.
Number 112, Donna. Is Donna here?
Yeah, she's here.
I'm Donna Ristarucci. I live in Ward E.
Pull the mic right up
Pull
to
the
you.
mic down. Yeah.
Okay, I live in Ward E in Elena Little's ward and James Solomon's former ward. You know, I'm a renter. I don't own anything, but I'm sure my rent will go up with the 20% increase. Probably not as much as homeowners' taxes will with the 20%. I have wonderful landlords. And, you know, I just feel really conflicted about this whole thing. I mean, I know that, you know, the city council and the mayor, I mean, you're really agonizing over this. It's really shitty, what, you know, being faced with this kind of thing. And I happen to agree that this is extortion from the state. And, you know, I think about, thank you, about, you know, the fight, like, that we say, what do we do when you're under attack? You fight back. And no justice, no peace. My history is as an activist, and I believe in mobilizing people and organizing. I mean, why can't we have our homeowners and people who live here go and just testify and talk to the state legislators? I mean, the stories that people have are going to be forced out. They're not going to be able to live here, you know, or, you know, they won't be able to pay their rent or choose between food and drugs or whatever. You know, we have a lot of stories to tell, and I just feel like we really have to do something. I do not think that we should be taking it out on our employees, on our workers. You know, aside from union contracts, there's the humanitarian aspect. You don't just, you know, cut back or throw people out of work, you know, because of what our previous administration did. So, you know, I'm not offering any solutions. I'm just expressing frustration that I know we all feel. We just feel like we're going under. My son, by the way, is a homeowner. See, he will be affected by this. So, you know, whatever. I just think we need to fight back a little bit. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. And our last speaker on the list is number 113, Viviana Leon. No? No. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to, hold on, Mayor, don't leave yet. We got to stay here. Mayor, don't leave. Yeah, you guys got to stay a little while longer. Oh, okay. I just want to say I'm thankful for the mayor for sitting through this presentation. I'm thankful for all the residents who've came out and voiced their concerns. I'm going to be brutally honest. We are ahead of some very difficult times. And I assure you that whatever decision that we come to, people are going to be upset. But I just want to state for the record, it is one thing to be critical of the administration and to be critical of the council. That is fair and that is your right. However, there's another thing to misrepresent the facts of what's going on as it relates to the finance and funding of the city of Jersey City. I don't know, but for some reason, it seems though some people have short-term memories. I vividly recall me, myself, speaking as Councilman Gilmore, sitting right there in that corner seat. And I recalled calling out all of the things that I feel were going to get us in trouble in future years. And for whatever reason, many people said, oh, you're just anti-administration. I pointed out on several occasions that one-time revenues from the sale of city properties is not going to be a sustainable mechanism to balancing budgets. I expressed concerns over how COVID money was dispersed. So I just don't, I don't know if people are privy to that information. I don't know what it is, but the facts are the facts. It's in the archives. All of these YouTube, these council meetings are on record. And I can say personally, like I felt the testimonies of people who have come before this council. I feel the testimony of residents who have reached out. I literally spent this, I ain't even have a Father's Day. Literally, I was answering concerns, meetings, emailing and calling people because I know that this is a trying time. I know it's going to be hard for people to cope, but 20% it's a haymaker. It is a haymaker. I remain committed to trying to work with the administration to find some reasonable medium as it relates to this. It's hard, and like I said, it's going to be hard either way, right? When you look at the budget, it's really only is you control spending, you cut spending, or you increase taxes. It's really not, or you could do some unethical gimmicks. But the reality is, if you want to be responsible and balance the budget, those are the things that has to happen. Right? This money is not coming out of thin air. Some people suggested fundraisers. That is a huge task, right? Like I said, I just remain committed to trying to find a reasonable medium. I'm not giving my salary back. I know some people ask that. This is my only job. I don't go clocking nowhere else, right? But like I said, I remain committed trying to find a reasonable medium to make sure, people are allowed to stay in their houses.
Mayor, can you one more time give us the dates and times, locations of the meetings between now and next Wednesday for the public, just so they have it?
Sure. So I will be hosting a community meeting at the City Hall Annex. So that's, right on Kearney Street, Kearney Ave. And then that will be Sunday at 7 p.m. So Sunday at 7 p.m.
39 Kearney Ave.
39, yeah, Kearney Ave. And then we have 4 coming up in July, July 7th, July 8th, both at 6:30 p.m. Then July 11th at 11 a.m. and then July 16th at 6:30 p.m. Those locations have not been announced. We're working on getting the locations for those 4 things, but the dates and times are set. And we will also be streaming it online. So if you're not able to attend it, we won't be able to take questions online, so we won't be able to do the comments. It'll only be in person. But obviously, if you want to watch, you'll be able to watch all 5 of them online.
Thank you.
Sure.
Free to take a biological break. Go ahead, John.
All right. Our next agenda item is the list of petitions and communications, items 6.1 through 6.34. Council members, do you have any questions or comments on the petitions and communications? All right. Hearing none. The next agenda item are the officer and communications and reports of directors, but we have none listed. So we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is the claims list. Council members, are there any questions on the claims list? Hearing none, I will now take a vote on the claims list.
I do have a question.
Oh, okay.
Page 15 of the claims, the $4 million to Horizon Blue Cross, is that paying for the last of the former plan we were on, or is that unpaid bills? Would you just clarify that, please?
there's still going to be outstanding bills based on, people who use these services. There's a wind down period. We're still going through that wind down period. So we will likely have a few more bills to pay for that.
Okay, thank you. And then just page 17, under police, there's $60,000 in ammunition. I'm just curious how often that kind of charge is coming up.
Thing. I don't know the exact frequency, but most of the ammunition we buy is for training purposes. Police have very vigorous requirements where they have to train and do a certain amount of hours. So it's not, we're just charging firearms in the active duty. It's just charged in training.
Okay, yeah, thank you. If we could get a report on just how frequently those purchases are made.
Are there any other questions?
No.
Okay. So with that being said, I'm going to entertain a vote on the claims list. On that, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Aye.
Councilperson Efros.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro. Councilperson Singh.
Aye.
And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Claims are approved 9-0. That brings us to the list of resolutions. Just bear with me. We have kind of jumped around here. We had some that were removed and some that were carried. So if you look at the list of resolutions, obviously we have withdrawn item 10.1 and we voted on items 10.2, 10.3, 10.5, 6, 7, and 8. So I'm going to call for a vote on agenda items 10.4 and 10.9 through 10.12. How do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
I'm going to vote aye on all. Just a quick note, and I want to thank Councilman Navarro for his partnership in putting forward 10.9. The public is obviously is understandably skeptical of government, but this was a conversation he and I had with some others months ago about a good governance committee, both looking forward and back, both looking backward and forward. And that's where this came about. And having serving on the rent control committee, with the limitations that there are, and asking city employees questions and questioning them as to who represents them, which the answer is Corporation Counsel, and something of the magnitude of the budget deficit we have, I think the council and I both felt that an independent investigation would be appropriate for the financial situation we're in. And that's just the background from my perspective.
Okay. You are voting aye on all, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Councilperson Efros.
Aye, and thank you to Councilman Zupa and Councilman Lavaro for putting this forward. Resolution 26371. I think this is part of how we never have this terrible budget situation ever again. So appreciate the leadership there.
Okay. Councilperson Little.
Aye for all, and I'd like to echo the sentiments and thank Councilman Zupa and Councilman Lavaro for their leadership in advancing this.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Vote aye for all. Thank you to Councilperson Super, Councilperson Rolando, as it relates to 10.9. I remember when I first heard about the actual deficit, my question was, how isn't this criminal? So I'm happy that some form of investigation or some form of urging the state comptroller to investigate and to audit from this period. I vote aye for all.
Councilperson Griffin.
I vote aye for all. I want to thank Councilman Zupa, Councilman Lavaro for 10.9, and to the public, this is not a resolution that was put on the agenda to distract you from the proposed tax increase. This was something that they started working on months ago, and I really appreciate it.
Councilman Lavaro.
Yeah, I'll just echo everything I've said in 10.9. Thank Councilman Zupa for co-sponsoring this and for all the council people's support, as well as the administration, because we discussed this with them as well. So, what we've seen here with this budget deficit and this budget crisis of $255 million deficit for fiscal year 26. It borders on criminality, frankly, and so it needs to be investigated, and people need to be held accountable. And so I hope the comptroller will take this this resolution seriously and look into what occurred here with our financial operations here in Jersey City during the last administration. And specifically, the period was 2020 to 2025 in the stated resolution. And if anything nefarious or any wrongdoing, criminal wrongdoing is discovered, I hope they will refer those individuals to the State Attorney General's office, and that the people of Jersey City will get justice for what's happened here. I vote aye and all.
Councilperson Singh,
I vote aye.
Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Okay, the vote tally for agenda items 10.4 and 10.9 through 10.12 is 9 unanimous. The next list of resolutions, remember, we did already withdraw 10, 14, 15, and 16. So I'm calling for a vote on items 10.13, 10.17 through 10.22. How do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
Let's ask a question to the administration. Did we get the numbers estimated for the July 4th festivities?
Yes, I believe Crystal sent those, but I can double check to maybe she can send them to everyone, but I'll re-forward them if not.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Given that, I'll vote aye on all. But I mean, if there's any kind of real cost to the city for July 4th, I would just encourage us to enjoy the fireworks from afar.
Yeah, I will just add in. So, we're committed. We have gotten the philanthropy to do the fireworks, the public safety, all of that. What we do not have funding for is the Sail 250, America 250 in the morning. So in the morning, we expect incredible crowds to be on our waterfront. It's a once in a 50-year event. The federal government has provided $0 in assistance for us. So we are going to have to, right as of now, foot the bill for public safety. We have to keep people safe. But we have talked to our congressional delegation. We have talked to the state. We're trying to pour more resources in from the state that we don't have to pay for because the state will provide them. And then we are going to push the federal government to reimburse us for those costs. So just when we talk about 4th of July, the event that we host is the fireworks. That is philanthropically funded. But the Sail 250, America 250 in the morning, the feds have provided $0 for us for the public safety needs we have for that event.
Can I ask a question? With Sail 250, can that just be allocated in Liberty State Park and then Park Police control that?
No, I mean they're public. Basically it's a public crowd, right? We can't like shut off our waterfront,
right,
and close it. And even if we did, we'd need public safety to close it. So yeah, it is basically Washington sending us a bill and not paying for it.
So you guys are going to reach out to President Trump to.
Well, he doesn't take my calls, but we have reached out to the full congressional delegation, and they're all working with us to try to secure the funding.
Councilman Efros.
Just to clarify, this is through resolution 26-384.
This is agenda items 10.13 and then 10.17 through 10.22.
Thank you. Yes. I vote aye on all.
Councilperson Little.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Singh.
Aye for all.
Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Agenda items 10.13 as well as 17 through 22 are approved unanimously. Next set is agenda items 10.23 through 10.32. 10.33 was withdrawn. On those matters, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
It's late. I would have voted against 10.33, but so glad to see that off. I vote aye on all.
Okay. Councilperson Zupa.
Yes, considering that 33 was withdrawn, I'll vote aye on all.
Councilperson Efros.
Going the sentiments there, aye on the remainder outside of 1033.
Yeah, right. Councilperson Little.
Same here. Aye on all.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin.
I'm glad 1033 was withdrawn. So Councilman Gilmore will be in Audubon Park mowing the grass.
Right.
Yeah. And I vote aye for all.
Councilperson, very well. Councilperson Navarro.
Just a question for the administration on 10.28. Deputy Mayor, if you can help me out here maybe, or anyone from the administration. This applicant is applying for tax credits, I think Aspire or LIHTC tax credits from HMFA. Not sure which of that is. And then my question is really, is there a limit to the amount of tax credits that a city can receive from HMFA? Like, do they cap?
So, Councilman, this specific application is for an Aspire tax credit or resolution of support for that. I don't believe there is any specific cap, not in state law. No, the simple answer is no, there's no cap in state law.
Thank you. And then to the administration, just on 10.29, awarding the opioid grants, settlement grants. And the information that I received said that there was maybe like a $5,000 balance. You might have intimated it was like 200,000. Do we have any clarity on that?
Yeah, I sent you the email, Councilman. I took the exact amount, but it's about 212,000, I think. But I'll refer that email. I'll let you know.
Thank you. And I just raised that because, again, the opportunity for budget relief for New Jersey taxpayers to use those dollars for that purpose.
There are some very strict restrictions on how we can use it. I sent you the Schedule B, I think it's called as well, that lists how it can be utilized. Obviously, we're going to look to see if there are any ways where it can help us with our operating budget, but it's very narrow how we can use those dollars.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious place to look would be Health and Human Services and maybe some staffing costs. With that, I'll vote aye on all.
Councilperson Singh
Aye.
and Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Agenda items 10.23 through 10.32 were approved unanimously. Again, 10.33 was withdrawn. We voted on item 10.34 at the start of the meeting. So we are voting on items 10.35 through 10.42 and 10.44 as 10.43 was also withdrawn. So again, 10.35 through 10.42 and 10.44. On those matters, how do you vote? Councilperson Brooks.
Aye.
Councilperson Zupa.
I vote aye, and just again, for the record, the high water rescue vehicle is being paid for solely by grant money. Doesn't cost the city anything, and that money can only be used for the public safety grant.
Councilperson Efros. Councilperson Little.
Oh, I just wanted to say my microphone was off, John. On resolution 26403, item 1041, not the best practice to pay claims like this as a resolution outside the normal claims, but these are emergency services. We're still catching up from all the winter storm payments, so I understand the administration is working really hard so that we aren't faced with this, but just want to call attention for the public watching at home. I don't know.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye. Wait, you ain't go to, I'm confused.
No, I didn't go yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm very sorry. Councilperson Little, I'm sorry.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson.
Aye.
Councilperson Griffin. Councilperson Navarro.
On 10.37, I'm just going to be consistent here. I'm not opposed to these projects, but there's a built-in match that comes with this grant application. And again, I just think we need to step back in light of kind of where we're at and assess whether or not we should be applying for grants that automatically require us to put up a match. So I'm going to vote no on 10.37. For the public, just on 10.40 and 10.41, thank you to the Corporation Council. I had requested clarification on whether or not at the caucus, whether emergency notes could be issued to pay for these emergency snow operation claims. And apparently it doesn't qualify under that, according to the reading of the state regulations on that, state statutes. And the one thing on 10.42, there is money being used there, $544,000. I never received the kind of a budget on that and how it's being spent, although I know how the dollars are being allocated precisely. I know it's going towards garbage baskets and also some individuals, particularly youth, to do some street cleaning and things of that nature, some summer jobs maybe around that. I'm like to see the detail on that. Absent of that at this point, I think I have to abstain on 10.42, not having had that information. And I vote aye on all the rest. Oh, no, I'm sorry, on 10.44. Yeah, this is another grant where we're buying, incentivizing for EV vehicles and EV chargers. And while that's admirable, again, I'd like to see us take a step back on this because the grant covers up to $4,000 per vehicle, according to the documentation. But the vehicle costs a heck of a lot more. So who's picking up that cost on the rest of that? So I'm going to vote no on 10.44. Then aye and all the rest, again, abstaining on 10.42.
And Councilman, just real quick, there's currently no intent to purchase any EV vehicles. It's a grant that's eligible if we decide to purchase them. But as of right now, I checked the Department of Automotive. They do not have any intent, nor is there any purchases, in the near future.
The application and acceptance of the grant is practically incentive to go out to purchase, trying to move the wheels along faster on that, right? So
Just want to make it clear to the public and the council that right now there is no purchase in the works.
Councilperson Singh
Vote aye.
and Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Okay, so to recap, agenda items 10.35, 10.36 approved unanimously. 10.37 approved 8-1 with Councilman Navarro voting no. Agenda items 10.38 through 10.41 were approved unanimously. Agenda item 10.42 was approved 801 with Councilman Navarro abstaining, and agenda item 10.44 was approved 8-1 with Councilman Navarro voting no. Moving on to agenda items 10.45 through 10.56. How do you vote, Councilman Brooks?
Before I vote, I just have a question on item 10.51, the ETA. Thank you to CFO for providing the answer or the breakdown on the 109 million. So that's very much appreciated. I did notice in the ETA, we have 46 million in debt service. Is that part of the 109 million?
I don't know specifically if it is. I would assume that some of it would probably be part of it. But the debts, the 109 million has a lot of different obligations in it. So I think part of that would be, in that 46, but not all of that in the 46.
Okay. Yeah, just noting in caucus that Bill said we have been paying down some of this debt as we have been going. So effectively 109 million was the number we started out with, but that's not necessarily where we are right now.
There we go. To clarify for that, when we have debt service and obligations, we have to pay the interest and everything. So those are paid throughout the year. They're always part of the budget. So that would always be in the budget to a degree. And we pay that as those debt obligations come due to us throughout the year.
Right. Yeah. Just noting for the public who's, God bless if you're still watching. Hopefully you're watching tomorrow on YouTube.
It is.
That, you know, as part of the ETAs that we have been authorizing, and I'm about to vote to authorize this, we have been paying down on the debt, which in my opinion is a good thing. With that, I vote aye on all.
Councilperson Zupa.
On 47, much needed safety improvements for pedestrians, cyclists, and even drivers for Newark Avenue and Ward C in the Heights. I'm sorry, going towards the Heights next to Dickinson. On 51, which is the TA, given the fact that we withheld the tax increase conversation and the administration has been committed to looking for cuts, and the fact that the TA is essentially 6 to 7 months of a budget, I'm going to vote no, just because, or ask if we can hold off on a vote today, just so we can have some conversation about any kind of cuts there.
What number is this, Councilman?
51? Or question for the administration then?
1051?
Yeah.
We're voting no?
No, I was asking a question of the administration. Is it imperative that we take a vote on 51 today, given the fact that there's going to be conversation about spending cuts?
We would need to keep it voting right now because we are going to be running out of cash flow and authorization to pay those obligations. Those also include salary and wages of employees. So we would need to vote in some form of that today.
Okay, and so that goes through July?
So the ETA, we would be secured up until the end of June, which is the last ETA cover is for. This would start in July and go forward to, I believe it was the end of August, September.
Into September.
I have the
Budget.
introduced
out.
15.
Adoption of the budget was
And
received.
as it was stated at caucus by Bill, the budget would override any spending for the ETA. So August. So this takes us through September. So it should then be adopted in August, it would override any of the spending still authorized in the ETA.
Okay, I mean, under that posture, I'll vote yes on, or aye on all, but, yeah, we'll leave it there. And on 54, I know Sarah, you mentioned that PEM Law is doing work on the contracts with our labor union or with our unions. Considering I understand that there's going to be some delay in contract negotiations, I would just say maybe she can hold off on billing or doing any kind of real substantial legal work.
It's an open-ended contract and she'll bill us as she goes. So we're not paying anything until she actually performs services. Obviously, you know, there are some external constraints that inform when we can come to the table, but any amount that isn't spent in this contract will, you know, stay in the city's coffers.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Questions?
Nope, that's all.
Okay, Councilman Efros.
I'll vote aye on all. I just want to make a brief remark on the emergency temporary appropriation. Looking for this to be, you know, the last one that we vote on before we head into the budget hearings. Just want to make clear as for the public, as we have postponed the other votes on, I mean, particularly the vote on the tax bill tonight. It started this week, seriously considering voting yes, just because of it being the least bad, what seemed like the least bad path among a lot of bad paths. And we heard really loud and clear from residents just the fears of what that would do and being pushed out as a result, and really appreciate so many residents being so passionately about this. And, you know, our commitment is just to fight like hell, particularly to fight and take on the state and its limitations on progressive taxation, because this is one of the main constraints we're facing right now. So in the coming days, I want to explore what exactly that campaign is going to look like to really win the power to do more progressive forms of taxation here. Just want to know as we go forward, authorizing the same exact kind of spending as we have throughout this year. When we're looking at the budget in next week and next month with cuts, we could see crossing guards gone. We could see already suffering trash pickup made worse, fire department rescue further compromised. So these are serious costs as well. And I think our commitment at this point is really just to also do more community meetings and more discussion with residents to make these really challenging decisions together. So with that, vote aye on all. Just wanted to make sure made that statement very clear to the public tonight.
Councilwoman Little.
Thank you so much, Councilman Efros. I want to basically second everything he said so eloquently, but I also want to elaborate a little bit on why I joined with Councilman Efros and Brooks in tentatively supporting the tax increase. And when he said it seemed like the least bad option, that was how it was presented, in the sense that if we do not pass any Q3 tax increase, then the entirety of the increase for 2026 will be concentrated in your fourth quarter tax bill. And that was a scenario that I felt was very unfair and would be very painful to homeowners. And so my thought process was that, the administration presented us with this estimate. And this is not the budget process, right? What we're voting on July 1st and what we would have voted on tonight had it not been postponed. This is not the full budget process. This is an estimate. And so my thinking was that, pass the estimate so we can spread out the burden across Q3 and Q4 rather than concentrating it in Q4. And then go through the budget process where we actually do get to go fully line item by line item with a fine tooth comb and be able to look for areas of saving or, potential revenue generators, such as the traffic enforcement that's ramping up, which we're happy to see. So, we issued this statement not because we wanted to raise taxes 20%. That is the last thing any of us wanted to do. But because it seemed like the least bad option. That being said, we have been listening to all of the comments we've been getting online, via email, in person, here tonight at this meeting. And, I think it's productive that this is being postponed to July 1st. I look forward to the mayor's town halls. I plan to attend the one this Sunday, and I also want to say that I'm working on putting together a Ward E listening session right here in City Hall Monday night at 7:30. So further details will be posted in a social media announcement and via email, but just want to note we are taking your concerns seriously. The last thing we want to do is price people out of Jersey City, but we also recognize that we have inherited this massive budget discrepancy, deficit, gap, whatever you want to call it, due to bad accounting practices, gimmicks, and just really poor decision making. And we are committed to listening, and even if there's no good option, we want to work with the community and pick the least bad option. So, that being said, got to keep the government open the next 2 months. I'm relieved to hear. Thank you, Councilman Zupa, for your line of questioning. Thank you, Peter, for clarifying that once the final budget is passed, that will override this emergency temporary appropriation. And I look forward to, in future years, getting on an earlier budget schedule where the budget is introduced in March and we're voting on it in April. So we're not passing the budget with most of the year already baked in. because I feel like then we will be able to get a better handle on our city's finances. I know we inherited a really bad situation, but I'm hopeful we can get on a better schedule in future years. So I want to thank, all my colleagues and the administration for your work on this. I want to thank the public for your engagement on this. And I'm sorry to be so long-winded. It's 1 a.m, so I vote aye on all.
Thank you. Councilperson Gilmore.
I vote aye on all. Just want to say briefly as it relates to 21, just urge the administration for next,
21.
I mean,
51?
Wake up.
just urge the administration for the next year, if we can get away from having temporarily appropriations in third quarters. So hopeful that we can get ahead of that for next budget cycle. I vote aye on all.
Councilman Griffin?
I concur with that and I vote aye on all.
Councilman Lavaro?
I'm on 10.52. I didn't get to ask questions on this one. There's a lot on this agenda. So could just someone tell me, is this capital dollars in here?
Councilman.
Can you confirm that? Yeah, I see it in the resolution.
I believe it is. I'm just waiting for it to load.
And what is this, this wall that's, retaining wall?
This is the Riverview Park retaining wall, where the wall could eventually collapse into the cliff. Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's been historically in disrepair, and we're just trying to make sure. Obviously, we're following through with that.
That I'm going to vote no on 10.45 for the same reasons for previous resolution 10.44. For 10.47 and um, 10.56 for the reasons I've explained before about matching for these grants, I'm going to vote no. And I just really want to speak to a little bit, take the opportunity on 10.51. I'm going to vote no on that. I requested information on that and didn't receive it. And I'm not prepared to authorize a temporary budget absent that information. And I want to take this time to be able to talk about the budget and the potential tax increase, looming tax increase. And frankly, it's looming. It's just a question of how much. I wore this shirt intentionally tonight. Jersey City raised me. I know there was a number of folks in this room when I started, and now they're all gone, and didn't get to hear their voices, unfortunately, for many of them. I've lived here 48 years here in Jersey City, grew up in the Greenville section, and ran the platform with everyone else here in some form or other, fighting to make Jersey City more affordable, to protect our families here. And so I just want people to know, the public, but I also want my colleagues to know I'm going to fight for every family in this city before I ask them to pay anything more. Before I vote for any tax increase, I need to know that every stone has been turned over. And that means collecting every dollar developers owe us through that pilot audit, plus the interest and penalties, all of it from them. It means looking at creative ways, as I talked about previously with the cannabis, but I'll also just put out some other stuff. We've got the development fees and Affordable Housing Trust Fund dollars, and are there ways to utilize those dollars to be able to provide budget relief again in this? And then to look at some of the other expenses that we have in there, and I've talked about it already, with regard to retirement payouts and other things like of that nature, to utilize notes and bond to pay for those expenses. And so, I may not share everyone's opinion on that, but I'm going to keep pushing on that to see if can change some minds and change some votes and ask members of the public to chime in on that and be able to let their voices be heard and at these different committees. In the days and weeks to come, I will elaborate more on that very publicly on that well, and I'll be there at those meetings. And if anyone has any questions or wants to bring anything to my attention, reach out to me. I'm ready to do everything that we have to do to make sure that we protect the families of Jersey City and turn over every stone. With that, I vote aye on all the rest. Again, no on 10.51.
All right. So I just want to be clear. 10.45, you are voting.
10.40.
Maybe I misheard you.
Voted no.
Sorry.
No.
You're no on 10.45, no on 10.51, and no on 10.56?
Correct.
Okay, and aye on the rest. Okay, very good, thank you.
No, I think I'm no on 10.47 too. You get that?
No on 10.47. Okay. All right. Okay, Councilperson Singh.
I just want to say that last few days have been really tough on most of us, including administration, and mayor has faced a lot of backlash. And I want to tell everyone over and over again that we are not taking this job lightly. Our feelings are same, and we are looking for all the options, and administration has been pretty open with multiple meetings, going through the numbers, and it has been a team effort. Everybody is trying to figure out how possibly we can lower down the number. So, just all of us are emotional. All of us are tired, exhausted, but trying to figure it out. And we understand what public is going through. Good suggestions, some suggestions not practical, but we are looking into everything and hoping that all of us can come up with a good solution. I vote aye on all. Thank you.
And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Okay, so just to recap the vote tally, 10.45 is approved 8-1 with Councilman Navarro voting no. 10.46 a vote approved unanimously. 10.47 is approved 8-1 with Councilman Navarro voting no. 10.48 through 10.50 approved unanimously. 10.51 approved 8-1 with Councilman Navarro voting no. 10.52 through 10.55 approved unanimously 9-0, and 10.56 approved 8-1 with Navarro voting no. Finally, for the balance of business, resolutions 1057 through 1061. How do you vote? Councilman Brooks.
I vote aye on all and, very proudly on 10.59. When I was sworn in, I had, kind of a vision of how we might do a universal childcare pilot in Jersey City. And that's not to be this year. That is not in the cards. That is not in the funds. Statewide expansion through state legislation would help working class families here in Jersey City. Like I said, one of the first calls our office got was a single mother, city employee, behind on her rent, could not afford childcare. So this is a real problem that we face, and I'm proud that we were able to add this to the agenda. Thank you.
Councilman Zupa.
I vote aye on all. Just on 57 though, I would ask the administration just to look into this contract going forward. It either breaks even or loses money. I'm hopeful with the next 3 months in FIFA, the Airbnb revenue to the city will increase. And I vote aye on the rest as well.
Thank you. Councilman Efros.
Aye on all. Also really interested in item 10.57. If we can get a report on the usefulness of this within 6 months, that would be really helpful, because we want to make sure that $150 or so thousand is being spent well. And then, yeah, 10.59, Councilman Brooks for helping get this on and working with us in NJ Citizen Action. Thanks to them for helping organize alongside labor to make sure that childcare is understood as essential. So gonna keep working to fight at the state level, make that happen. I don't know.
Very well, Councilperson Little.
Aye for all, and I'm excited to support this state level initiative for childcare. It is really essential for so many families. Thank you to my colleagues and New Jersey Citizen Action and council members Brooks and Efforts for advancing this.
Very well, Councilman Gilmore.
Yes. Aye.
Councilman Griffin. Councilman Lavaro.
10.58, I'll vote no. And just have used my pulpit once more. Something I forgot to mention that as far as the budget goes, looking at I'm open to furloughs, and particularly if we can target furloughs at the highest earning employees for the city, and including city council members, colleagues. We're not among the highest earnings members, right? So, what people are saying about sharing the pain. I want to put that on the table as well, kind of moving forward for me. And I commend my colleagues, Rose and Brooks, on 10.60. Definitely want to expand childcare opportunities and urge the state to do that at the state level. I vote aye on all the rest.
Councilwoman Singh.
Aye.
And Council President Ridley.
Aye.
Motion.
No,
Second.
I
1 second, let him recap.
I do have to recap the vote. So agenda items 10.57, 10.59, 10.60, and 10.61 were approved unanimously. 10.58 was approved 8-1 with Councilman Lavaro voting no. That being said, that concludes our business today. Unless there's anything else, may I entertain a
John.
motion to adjourn.
Motion.
John, I have one more
Motion
thing.
by,
John.
I didn't hear who that was. Is that Gilmore?
No, that's me. 1 second, I have one more thing. Even though Councilman Griffin's trying to shut my mic off after he made 22 comments tonight. But I just want to wish our corporation council a happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, sir. And we thank her. We thank her for bringing in her birthday, serving the people of Jersey City tonight.
What was your birthday when we started this session, or is it now? It's now. Great. Happy birthday, Sarah.
Happy birthday, Counselor. With that said, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Motion by Gilmore, second by
Second.
Efros. And now we'll make Brooks happy. Acclamation.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries at 1:30 a.m.
Teamwork makes the dream work, right, John?
Something like that. I have to come up with an own catchphrase.